Good morning, and welcome to day 2 of the Red Paddle Summer Circuit Final. This is a quarterfinal match between Matias Almada and Juan Arganaris against Jesper Hogo and Matthias Aronson. We are picking up the action. In the first set, Matias Almada and Juan Arganaris are leading 4-3.
15-0. It is a steamy one this morning. They've had a lot of issues at the back of the court on the side closest to our booth, Bob. Great get.
That was a beautiful point, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a beautiful point. Good placement by Matthias.
Yeah,
that last volley.
Moving from side to side, just like the textbook there. Good defense by the Scandinavians, though.
Great defense. You know, it's been fun to see their level in this match. It was a totally different type of game against the Canadians yesterday.
So we've lost track of the score, at least I have. Do you know what the score is? Is it?
I believe it's 3-4, and what the game score is.
I think that
30 all. No.
40-30 perhaps?
Yeah. We'll see after this point.
We will.
Ooh, that was going wide, I think. We were watching these games before we started the streaming and talking about how calm Matthias and Juan are. They're just so...
We're going to call it 30 all here temporarily.
Okay. They're so seasoned paddle-wise. Wow, that's an amazing shift. Matthias was not expecting the ball to go there.
That was a perfect looking Chiquita.
Yeah.
This may or may not be a break point. We'll soon.
And game.
Like okay, so it is
5-3, right?
It was 5-3, yeah. So now it is 5-4. There we go. Now we're up to it. Sorry about the late start this morning. We're a little bit fogged in on the back glass early on, but it is now burned off as the sun comes out here in the Houston area. Expecting a very nice day. It's going to be a great day of paddle and a very long day. So if you joined us yesterday and for a marathon session, this is probably going to be twice as much of a marathon. We are starting now, and we probably have another 11 or 12 hours of great paddle play for you. Some of the same great players you saw yesterday, but also some that had a bye in the first round, and we're going to see them for the first time now.
Right, I'm excited to see.
Yeah, some of the top seeds. Yeah.
2 we know very well, Peter Alonso, Jacobo Blanco.
Yeah.
And then the first seeds we don't know so well.
Yeah.
But very high level coming in.
We know for sure that we're going to see Jacobo Blanco and Peter Alonso play against Nico Agritelli and Nale Grinda, who those of you that watched last night saw how well they play. So that's going to be a great match.
That will be a great match.
Juan Argañaras to serve, trying to serve out the first set. Very nice. Nice drop volley by Matias.
A little bit lucky
I think
taking a roll over the net.
I think you were on the court, Riva, last night when Juan and Matias were playing their first round match.
I was,
But
yes.
we were talking about how if you listen
And another.
listen to the audio. Every time it seems that Juan and Matias strike the ball, it's a very loud sound because they're hitting it right in the center of the racket so consistently.
They also have this issue, we talked about it last time, where we have a ball that's gone astray. Give me just a moment here.
Welcome back, Reba, for day 2. Looking
Thank
forward
you.
to a great day of paddle today.
Yeah, I missed a couple of the matches last night, having to run out and get some food before my match. They were pretty fast on court 1 here.
They were after
I left the booth.
After the that great match between Max Montano and Jose, and
Pedro and
Pedro and
Tori.
Itori, yeah. All the matches after that went much more quickly. I'm expecting some hotly contested ones today, though.
Yes, we're going to have some great ones. So I was going to say, Juan and Matias, when they arrived to play here in Houston, they've had an interesting issue with their rackets where, because of the altitude and the travel, I don't know if it happens when they go to play other tournaments or not, because I know that they're traveling all the time playing tournaments. But they have this concavity to the face of the paddle.
Yes, I know what you're talking about. That's happened to me as well. Yeah, it has something to do with the rapid temperature changes, because when you go up in the, especially if you check it in your bag, and it's not necessarily climate controlled in the cargo department.
Right.
And it can go from like minus 40 degrees up when they're up at 25,000 feet or something, and then it comes back down to 100 degrees in Houston, and the foam expands and contracts too much and it ruins, and then it makes a really strange sound. I remember that happened.
So I'm wondering if that has also something to do with the sound we hear off their rackets. However, you'd think that they would have learned by now, maybe not to check those rackets.
Yeah.
Nice volley, Juan.
Beautiful.
Very good close.
Oops. Oh, yes.
Wow.
Okay, so
we've seen a few more errors in the last couple games than I expect on that side.
nice
It's a
volley,
great
Jesper,
volley.
yes.
Well placed.
And turn the tables, that's what Matias has been doing to him. He just did it right back. I like that.
Trouble. Leave a ball hanging for a high volley like that.
Yeah. Maybe not the best strategy against Matias.
No. touch.
Yeah, at this level, if you're going to go for the kick smash to win the point, you really need to make sure that it goes out. Otherwise, you're asking for trouble.
That goes out. Sometimes that cage can save you. Take a bounce off the cage.
That was, I think that was in.
I think that was in. Yeah.
That sets up a golden point. First game, second set.
They need this one. Oh no.
Oh, too bad. Well, that's an early service break for Matthias and Juan. They lead one game to love in the second set after winning the first set 6-4.
Talking about people's personalities and people's characters, Matthias, he's one of our favorites out there,
Yeah.
giving us a fist pump. His partner Juan doesn't say much, does not show a lot of emotion on the court, and he's they're both shy. But I know Juan is not confident with his handle over the English language, so it makes it a bit more difficult for you and I to communicate with him, Bob. Wow.
Yeah, Matthias also says that he's not so confident with his English, but it's actually pretty good.
He is not, but his English,
actually,
he understands.
Yeah, very well.
Very well. And I know he's been working hard on it.
What a nice backhand volley by Juan there. For all of you amateur paddle players out there, you can just try to imitate these guys. Just watch what they do, and if you can do it yourself, you're gonna win all your matches.
If only it was quite that easy. My goodness.
That's 3 in a row. All picture perfect by Juan.
Yeah.
Backhand volley. That's if you are going to play on the right side of the court, you really need a good backhand volley, and he certainly has one. Ooh, a rare unforced error on the bandeja by Mati.
Went for a big notch on that one.
Ooh, I think that one is over. Ooh, Plananzo.
Glass is starting to bounce true.
Oh,
wow.
Between the legs, a tweener they call that.
So casual.
Yeah, very, very well done. All right, so that is the second game of the second set goes to Matthias and Juan. They lead 2 games to love after winning the first set 6-4.
I kind of like that. He didn't have a special celebration. He wasn't trying to be fancy.
No, he just wanted to win the point.
He just wanted to win the point.
Yeah, Juan and Matthias are such a class act, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm glad that they choose to come to the U.S. to play these tournaments.
Yes, me too. Something he found on the court.
Uh-oh.
Another ball. I'm going to run after here. 1 second.
That looked maybe like a terrible mistake, but there's a very fine line between hitting a perfect smash and hitting it off the top of the racket like that. 30 all.
Jesper's had a string here in this set, the beginning of this set, of missed volleys.
That sets up 2 break points here for Matthias and Juan. That would not be a good thing for the Scandinavians to go down 2 breaks in this set. Ooh, that was just
great volley. Again, the backhand volley.
It was a great volley, but Matthias needed to do a little more with that shot. He just set it up for him a bit. So Juan Argañaras and Matthias Almada, they now lead 3-0 in the second set after winning the first set 6-4 in this quarterfinal match of the Red Paddle Summer Circuit Final.
I'm going to play pretty close attention to Juan as their matches go on here, because he obviously does a very good job controlling the point and giving Matthias opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
I think Matthias said his favorite shot is the Bajada de Pared.
Uh-huh.
But he also has a pretty amazing smash.
That's true. Yeah, I know that Juan and Matthias have played a lot of tournaments together. I don't know if they're playing all the tournaments together this year or not. Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that. They have been partners and separated a couple of times along their journey as a team. And I know when they were first playing together in Mexico, Juan was actually playing the backhand side.
Mm-hmm.
When we first met Matthias was playing the forehand along with Juan.
That's right.
I remember that Matthias talking about how he found it difficult on that forehand side. It didn't really seem to fit his personality.
Yeah, well, and also just with being that tall and having such a great smash, it did make sense even then to see him play on the left.
It's true. Yeah.
And Juan does move the ball around really well, which is really helpful for a right-sided player.
So they've done really well since getting back together and making that switch. They're the #1 team in the Mexican circuit. Scandinavians are happy. That's a great lob. It's like a great lob. I don't know how Matthias struck that ball cleanly.
Ooh, nice defense by him there.
I got it. Go!
Wow,
what a
great point.
Great point by both sides.
These Scandinavians, I was going to say, I think are very grateful to be playing first match on this morning at 8 a.m.
Yeah.
I talked to someone else on the team that's here from Sweden, and they've struggled with the conditions, with the hot, humid conditions. On that one.
They probably haven't had a day in Sweden as hot as it was yesterday in the last 100 years.
Right.
All right, so another game to Juan and Matthias. They lead 4-0 in the second set. last night when you were on the court, we had Nali Grinda here in the booth
You
commentating.
did?
Yes, we did, and he was talking about how one of the things that you really notice in the top professionals like Matthias and Juan is when they think that they're going to hit a winner and they fail to win the point, the other team makes a good defensive play, the top players will completely reset and go back to the baseline and start working the point again, whereas the less experienced players, if they fail to win the point on the first attempt at a winner, the next shot they'll try to hit another winner, and then and the third shot they'll try again to hit a winner.
Yeah.
And you can kind of see that with these guys. Both actually, the Scandinavians too are being pretty patient about that if they're not getting their winner on the first try.
I'll have to go back and listen to that. I didn't know that you had Nala here. This is a bit more of what I expected in this match, but it's Matthias and Juan are not dominating this match by any means with their power. Wow, that just dropped in. They're just being very calm, making that point last. One more shot, and they're drawing out often a volley error from the Scandinavians.
Yes.
Here in the second set anyways.
All right, we think the score is 30-40. Could be 2 more break points. Nice backhand volley by Matthias.
Game, they were up.
Yes, okay. So we had the score wrong. It is, the game goes to Jesper and Matthias, but they still trail 4-1 in the second set.
They're on the board. They really needed
Yes,
that to
they
see
sure
if they can get a run put together here.
Yeah. Hopefully they can put together a good last stand here before the set gets away from them.
I'm wondering, I'm just glancing over at the player seats right now, and Matthias has his Royal Paddle APT bag along with him this time. We have an APT Masters qualifier coming up in New York the October 6th weekend, and I don't know exactly how that format is working, but one team or possibly 2 teams coming out of that tournament, the finalists will be going to the main draw of the A1 paddle. Now that's the name. I shouldn't be calling it APT. A1 paddle Masters for New York, and then they have one in Miami coming up closer to the end of the year. It's their first stops here in the U.S. We're super excited about that.
Yeah.
And I know both Matthias and Juan have played some of those A1 paddle tournaments.
Yeah, I don't know if they've played any this year, though.
I don't think they have.
Yeah, I think they've been focusing on the Mexican circuit.
This is something that happens as paddle develops in a country. There's more players, more tournaments, and more money available. So they've been able to train with less expenditure for travel
Yeah.
and still do quite well on their prize money
Mm-hmm.
in Mexico, which is great.
Yeah. All right. Monty Almada now serving at 4-1. Up. Bandeja into the net.
Now, when I say quite well, none of these paddle players are making the type of money anywhere near tennis professionals at this point in time. Yet.
Oh, wow.
And it's back again.
Oh, just
long.
long.
That was a very well constructed point by the Scandinavians.
Yeah, give them credit for that, and great defense by Juan.
Yes. That was one of the best points we've seen from them in this match.
Yeah. 15-30. Shot there by Matias. 30 all.
Great return. Really good return.
Yeah, very sneaky. Well done. That sets up 2 break points for the Scandinavians.
We talked about, can they get a run put together?
Yeah. Still break point, golden point. Let's see who will return. Looks like Matias will, so it'll be Matias to Matias.
After that last return,
Oh,
I'm not
beautiful.
surprised.
Another great backhand volley by Juan. Wins the game. Take a 5-1 lead in the second set.
He's talking there. We saw a little bit out of Juan to Matias. I'm not sure what he was saying. And a smile.
Yeah, they look pretty relaxed out there.
They are.
Yeah. I hope the Scandinavians are having a great time. I know I would be honored to be able to step on the court against such good players.
Oh, I'm sure they're having a blast. Other than the potential challenges with the conditions. There we go.
All right.
Love. Great place ball.
Nice
Matias
point.
really set up that point, the Scandinavian Matias, with his backhand volleys.
Mm-hmm. Versatile with those. 30 love. Point for Monty Almada and Juan Arguñares.
Something else we see as we state, we see a step up in level on the court for these Division 1 matches is that they have the ability to change the direction with their hand at the last minute. So they're very good at disguising what potential shot is coming off their racket. So sometimes you'll see a very good volleyer look confused and not volleying well, and I think that's the reason why. Just don't quite have your legs under you. Wow.
A little interesting variation that I've noticed on Jesper's backhand volley is he doesn't put the left hand on the paddle at any point as he's preparing for the shot, which is not the typical.
No.
Occasionally you'll see that in even high-level players, but a little twist. That's the neat thing about sports is sometimes athletes will do something a little bit unorthodox, and sometimes that can actually be the key to their success. I know.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it is 40-30? Or no? Is it not up?
He bounced it
so
down
that is
off of his
game,
racket and set match.
game, set, match.
That is a replay of our final point yesterday. I wasn't sure if I got the ball back or not, and they called that it went down. The way it bounced off my racket, I didn't know. I suspected that happened also.
So that was a good performance by the Scandinavians, but the victory goes to Juan Argañaras and Matias Almada. They move on into the semifinals. That will be later this evening. So stay tuned, or if you can't stay glued to the screen all day, then come back later for it.
Yeah. It's so nice to see Matias and Matias are beside the court having quite a lengthy chat right now after the match. Love to see that kind of thing.
Yeah, great sportsmanship with almost all of the competitors here in this tournament.
I mean, it's such a great environment. How could they not be at ease and happy?
I agree. You can, hopefully on the screen, you can even see this is a beautiful setting here with trees and shade. Well, shade sometimes during the day, not in the middle of the day.
Depends on where you're standing.
Yeah.
Not always shade on the court, that's for sure.
Yeah, but it is a beautiful setting here at Woodlands Padel. Thank you to Woodlands Padel for hosting this event. This is our 4th time live streaming a tournament here at Woodlands Padel.
From the Woodlands,
yes.
4th time, 2nd time
for Red
from
Padel.
Red Padel.
Yes, 2nd time. Hopefully the 2nd time of many. Hope to be back. We will see what is in store for the next Red Padel circuit. This is the final tournament for the Red Padel Summer Circuit.
Yes.
And yeah, we were talking yesterday when you weren't here, Riva, that you were going to fill us in on the details of the contest for 3rd place in the overall point standings for the summer circuit for Red Padel, because there is a special reward for the top 3. Tell us about it, and who's competing and what will they receive if they win that contest for 3rd place. The top 2 spots are already secured by Nico Agritelli and Luis Estrada.
Yes.
No matter what happens in this tournament, even if Nico loses in the next round, he still will be in the top 2.
Yes, and then we've got a race for the 3rd place, and we have 3 awards going out. For that leaderboard, the summer circuit leaderboard. And so the 2 athletes in the race for 3rd are here this weekend. One is playing in Division 2, Maxi Rojas. I'm probably butchering his last name. Rosas. I'm going to have to ask him about that. He usually plays Division 1, has often played with Peter Alonso or Nico Palamenque lately. So he is playing with Jared Finkelstein this weekend. And then our second player that's in that race for third is Peter Alonso, who is playing with Jacobo Blanco. And the way the draws are shaping up, it could be that both of them go on a race to the finals, and it will depend on their result in the finals of their draws. So the award that these players are getting for the summer circuit leaderboard is an extra, they have a choice to make. It's an extra monetary reward, or they can choose a trip to go and train with Javi Garrido in Spain, which is, I know which one I would choose.
That would be an easy choice for me too.
Yeah. So we'll see what they choose to do and see who wins that third spot. I know Peter's from Spain.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think Peter would take the monetary reward.
I think he probably would take the money.
Yeah, he probably has had all of the training in his life. He's now Peter. At one time, I think he was. Did he say the number 7 couple in the world?
That's what he told us last year. Yeah.
So he was an excellent world-class player on the World Paddle Tour. I wouldn't say that he's 100% retired, but I think that he is past his professional prime. Yeah, he's not making it his number 1 priority now.
No,
he still plays extremely well, that's for sure, and he's one of the top players in the United States, even off of his peak level.
It's interesting the last few months with Peter, and I haven't had a conversation with him about this yet, but I've heard other people having those conversations. You know, he is in the second phase of his paddle playing career. He has many different roles also within the field of paddle that are off the court that pull his attention in different directions. And so he's had a few results on the court that I don't think he's enjoyed over the last, say, 4 months or so. And I have an impression that he's decided to buckle down again.
Okay.
Get serious training in the gym and more regimented nutrition.
Yeah.
And so let's see what he chooses to do.
Well, maybe we'll see Peter in top form in a little while. That would be great.
We'll see them today.
I mean, even
Jacobo too. He's often played with Jacobo this last year. They're great friends. And Jacobo's been working hard in the gym off the court, which I think both of them were so good at paddle, such great athletes, that they didn't, or Jacobo at least, maybe he didn't have to put in that extra effort in the same way, and it sounds like he's decided to do that. Both great guys.
Yeah. Fun to watch.
Fun to watch on the court.
Yeah.
They're quite the character off the court. Jacobo was on my PPL team and was our team captain. He's kind of a clown in the best possible way. You know, he just lightens the mood of any situation. If there's tension, he knows how to deal with that. Didn't have him and Matthias actually played together on the team and had very good results. They did not lose any of their men's matches. As a team, didn't have the results that the Stingrays were hoping for. So they're, and I know they've been signed again to the next season of PPL with the goal to bring home a win for the Stingrays next year. We'll see how that shapes up.
Well, we have the 4 players have entered the court now. This next match is between the two young Mexicans who had such an exciting match last night in the first round. Max Montoya and Max Montano and Jose Montoya against
a team we're unfamiliar with and new players for us to know. So
I'm not stating their name yet because I don't know their first names. It's
we need to
Montenegro and Tenconi, and we'll get you their first names in just a moment. This will be their first appearance in a Red Paddle tournament. We do know that they are
Matthias
Matthias Tenconi.
And I believe the other one is Mauro.
Mauro, yes, Mauro Montenegro. That sounds correct. So Mauro Montenegro and Matthias Tenconi, both from Argentina.
Are they based out of Argentina, Bob?
Ooh, good question. I'm pretty sure they're both originally from Argentina, but there's so many Argentinians now all over the place, and
all over the world playing paddle.
All over the world. So they could be living just about anywhere.
That's right. I know.
But
that's why.
But probably not in the U.S. because I think we would know them if they were living in the U.S.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mine is wearing a Sane outfit. That's a brand. Was one of the original paddle brands, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Was an Argentinian brand. I suppose still is, but I know most of their paddles are now manufactured in Spain. They've had a resurgence over the last few years. And I can't tell what brand this is using.
Yeah, bull paddle man still, maybe, or Starvi. Oh, this Matthias, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, is that Acheron?
You probably know all the gear better than I do, Bob. There's so many paddle brands.
Yeah, that's one of the smaller brands. If I'm correct about it, I may not be.
Matthias Almada uses Royal, I believe, still.
Oh, okay.
What are you using these days, Bob?
I'm still using the same racket I think you're using. Are you using the Adidas? Yeah.
Okay.
Still using the Adidas.
Yeah, I love that racket, but I know it's been discontinued.
Yeah.
Both of us are on the hunt.
I think it's the 2021 model that we both play with. Yeah.
Yeah. You've been trying some new ones.
I have, but none of them seem to be able to.
They don't measure up.
Measure up to the the
no.
2021 Adidas.
I haven't tried any new rackets yet. That's not good to hear.
Yeah.
Putting it out there. I'm looking for my new racket, potentially new company that I can represent in 2024. Just putting that out there for anyone who might be listening.
Yeah, and that would be a good plan for any of you racket companies, because Riva is the #1 ranked woman player in the United States, a great representative for any brand. You're also welcome to endorse me, but I think you'd be the first person to ever endorse somebody in the 3rd division.
Well, Bob, Bob offers a lot more than he's giving himself credit for.
Yeah.
He's the one behind all of what you're getting to enjoy this weekend, spearheading the equipment for the streaming, the idea for us having this commentary. It's all.
Actually, one company did approach me, and they said if I paid $400 a racket, they'd be happy. They'd be happy to sponsor me.
That sounds like a deal, Bob.
Yeah,
you're ready. Ready to sign on the dotted line, right?
Yeah. No, I actually, when it comes to equipment, that's one of the frustrating things for me about the paddle racket industry is that the rackets are pretty expensive, and sometimes they break after a month.
Yeah.
And I really hope that the companies will continue to work on increasing the longevity and the durability of them. I mean,
Yeah, it's an interesting, coming from a tennis background, you
Yeah.
know, we're used to tennis rackets and then restringing and that part of the game, but a tennis racket, you can get a top tennis racket for $200. Whereas the paddle brands, if you're looking to use one of the top player level paddles, they're upwards approaching that $400.
yeah, $350, $400.
And you don't restring them. So I was, as a tennis player, I never broke tennis rackets.
Yeah, me either.
So I could use a racket for quite a, okay, now frames can get not stale, but you can lose the feeling in a frame over years and that sort of thing. But a tennis racket would last me a long time.
Yeah.
Whereas a paddle, and I'm not one to break paddles either,
Yeah.
but they still recommend, if you're someone that's playing a lot and has a reasonably solid impact with the face of the racket, they recommend changing your paddle every 6 months.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah.
you can feel.
Yeah, even
You
if
feel
they
a difference on
sure.
the impact of the ball.
even if they don't break, the foam eventually loses its
Responsiveness.
feel. Yeah, responsiveness. Now, pickleball, a competing racket sport, those rackets are very hard. It's not as much fun to hit a ball with them. That's why we're here at a paddle tournament instead of a pickleball tournament. But I don't think those rackets break very often. In fact, I remember hearing one sales representative for a racket company that sells pickleball rackets and paddle rackets, and he said that pickleball is where everything goes to die. because the salespeople can't sell very many rackets because you sell it once and it never breaks.
Interesting.
So yeah, I guess there is a balance.
Yeah,
the
I never thought about
Yeah.
pickleball from that perspective,
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah.
I should not knock pickleball.
I'm not
But
trying to knock them either.
Cannot get past the sound.
Yeah.
I cannot.
Yeah, if you get a thrill playing table tennis, ping pong, you'll probably get a thrill playing pickleball because it feels very similar. But
I enjoy playing table tennis.
yeah, but doesn't pickleball sometimes feel a little bit like a larger version of table tennis?
Well, I've heard it described that way. I maybe should not say much because I haven't given it much of a
Okay.
shot with actually racket to ball.
Well,
To
I don't know who in
call it a ball?
you do.
What is
it's
that?
It's a wiffle ball.
Oh.
You know, pickleball ball is a wiffle ball. But I don't know who. I mean, the tennis ball. I don't know who thought of it or invented it, but it's amazing how little it's changed in the last 50 years. The concept of the rubber and the felt, it's just a magical feeling, the way it compresses against the racket and the spin you're able to put on the ball.
It is magic.
I do.
No. We're just taking a quick break. One moment.
We are about to begin this quarterfinal match between Max Montano and Jose Montoya against Mauro Montenegro and Matias Tenconi. Max Montano to serve. Nice first point, won by Max and Jose.
They have the benefit of playing a match already in the tournament.
Yeah.
The Argentines this is their first match.
Uh-oh, ball just came over the side there. Okay, 30 love.
And Max and Jose's first match was very well fought, so they are well adjusted and into the tournament.
Probably playing with a lot of confidence too after that
win.
Nice win, yeah. 40 love. Second serve? Okay. Nice. So, first game of the match goes to Max and Jose.
There were a lot of people very impressed with the way these kids played yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know, is it okay to call them kids? They're 20 years old. I think of them as kids. I'm 3 times older than they are. So
I think they're okay with that. Well, maybe we need to double check.
Yeah, maybe we should ask them.
Young men.
Yeah.
Young men on the court.
A nice smash by Matias. 15 love.
There were quite a few other players watching their match last night. It was such a great match. And people, they don't know either of them. But a number of other Division I players were very, very impressed with Jose's game.
Yeah. Ooh, nice bajada there by Max.
Now you said Max has always played the right side.
He has. That was out, so it's 15-40.
We're going to have a guest in the booth here joining us.
Jesper Bogo will be joining us. He's going to take over from me for a little bit. Welcome, Jesper.
We'll just take a moment while he gets situated. That's a great pickup.
All right, now I have to be completely...
I'm going to do the score, but I lost it while we were doing that exchange here. Let's see where we're at. Mauro's still serving, so maybe it is a golden. Sorry, Matias still serving. Yes.
Looks like that was game.
Okay, so the Argentines held serve and got into this match. Welcome, Jesper.
Thank you.
I'm Riva.
Riva, I'm Jesper. Nice to meet you.
We met yesterday briefly, but
yes.
I've watched now both of your matches. How did it feel out there on the court?
Warm and warm and humid.
Yes.
I think it's really interesting to play these outdoor events because you kind of have to constantly adapt and adjust to the circumstances. So yesterday the smashes, whoa,
there.
Very nice. Well played by the Argentinians. I think yesterday the smashes were going out quite comfortably. It was much warmer. The ball felt more crisp today. It was a little
faster.
bit, wet and humid, and the smashes weren't going in the same way. So depending on sort of the time of day, you kind of have to adjust your gameplay. I think that's an interesting dynamic.
It is. It really is. And you played a really tough team this morning.
They're very good. Lovely guys, the two Mexicans. We had a nice chat with them after the game as well. They played, I mean, they're much better players, professional players. We are what I would call...
wow.
Whoa, some good rallies.
What?
I think he's claiming that he touched the net. I did not see a net touch. Can we have maybe a replay?
No, not yet.
No.
We're working on that.
Okay. I don't think he touched the net, but it looks like he...
Looks like they're 15-30.
He plays... You see here the smashes, they're just not going anywhere. There's not much point, even off of a back glass when he's got the backspin to really go for it. The smashes just don't fly in the same way, and it's warm, but there's something, the humidity probably makes it so that oh, that's lovely.
That's a great shot, I would say. And they won the game. I had the score totally wrong. Okay, so that was, or maybe we just...
Montoya and Montano won the game, it looks like. I think they won that point, with the net touch, yeah. Yeah, so it's a very different experience playing outdoor. We're from Scandinavia. We play probably 90% indoor in perfectly air-conditioned and perfect lights, and there's nothing to disturb the playing experience, where here you constantly have to find ways to win in circumstances that change even as the game moves on, where the sun is, how the wind is blowing.
Right.
And I find it extremely fascinating. I think a lot of my colleagues back in Denmark, they only want to play indoor.
Right.
I enjoy this. I enjoy playing outdoor.
Yeah, that discussion is held often in the paddle community. I think the top professionals prefer to play inside, and many people describe that as the pure form of the sport.
I would agree with that.
But then this is where the sport came from. So
no doubt.
When we talk about the pure form, is it where it has its roots, or is it where there's no factors to deal with? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the playing, people feel like they play better when it's indoor, because there are nothing to disturb. But I think, yeah.
Really good speed.
And I think he has to go for that, because the smashes just aren't going. I think he needs to fake it.
Yeah, we've seen some really nice bandejas and high volleys with a lot of spin in this match so far, which is keeping the ball low off the glass, as you mentioned.
See, he shows the smash but doesn't go for it. Shows the smash but doesn't go for it. He would rather accelerate with his vibra. I think that is the right strategy. I think the Argentinians look like they're playing the conditions quite nicely.
Both teams seem to be managing it well right now.
They probably are used to playing mostly outdoor, I would imagine.
Well, yeah, I haven't spoken to either of them about that. We'll ask them at some point. I don't know how well their English is, how well they speak English, so we'll have to have a conversation. I know they arrived later yesterday because they had this bye. And they're new players for us. We don't know them.
Okay. Yeah, I think this event is quite special in a lot of ways. It's a $25,000 tournament here in very cozy surroundings in northern Houston. I think that kind of prize money just attracts very good players, like the ones we're seeing on court here.
Yeah, how did you find out about the tournament, and what was the motivating factor for the contingency of Scandinavians coming?
I worked it. So I think we are either all employed or investors of the booking platform Magi.
Okay, okay.
And we are kind of just here to gauge the progress of US paddle. It's very interesting to see how it's coming along. I think we are working, have working relationships with some of with Red Paddle.
Yes.
So I think that is part of the motivation of coming here.
We're very excited about that partnership upcoming here in 2024.
Yeah. It feels like Red Paddle is doing a lot of good things to promote the sport of paddle and to create events that have a buzz around them. And that buzz reaches all the way to Scandinavia. So
wow.
That's why we came.
Hats off to Charles Messo and Coulter Wright, who are the founders of Red Paddle.
Yeah. See it again. The smashes are not going out. I think they have to. Has to be a grinder game. Just looking at the technical abilities of these two, I know you say you haven't seen the Argentinians before. I have the Mexicans as pretty clear favorites. They look technically a lot cleaner.
We had not seen them. I was unfamiliar with the two Mexicans until their match yesterday.
Okay.
And was very impressed with their match.
Yeah.
I know one of the Brazilian players here in Houston, Hitori, was outmatched a little bit in that match last night.
I think he gave a great account of himself. So I watched a lot of that. I thought he put up a really spirited fight. Was cramping at the end, just giving it his all. I thought it was a really entertaining match to watch.
Yeah, I enjoyed it thoroughly here in the booth.
And
I didn't want to leave.
No, and while watching these two young Mexicans play is extremely entertaining as well. I think it would have been fun to have the sort of the hometown favorite with his Brazilian partner. Would have been fun to have them continuing on in the tournament.
And he was so dynamic, so much personality, so much competitiveness on the court.
Yeah, his partner, the guy who's not from Houston.
Yes.
Yeah, that Latin energy, I like that a lot.
He told me about that competitive spirit the day before in our interview.
He wasn't lying.
He was not lying. So Bob and I don't know if it was Bob or Ehab that joined me in the booth. We started calling him the competitive monster.
That's a good one.
I don't know if he likes the moniker we've given him, but we'll see.
We actually, when we do commentary work in Denmark, we like to play around with nicknames as well. Come up with some fun ones, like the Undertaker, because he puts people to sleep, and yeah, it's our audience seems to find it quite entertaining.
Yes. Okay, we'll add a little bit more of that into our
some nicknames based on the personality. And I think that in general, I think in South America there's a tradition that you mostly give people nicknames based on their strengths. So something with if you're a big power smasher, then it's related to that. If you're a technical player, then it's related to that.
Okay.
But I think we can go in all manner of ways.
Yes, all right. You help me out if you're coming up with any here.
Actually, what we used to do is we used to get the audience to kind of text suggestions.
Ooh.
So if anybody's watching in Denmark right now, and I know that there is people watching in Denmark right now, by all means, in the YouTube comments, write your suggestions for the two young Mexicans and the Argentinians who we don't know about. If you have any nickname suggestions, bring them in.
That would be awesome. Okay, so I have some interview questions for players that we were going through a little bit on Thursday when we had some players in town. Are you okay if I ask you some of them?
Fire away.
All right. Okay, so first one.
First of all, let me compliment you on the note-taking. That is some serious note-taking in that book right there.
It's old school.
Yeah,
it's old school.
I
Pen
love
and
it.
Paper.
I love it.
Okay, when did you first start playing paddle?
I first started playing paddle 5-6 years ago.
Okay.
The very first courts that came to Denmark, I was one of the very first players playing. I actually represented the national team of Denmark in 2018, the very first team we ever sent.
To World Championships?
World Championship qualification.
Okay.
So we had to play Finland and France.
Okay.
Now, the main competition was in Paraguay, and we were all kind of talking with each other, the ones that got selected for the team. Have you, are you ready to go to Paraguay? Yeah, I speak a bit of Spanish. Yeah, have you taken time off work? All these different things. And we kind of, were halfway qualified in our own minds. What we didn't realize is we were terrible. We were so bad. At the time, maybe 25 people played paddle in Denmark and 8 got selected.
Okay.
So, I mean, we just had the
Just had to almost show up.
basically, you knew the rules, you could go.
If you were an athlete.
More or less, yeah. So we played France in the first round, and in total, in 3 team matches, we won 4 games. Not 4 sets.
No, 4
4
games, I know.
4 games. 4
France
games.
has a strong team.
France were very good. They're still very good, and I think they made 3rd at the World Championships that year. So, it was no shame losing to France. But then we played Finland afterwards,
And
we got equally smoked.
really?
Not quite as bad, but we got smoked again. So
Okay.
us qualifying for Paraguay was not close at all.
Okay, I'll ask you more about these questions
Sure.
following the games.
I want to give a shout out to the settings here at the Woodlands Paddle Club. It's a really cozy sort of a family atmosphere and vibe. I've really enjoyed the hospitality here. It's a venue unlike any one I've ever played before, but it's extremely cozy. Last night with the country music and the Texas barbecue style, and the owner's personal house is right there, and it's
Welcome to Texas.
yeah, no, I like it a lot. It's super cool.
Paloma Varela is one of the owners, or the main owner here at the Woodlands, and that's exactly who she is. She's a paddle lover, paddle addict, and really wants this. I missed a point there.
That's what happens when we're making conversation.
Yeah.
It's so tough to keep scores. Smashes is still not. Oh, smashes aren't going.
No, really not.
Yeah, I spoke to her yesterday. She said that she initially built 1 court for her son who was going for the U.S. junior national team. And then they built 1 more, and all of a sudden they've got 4 courts and, are an established club here in Houston.
Well, and that's a testament to Ehab. Ehab is her paddle director, has been the last year, and I really think that he pushed it into the setting we have here.
Yeah.
And the business we have here. There's a game for the Argentinians. Okay, I lost score there, but we're back.
So I would, for a nickname, I would play around with the fact that they both look a little bit, the Mexicans, they look similar. They have the same build. They're tough. They're gritty. That's something. If anyone's playing around with nicknames out there, I would. That's
Keep in mind.
Again, the smashes aren't going.
They're not going. That one was very close.
And yesterday they were. So we played yesterday at 3:30, and it was super hot. The balls were just flying everywhere.
I'm good friends with both Andreas and Kelly, the guys you played in the first round yesterday.
Lovely guys.
Really good guys. They didn't have their best form on court yesterday, I have to say. But you guys really took over the second set, especially with the smash.
Yeah, I think we just evaluated that while we see here the smash is not going anywhere. Yesterday it was. So each time we got the chance, even though we didn't necessarily kick the ball out of the court,
No.
we were still changing the pace to a point where it was putting. Oh, great get.
This is a great point.
Amazing. Goes for it.
Very smart.
Yeah.
Very smart.
Yeah, very
play
clever.
from Mauro.
I like Mauro as he seems both technically better than his partner, but also strategically better. He feels like he's moving the ball around a little bit more. I think he's, of the 2 Argentinian players, the superior player.
We'll often see that depending on the player on the wall.
Yeah, that is. You generally get to cover a little bit more in the overheads and cover a little bit more of the courts when it's two right-handed players. It's typically the left side player.
Oh, he almost got that.
That would have
I don't
been.
even know what you call that shot.
That's the Paquito special, the off the back wall kind of flip with the backhand.
Wow.
And that is oh, it's not break point.
No, he missed it.
Yeah.
If he had made that shot.
I feel pretty confident that it's going out. I feel pretty confident that the Mexicans are going to win this one. And I actually don't think it's going to be that close. So it's golden. No, it's game.
No,
game.
that was game.
Yeah.
5-2. Yeah, I would have picked them. After watching them play last night, I thought, there's no way this other team's coming in and going to compete with them. They just played so well. But I couldn't make that statement not knowing them at all.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been a different pair coming. But no, I think last night that game with the Brazilians versus the Mexicans was a completely epic game. If you haven't watched that game yet, it's out there on the Red Paddle YouTube channel. Go ahead and check that out. For me, that was match of the day.
Absolutely match of the day. Yeah, we didn't expect that from a first round match last night. But we're happy that we got to be here in the booth and experience it and show that to the world.
Yeah.
And we'll have more of those today.
Give a big shout out to the production quality here. I mean, this is very advanced, and this is a very, very good way of showcasing these amazing athletes and their ability, and just showcasing the sport of paddle in the U.S. I think I'm very impressed with the setup that you guys have built here.
That's a testament to Bob and John. John's come on board. This is his first time with us, and he's very, very experienced on the technical side. We're so grateful to have him here with us because it'll frees us up to do the part that we enjoy, which is watching and talking about paddle. Okay. Oh, he sends that one long. Wants that one back. Love 15. That's a great shot. Are you still on? Oh, we're back.
What? Wait.
We're making just a couple of adjustments here in the... Oh, that's 2 in this game.
Feels like the left side player is getting a little bit frustrated. Feels like he has to do a little bit.
Too much.
Yes, and doesn't feel entirely balanced in his game right now.
No. Isn't that funny? We can make that one game ago. We're talking about him being, you know, the stronger player on the court, and then just get a little bit tight with your shot choices.
I still think he is the superior player. I just think he feels too much pressure that he has to, like he can.
That one didn't even go out. How is that possible? Yeah, so that's an indication that the ball is very slow for us right now.
Yes.
Slow and heavy.
He was almost at the net right there. See, even this shot, he doesn't go for the smash at all. This one's not going anywhere. No.
Great defense.
Yeah. Reset the point nicely.
Oh. Off the top of the frame. We've seen quite a few of those this weekend so far on this #1 court. We saw a few in your match yesterday, a couple this morning, not from you necessarily.
There's been no audio on me?
No, now I have no audio for sure.
Yeah.
No.
No audio.
There
Now
we
we're
go.
back. What I do like a lot about this Argentinian playing right side is even that one doesn't go.
No. It's a good choice.
He is very clearly a very schooled right side player. He is doing a lot of things that makes me feel that he's a very natural right-sided player. This Matthias, yes, he looks very comfortable that side. He looks like he's moving and knows how to cover space, and his shot selection and the overheads and everything. It looks like he's a very schooled right-side player. All right, it's 5-3.
Did you play other sports growing up?
Yes.
What did you play?
I originally played table tennis.
Okay.
Was in the national team until as a junior. I was good but not great, I would say.
That's the first one, sorry.
First one came out, yeah.
First one.
We'll celebrate that. Yeah, he hit it just right. And even though he was very close to the net, he got a great touch on the ball. It still barely just went out. So, and looked like our friend Montenegro, he was, Mauro, he was a little bit surprised.
He was.
What I'm also seeing here is that there's a lot of sort of paddle intelligence. They understand when to lob. They understand how to when to reset the points. Especially serve down the middle. You're out of position. Slow the game down. Don't give speed from the middle of the court. So Matthias, he does try to play soft to not get pushed into his own corner afterwards.
This has been a quick game so far.
Yes, shame.
Wow.
Clever, nice angle.
Good hands. Okay, so table tennis.
Table tennis was my original background. Then I think I quit about 20, and at 25 I found a new sport which included table tennis. It's called racquetball. So it's a combination of 4 racket sports. You know, you have like triathlon, it's a multi. So this is table tennis, badminton, squash, and tennis.
Tennis. I've never played in a racquetball. I've been invited to play them many times at my hometown club, the Glencoe Club in Calgary.
Yeah. I played a tournament in Canada, in Winnipeg.
In Winnipeg of all places, my gosh, poor you. No, I'm just kidding. Maybe you went in the summer.
I can't remember.
Okay. Well, was it really dark and horribly cold?
No.
Okay.
No, it was nice.
Winnipeg can be beautiful in the summer as long as they're not having a season of horrendously giant mosquitoes that seem like they're going to carry you away.
Oh, wow. I'm glad I didn't experience that.
No, I'm just
So we got a golden point situation going on here. This is a big point. Oh, he gets it. No.
He touched the net.
Oh, that is a shame.
That was a good point. Exciting point.
Felt like he could have jumped and got that. He just kind of, his feet were glued to the ground.
Maybe he was not sure exactly where he was.
It's definitely one of these situations where it's tough to, you're looking up into the air and you don't quite know where you are on court, but it feels like if he'd have just set his feet and jumped, he might have got that one.
I think you're right. And that allowed the Mexicans to take the first set 6-3.
Yeah. Not unsurprisingly, I would say. I think it is as expected. I think the Mexicans are the superior pair, but I do think that Matthias and Mauro,
yes,
they look like they were picking up at the end, and they are pressuring a little bit. I actually especially think that Matthias was picking up his game a lot towards the end, making less errors and
making less errors, moving the ball around,
yes.
structuring the points well.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can continue on that upward trajectory in the second set.
Yeah.
Put a little more pressure.
And to finish off my story, so it goes from table tennis to racquetball, and then I found paddle 5 years ago. I went past a spell of doing CrossFit for a couple of years, and then, I knew that racket sports, that's my thing. That's my thing. So and now I found paddle. It feels like it's the ultimate racket sport.
You've become a paddle addict along with the rest of us?
100%.
Okay.
100%. I play every day.
Well,
Every
I
single
would
day.
love to play every day. I'm a mom of 2 very busy kids. I have a 10-year-old son and a 6-year-old daughter.
And how about introducing them to paddle?
They play. They both play a little bit.
Okay.
But we all have very strong personalities.
Yeah.
And I think there's a very conscious effort to not do the thing that mom does.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
So, not from my daughter so much. She's really enjoying it, and we'll see what she plays. She likes to do everything.
Mm-hmm.
My son is really into Ninja Warrior.
Okay.
He's actually at a competition here in Houston right
That's
now.
very cool.
Yeah.
You become a sort of a general, all-round athlete, having to be able to do that. I think that's a very cool sport. Sort of a gymnastics / strength-based type of competition.
It is. It's pretty cool. I'm trying to make sure he continues doing other sports because he's still young, and who knows where he ends up landing, you know. But it's been his favorite for years already, and he's pretty good.
So just to understand Ninja Warrior, and I know this is a bit off topic, seeing as watching a paddle game.
Yeah.
But did Ninja Warrior, the sport, did that originate out of the TV program, or did the TV program originate out of the sport?
That's a really good question that I don't know the answer to.
Okay. Because obviously the TV program became wildly popular, and then other people, regular people, thought, hey, I want to try this.
I think the sport came from, who knows which was first exactly,
Chicken or the
but
egg?
there was a lot of development within the sport after the TV show started airing.
Okay.
Yeah, and they actually took, I mean, it is a source of entertainment, it is a TV show, so everyone has their stories, you know, you submit a video to see if they choose you.
Yeah.
And it's become more about the top athletes the last couple years. But before that, you sold your story.
It was an average Joe that just walked on and just did his thing, and it was someone that the audience could relate to.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so for many years we saw a lot of people on the show who weren't necessarily the top athletes.
Okay. But it is interesting if it's it's a popular sport in Denmark as well.
It's grown all over the world.
Yeah, it's popular everywhere, and if it's interesting how that spot of exposure on television just had this thing balloon and become extremely popular, and who knows, maybe paddle will have the same journey.
Yes, to all of you watching, we need a paddle TV show. So who can help us make that happen? You have it?
No. I agree that we need the show.
Okay.
I think that's. I think paddle needs to be.
But that didn't go out either. Great placement.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like Matthias is running out, and I know that it's natural to run out in that situation, but I don't think he needs to do it per se, because the ball's just generally not going.
No, he needs to adapt to what's in front of him.
Exactly.
Here we are at a golden point again. Really nice to see, and that applies long. Argentinians hold that first game. No, I'm gonna just correct this one moment here. The Argentinians win the first game of the second set.
Perfect. Yeah, I agree that paddle needs to promote itself, and part of that story is things like this, things like a high quality stream from an event like this. Paddle needs to tell its own story. We can't wait for sort of the mainstream media to come covering it. We need to be our own source of
media and promotion.
Yes.
I've had conversations a few times with people about this trend in the world. So we all know well probably the Netflix shows. Formula One was huge.
Great defense.
But after the show, I feel like everyone knew about Formula One. I wasn't someone that knew anything about it before the show.
That's Netflix, and also you can argue the Ryan Reynolds Wrexham talking about some random Welsh football club or soccer club. that is shoulder programming, and that is what gets people interested. And those are the two most prime examples. And to a lesser extent, I think paddle can learn
Yes.
from that. Also, now Netflix is doing Breakpoint, and they're doing things around the golf. And I just think that is the trend. That is the thing moving forward. So we need to find ways to build storylines around these best players. And I think you have some interesting top players here in the US, and they need to be promoted and branded.
Speculating last night during the match about who was the current coach of Max Montano. Bob was mentioning that he has kind of a virtual coach out of Paraguay. I was wondering if it's someone that I knew from that community, and it is not who I suspected. The coach's name is Herman Canala. And he also has a training coach named Claudio Kohler. That's all virtual, which is something I'd never heard of before, actually.
Me
Have
either.
you?
No, not a virtual coach per se. I've heard of a lot of app-based products around teaching people how to play. But a virtual coach, I would imagine that he streams and sends in feedback, and then you have a coach sitting in another location that's giving him feedback on drills, exercises, technical tips, stuff like that.
Exactly.
I haven't heard of that model yet. It's for a top player like this Max Montano, then that's probably okay, but not a scalable model in terms of
No.
having it be widely popular. But interesting, maybe he lives in a location that's where he doesn't really have access to good coaching for whatever reason.
Or if it's just this relationship. I can see that could work, as long as you have someone that can help you execute the actual training.
Yeah. Yeah, you have to have someone feeding you. You have to have someone willing to do drills with you on a day-to-day basis, and then having a top coach somewhere from a remote location that's talking to you about technical and tactical improvements.
This point is absolutely spectacular. There hasn't been any amazing shots or gets, but this is probably the longest point of the tournament.
There's just a lot of... No one's really...
And that brings it back. Oh, I thought they were exiting the court. It was a game, but no.
No. Looks like it could be golden.
I think it's golden point, unless they're...
Yeah, they're still serving. No, the Mexicans were serving, right? I think it's 1-0.
All right. Sorry, everyone. I get talking.
We get lost in conversation, and that's okay. As long as the audience can more or less follow what's happening.
I thought they were setting themselves up for a break in that last game, which would have
It was a night.
actually really changed the dynamic of this match.
Absolutely. Very nice. I really feel like Matthias has stepped up his game a lot. I felt like he was the weakest player on court, sort of in the first part of the game, but I feel like he's really playing better and better, finding his groove.
I agree with you. He's taken out the errors.
Yes, and he's not a flashy player. He's not a flashy player that does a lot of that does a lot of tricky things, but he sets his partner up nicely, and part of doing that is being stable and solid and not making any errors. And yeah, I feel like he's really executing on that right now.
We've seen a change to the strategy from Malco on his overheads. He's hitting, instead of trying to hit the ball out of the court, which we've seen all of them try to do here,
more fake smashes.
He's setting up the points and then looking to hit a hard smash into the back glass that will run forward. So he's looking to catch them out of position.
Oh,
Wow.
amazing.
Spectacular.
Amazing.
Jose was just ready and waiting for that unbelievable get from Mauro. Bob was excited out of his chair behind us here.
That was a world-class rally. I think it speaks to the intelligence of these players that, was it Jose? Jose, that he just, I mean, he goes and he covers that shot. He's really playing well at the moment, Jose. They're super interesting to watch the way they play. It's technically sound and moving the ball around nicely. I'm very impressed with these Mexicans.
I kept saying that in the match yesterday. All of that, but also, okay, that was a misfire by Max off the forehand, but
We call it the commentator's curse. So you compliment someone, and the very next second they make an error.
it's true. We were talking about their composure. That's the part that has surprised me the most. They're so young. They're both only 20 years old. But through all the tough moments, I didn't see either of them get tight or start making irresponsible choices. There, that overhead is going now.
Yeah.
At least they have that one that they can, setting up another.
And honestly, this could be the temperature. This could be the fact
Yeah.
that it's just getting 3-4 degrees warmer. The ball is becoming a little bit warmer and more bouncy.
Yes.
That could be the difference, that he's now hitting it back to himself as opposed to giving a counter-attacking opportunity.
Okay, here we are with a golden point.
This is huge.
This is a big, big point.
Nice change over from Argentina. That's going out. That's going out. He's got it. And I think that might have hit the lights. That's why he stopped. Because it looked like he was going to get that.
Yeah, I thought he was going to get that.
But he stopped when he was outside. I think he just hit the...
So with a break of serve
was a break of serve.
for the Mexicans. Okay, so tell me about it sounds like you've done a lot of commentating.
Yes. So we have a product that in the Danish paddle community called Matchai TV. It's a streaming platform. And that streaming platform, we have an agreement with the Danish Paddle Association that we get to show all the big events. And we live stream those, and sometimes I commentate on those.
Okay, and is it true? Does Matchai have a device that you can give to clubs that sign on with Matchai, or a camera?
Yes, it's a camera.
System for them to integrate into their own club local streaming.
Yes. So basically, it works. Matcha TV's core use case is that you have you install a camera. It can be on the bottom of the mesh fence. You can have it there on the center of the court. You can also have it placed a couple of meters behind on a wall. And then the players will go and activate it using QR code.
Okay.
They'll activate it. They'll go play, and then they'll after the match is sent, it gets you get shipped the recording of your match free of charge. Everything.
Very cool.
It's a very, very cool product, and we're also using that as a means of streaming the big tournaments. Now the setup is nowhere near as flashy and advanced as this. We sit with a laptop and we sit in. I'm not sure if it's vMix, but some of the same products and with the same editing tools, and then we just kind of sit and commentate and talk about paddle for the whole weekend, and it's quite a popular product. A lot of people tune in.
Okay.
and we, yeah, it's just about promoting the sport and building storylines around some of the players. And you know, we've been doing it for 10, 15 times now, and you can definitely just see viewership numbers going up and up.
Okay, we'll have to check that out. I haven't watched it before, but this is our, Bob and I were, this is our 4th time.
Oh,
And
nice
boy,
kick.
it makes a big, every time it makes a big difference in terms of the level of production and comfort. Wow. Oh my
What a
goodness.
rally. That's amazing.
Mauro.
Mauro thinking on his feet there.
Or maybe not thinking, as the case
Yeah.
may be. Reacting.
Great
reacting
Great
really well.
instincts. Yeah. Extremely good at just absorbing the pressure and the power, using the back glass. Great play for Max. That is a classic right side. You get the backhand volley, you play to the side glass, then you step in for the kill. It's a classic 1-2 combination. Oh, I think all of the... We have probably about 10,000 views on average for one of these Danish top events.
Okay.
And I think those 10,000 views, they would appreciate the level, the streaming level that you have at this here. This is Match at TV is nice, but it's not really built for live streaming with multiple cameras, and the camera quality here is a lot better.
Well, we're still learning how to take advantage of all of the high level gear that Bob has purchased and is playing with.
Yeah.
It's all thanks to him. Max has had a couple big misses in this game. Let's see if they hand them this break. Great pick.
Matthias, he just feels more and more comfortable in this game.
Does. Yeah.
Really feel like he's just
Both of them are
certainly-
really settling in.
yeah, certainly Mauro, who's the creative. He's the one that's gonna be the difference maker. Great shot from Max. He's gonna be the difference maker in this, but he needs a stable, solid partner, and I think Matthias is really picking up in that role.
Yeah, I agree with you. We might see a match.
Amazing if we get an epic match like the one we had yesterday with Brazil versus Mexico.
Yes.
Oh, it's right up in the sun.
Yeah, they're starting to make use of those sky-high lobs. I play often, most of my play is indoors as well, and so the sky lob is one
Oh, he's missed that. He's missed that.
just wide, bringing on a golden point here. Peter Alonso says that's his best shot, so we'll see him out here later today.
Mhm.
Sky lob, and then he can change matches around completely by using that shot.
It is if you use it effectively up in the sun, it's almost an attacking shot. I mean, it's the only thing is being able to gauge the wind factor. If you can handle that, then the sky lob is extremely effective. I have a story about the sky lob that I can share with you in a second. Very nicely constructed rally here. Argentinians very comfortable just to be on the defense.
Wow. Yep.
It has to go. It has to go. It doesn't go.
He was not in a very good position to take that
No,
shot.
his balance was going backwards. What a shot. This is a really, really nice paddle rally. Oh.
¡Enorme, cabrón!
That was an absolutely fantastic point Matthias is very disappointed in himself that he missed that last volley.
I was in Spain 6 months ago playing a match with a national team girl, female, and from Denmark, and she'd never really played outdoor before. So I kept giving her the sky lob and up into the sun, and towards the end, she was just standing there looking up in the sun, and her tears were coming down her eyes.
Oh no!
And after I did it like the 10th time, she looks over at me and she's like super mad at me. Are you having fun now? Is this fun paddle? Do you enjoy this?
You're like, yes, this is part of the game.
I'm like, this is totally part of the game.
I need to take advantage of all aspects that I can.
She was mad at me.
No, that's
standing there with tears rolling down her eyes. Poor girl. Shout out to Julia. You remember that story?
Julia, come and play with us here on North American soil. We'd love to have you.
Definitely, there's a chance I can bring Danish players here in the future.
We'd love that.
I think it was Division 3 yesterday. I saw a couple of girls, a local girl here from Houston. She was playing, and they were playing a couple of girls that I think were Spanish. There's a couple of girls playing. There was a very, very high level. Looked really, really good.
Well, I know Astrid is here and playing Division 3. I don't know who her partner is. Astrid is one of the top females here in the U.S.
She played really well. And they were playing against the girl I saw was Vivian playing again. I don't know the names, but it was paddle at a very high level.
That's fun.
Bit of frustration here from Mauro. He knows the game is running away from him.
It is. Just 2 gifts that he gave there.
I thought Andres was bringing us coffee there.
I think he
is.
I think he just might be.
Oh.
Wow. We're getting
absolute hero.
We're getting gifts in the booth.
I noticed that while I've been here, people are very polite. No one's asked me about my...
We all have gifts. Who drinks coffee?
I drink coffee, certainly.
All right. Let's see. Let's see
Certainly.
what we have. I'm getting first pick because I'm picky.
Go ahead.
Y'all.
Go ahead.
Okay, we've got an iced regular.
Yeah.
This one.
That's looks like it could be a macchiato.
I don't know. It looks small.
Yeah. It's an iced macchiato. It's just milk.
Oh, well that doesn't work. Okay, so how are we gonna do this? We need another cup.
You guys have the coffee. Go ahead.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm a guest here. I'll let you guys enjoy your coffee.
And this is milk.
You want
John.
milk?
We're talking about coffee on air. Sorry, everyone.
That's important. You know, we're here all day, or you guys are here all day. You need to be caffeinated.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but here the Mexicans are running away with this set.
Yeah.
They were so close. We could feel at the beginning of this last changeover,
They had
the Argentinians had picked up.
They had 3 break points in the last game, and then they lost that, and then it goes very
Momentum.
very fast. Yeah. And that's the beauty of this golden point. You get these points where it's so crucial that you win them. What's your opinion on golden points versus
Playing it out?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good question.
I'll tell you the story about this is in Premier Padel, they're playing it out. They asked the players what they preferred, and 66% said we would prefer to play it out as opposed to the golden points.
I would prefer to play it out.
Yeah.
But I have a tennis foundation.
Yeah.
And I grew up playing that way. So I think it's a better testament to the skill on the court.
Yeah.
Leaving less of the games up to chance.
Yeah, I completely get that point. I am of a different opinion. I view it from the point of the entertainment factor, about having crunch points, ones that are really, really important. And I think golden point works very well in in establishing more crunch situations, more clutch points.
Yes.
So I think for the spectator, I think it's better.
I am old school when it comes to a lot of these changes to sports. I'm old school. I'm a purist, perhaps.
Smashes are going now. You see, I think it's got to do with the temperature. The sun is out now. You can see there's more sun on the court. It's definitely picked up a couple of degrees, and I think that makes the difference as to why the smashes are going.
I think you're right about that for sure. It was very heavy conditions when you were on the court. Very, very heavy. Did you see who won the first point?
Argentina won the first point. There's a smash from Mauro.
When your match started, the glass was still very wet.
I think that was a big advantage for us, actually.
I agree with you.
That actually gave us a fighting chance because we're playing against players that are professional players, significantly better than us. I think that made it more up to chance. It gave us a chance to come out, kind of play things on the volley, not play with the glass too much, and I prefer to play under better circumstances, or under more pure circumstances. But I think in this game it was to our advantage.
Yeah, it was uncomfortable for all 4 players, especially on this side, which wasn't getting the sun early.
Yeah.
And another game for Max and Jose.
Long way to fly in from Buenos Aires and lose 6-3, 6-2, and then head back. No prize money, no nothing.
No. I think they've been traveling around playing quite a bit. Someone mentioned that they had played against, I don't know if it was both of them or one of them that played a match a couple months ago against Matias and Juan in Mexico.
Okay. It's not a bad life, just traveling around, playing tournaments, meeting people.
Well, if it's your goal to play, it's what you have to do.
Yeah.
And all 4 players on the court right now are quite young. Still developing paddle talent.
How do you think the Mexicans are going to fare against the best? There's a couple of U.S. pairs in the draw that are very good. How do you think the Mexicans are going to fare?
I think that they have a chance to do very well. I mean, I don't think that they'll compete with the first seeds coming in, Diego Ramos' team. But even against Peter and Jacobo, I would be interested to see how a match against them would go.
I think they have a style where they have so much. They're so safe with. They don't make any errors really.
No.
And it technically looks so nice. So I think they can absorb a lot of pressure.
And they can go all day.
Yeah.
Clearly. So that's an advantage they have over a lot of players in this draw, I think.
Especially in these conditions where it is really tough to play a long 3-set match. We saw yesterday the local guy from Houston playing against the Mexicans cramping up towards the end.
Yeah, I mean, Hitori's a bit older, and this is not his job. You know, he's a weekend warrior like you, perhaps, and like me.
I like that term, weekend warrior. It's good.
It's a term that was very commonly used in Ultimate Frisbee.
Okay.
Not that I played very much Ultimate, but my husband did.
Okay.
At a very high level, and
we can steal some of the best terms from Ultimate Frisbee. Why not?
There we go. There you go. Let's see. It would be really good for them to try to get a hold. I don't think they're going to come back in this set.
I don't feel they're going to come back in the set, but you know, for the satisfaction And you know, just things change. You know, you win a couple of golden points all of a sudden. Oh, they've changed sides a couple of times here, where they end up being on opposite sides. They've changed now. You notice that?
Yes. Just when they're serving, they're changing on the serve.
Yeah, mixing it up. And I think I actually have never really thought about that as a strategy, but I think if you're down by a bunch, why not try to mix it up? You feel like with the current situation, it's not going to work out. I kind of like that. I think that's an interesting strategy. Mix it up, give your opponents a different look and feel. Yeah.
Well, because your opponents have their strategy in mind. Yeah. They have their rhythm of what they've been doing and clearly working.
Yeah.
And you give them something that looks entirely different, and they have to adapt.
Yeah. I think it's a very interesting strategy. It's something that I learned a little bit of something today here. Maybe Matthias and I could have thought about that. Matthias is he prefers to play left side. My partner today that we played. Maybe we could have switched it up, giving the Mexicans a different look and feel. I think it's a interesting strategy.
I am just going to look up here because I should know the draw well enough that I should know who's next in line. That's a different.
We have the draw here.
I've got it. I will be here in just a second. Some circuit.
It's that one, Torre and Salvidia versus Riverol and Arispe.
Okay.
I'm sure those names makes a lot of sense to you guys. I don't know them.
Yes. Okay, so
that one.
This one will be won by that team.
Yeah.
I mean, that's my prediction.
Yeah, it's okay to make predictions.
We know Francisco and Jose Arispe, JP and Paco. We know them very well here. I think they have a very tough match ahead of them, and great shot. But let's see, nothing is absolute in paddle.
Now they've changed it. Yeah, they changed it. In the middle of the rally. This is super interesting.
Yeah, I haven't seen teams do it quite to this extent before.
I mean, obviously, when they return, they have to do it, but it's just adding another layer to this layer of confusion.
So the winner of this match.
How epic would it be if they make that change and they come back?
Oh.
He's read it so well, Mauro as well.
He did.
He's right there.
Right there.
He even managed to get extremely close to the net.
Not playing with a lot of margin in this rally.
There
it goes.
There it is. 4 match points.
Yeah. So Max and Jose having the win of this match.
Have a shot. Have a shot.
Oof.
Oh.
Reacted. And they're on the opposite side again.
Things. All right. Not going down without a fight.
One. That's right. So they will play the winner of the match, Nico Agritelli Nolly Grinda against Peter Alonso and Jacobo Blanco.
Okay.
That match could prove to be a very, very tough, well-fought match later today.
That's, this evening, right?
It's at noon.
Oh, that's the quarterfinal?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think the winner of that match will be a very tough match for the
They
young
did it.
Mexicans
They did
here.
it.
They did it.
They did it. They're clearly very relieved.
6-3, 6-2.
Making the semis guarantees you prize money as well, right?
Yes. Yes.
If you've traveled a long way, yeah, getting your expenses covered, that's very nice.
Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break here, but I want to ask one more question about Matchai because you're coming into the North American market.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what you have to offer. It's a club product, right?
So Matchai is booking and administration software. It essentially serves all your needs in terms of the administration for your club. It fully automates your club as well. So when you make a booking, you will receive a code that you can access via an access panel.
Okay.
So let's say you have courts out here in the free, then you'll have a gate on the side of the court, and then you can press your code based on the booking. It also automates the whole lighting system, so it only turns on the light when there is a booking.
Okay.
Which is very relevant for indoor clubs who don't want people just to walk in and just play for free.
Right.
So it is your full booking and administration tool. Handles payments, handles everything. So basically, the level of administration you have to do is just focusing on creating the activities and creating the content that you want inside of your paddle venue. Everything else is pretty much automated and handled by Matchai, down to and including the support. So if your customers have issues with booking a court, we have a support line to call with that. So it is the second biggest platform for booking systems in the world, and growing very fast. So it's a very interesting company to be a part of, and this North American journey that we're about to engage on, I find super exciting, and we're really happy to find good solid partners over here.
Yeah, we're happy to have you here. Thank you so much for making the journey. Thank you for joining me here in the booth.
And I'll look forward to listening in to the stream the rest of the day.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, we're here today at the Red Paddle 4th circuit tournament, summer circuit tournament here in Houston, Texas at the Woodlands Paddle Club. Welcome. I'm sitting here with Pedro Tocafundo.
Perfect.
And Matias Almada. And I'm going to ask them a few questions and see what they can tell us about their paddle life. Okay, we'll start with you, Pedro.
Okay.
When did you first start playing paddle?
My story in paddle, it's too short. I just played paddle like 2 years ago. The first time. I'm from Brazil. I'm very happy to be here playing paddle in the United States. I have a good friend called Ettore that plays tennis with me. I am an ex-tennis player. So I play tennis like until 21 years old. And then I passed 7 years just studying. I am a lawyer. And then the paddle came to my life and be like a hurricane, because I start paddle, I love it, and I got this competition feeling again. And then, you know, I was manager in the multinational company.
Okay.
And then the paddle starts to be like really big, really important in my life. And then I said, no, I just have right now to play paddle, to play professional. So today I don't do anything
other than play paddle.
Perfect, yes. And I'm so glad and I'm so happy to did that.
Yes,
and
we're glad you did that too.
Yes, and you know, the paddle here, it is a phenomenal growing, but you know, in Brazil too, but in Argentina, that is my friend Almada, the paddle is like the second sport just behind soccer.
El segundo grande sport.
El segundo sport más practicado.
Sí, crecimiento en el mundo.
Wow.
Sí, in España too. So that's why I did that decision.
Okay.
I make that decision, you know.
And so do you live here in the U.S. or you live in Brazil?
No, I live in Brazil.
Okay.
I just came here to play this tournament, to know the paddle in the United States. I already talked to one coach, the PPL coach too.
Yes.
So
What
I
team?
I know Las Vegas.
Las Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I didn't came
Not
to
not
this
next year,
PPL.
Matti. Not next year.
No, next.
No.
No. So that's why I'm came to know the people, to know the paddle,
Okay.
and I'm very happy. And let's play the tournament. Let's see.
Let's see. Great answer. Okay, can you translate for Matthias
Yes.
that same question? When did he first start playing paddle?
Mati, ¿cuándo inició jugando pádel? ¿Cuál fue la primera vez que jugó?
10 years.
Habla
ago.
español.
Hace de-
En español. 10 años atrás, jugaba tenis antes, professional tenis, y después empecé a jugar pádel cuando dejé de jugar tenis y me metí a este deporte que lo practico ya hace 11 años atrás.
11 years.
11 years ago.
Yes.
Wow.
And he is a pro tennis player too, like me, and be in love with the paddle too.
Yeah, yeah.
And now Matthias vives en México,
Sí, ahora
¿sí?
vivo en México, también hace 6 años que estoy en México y hace 3 años que estoy viniendo a jugar a Estados Unidos, por eso nos conocemos con todos aquí con Riva. Casualmente la primera vez que vine a jugar a Estados Unidos fue en Houston, después fuimos a Miami, Las Vegas, así que muy contento de estar aquí y de ser parte de Red Padel por tercera vez, ¿no? Segunda vez.
Segunda vez. Sí. And Matthias and I are on the same PPL team.
Oh,
I don't know if you knew that.
No,
Go Stingrays.
Go
estamos en la misma
¡Vamos!
Vamos Stingrays. Yeah,
era y ustedes están en la misma equipe.
sí, así es.
Okay, on to another question. Pedro, how do you prepare for matches and your best performance?
My best performance in the life.
How do you prepare
Oh,
on
okay,
the
okay,
paddle
okay,
court?
Okay, perfect. My preparation starts in the week of the tournament. I normally go to the gym 2 times,
Okay.
and in the day behind start playing, I just practice a little bit, like today, like 40 minutes.
Okay.
Just feel the court, and I do some a lot of stretching,
Stretching.
yes, and dynamical stretching to be like so less, not heavy for the day of the match.
Mm-hmm.
And actually, in the day of the match, I just eat just a little bit, not too heavy food, not too heavy. Don't drink. I drink a lot, but the preparation starts normally in the week of the tournament.
Okay.
Two times in gym, 1 time just running in the park, in the gym, and the day before a little bit just for feel the court, and in
Okay.
the day of the match, the food. Yeah, I care about the food, and 30 minutes before I start warming
up.
up. Yes.
We have true professionals on our hands this weekend, everyone. So let's see what they can bring on the court. Okay, now can you ask Matthias the same question? How does he prepare for his matches and best performance?
Mati, ¿cómo te preparas para los partidos y para llegar en tu mejor forma para las partidas?
Y empiezo, la verdad que estoy tratando de cambiar mis hábitos ahora que está muy competitivo el circuito, te lleva a entrenar cada vez más, a comer mejor, entonces estoy empezando por ese lado, comer mejor, entrenar más en gimnasio y en cancha, así que en la semana me preparo con todo, digamos, comiendo saludable, gimnasio y en cancha unas 4 horas en total por día, y después cuando llegamos cerca del torneo bajamos la carga, entrenamos 2 horas solamente de pádel para estar más ligeros para los torneos.
Did you understand?
I think so, yeah. He's preparing with what he eats, he's preparing in the gym, he's preparing on the court about 4 hours a day, until
Yes,
the day before.
Yeah, not the day before. Some days,
More days before.
and then he put low the hours. Yeah, just 2 hours in the day.
The day
of,
before.
Yeah, before, and then let's play.
Right. Okay.
Nothing more.
No, that sounds perfect. Okay. Let's see. Okay. What other sports did you play growing up other than tennis?
Okay, it's not that hard, this question, because I am Brazilian, you know. So obvious. I'm playing soccer. I love soccer. My team it's playing right now, so I just looking at the phone. What's the score? So soccer. I played like tennis and soccer until 14 years old.
Okay.
That I came to Nick Bolletary Academy.
Okay.
And then just start playing just tennis. But
Okay.
in my head, I didn't know if I will choose tennis
Or soccer?
Or soccer, yes.
Okay.
So, but I play like tennis, soccer, a little bit of volleyball, but I am too short, you know, to volley. So beach volleyball just for fun.
Yeah.
But the rackets was always in my hand.
Okay.
So all the sports in the rackets, and now I came to Brazil the pickleball. You know?
Oh no, we don't like to hear that.
Yes. No, actually, I
Just
didn't
joking.
know if I like or not. I never played, but the pickleball just
It's coming.
to Brazil.
Okay. We'll get back to you about that, how it's going in Brazil. So how many years did you live at Bollettieri?
1 year and a half.
Okay.
Yeah, I was 13,
Okay.
14 and a half, you know. I was a huge experience in my life, the best one,
Yeah.
because I didn't say one word in English, and after 1 year,
You spoke everything.
I spoke Spanish first,
Yeah.
because I
Right.
had to do a friend from Spanish to work in a high school,
Okay.
and after that I spoke English.
Okay.
Yeah, was a
Man,
a
I
huge
wish I had
experience.
done that as a young person. I only played my tennis in Canada, which at high altitude, it was not a good, I mean, it was okay, but it could have been better. Can you ask that same question of Matias? What other sports he played growing up?
¿Qué esportes practicó en tu infancia
Cuando era
toda, sí, cuando chico?
My first sport is basketball. It's my favorite sport for me. Is the best. And bueno, after I practice tennis so much, jugué mucho tenis profesional y de ahí me pasé al pádel. Únicamente básquet. Mi deporte favorito es el básquetbol.
Okay.
Sí, sí. Amo el básquet.
It's so high.
Of course, it makes sense. He should play basketball.
Yeah.
Okay, remind me, how old are you, Pedro?
I am 31.
31, and you are 33.
No. 29.
Why would I thinking 33?
I don't know.
The white
My
hair.
gosh,
The white hair. No?
29. I know the answer to that question. That's the problem. I've asked him that many times before. Okay, all right, here is one. Pedro, who is your biggest paddle supporter in your life?
It is a hard question because I had a team, I had a good friends that helping me. But today, I think it's called Bruno Nakidi. That
I
is,
know Bruno.
You know Bruno? So Bruno Nakidi is my partner today in Brazilian circuit, and he's the first professional player that came to me and said, "Oh Pedro, you can practice this sport as well. You have a potential. So let's play together. I'm gonna teach you. I'm gonna." And Bruno is a little bit older than me, so he said, a little bit. So he said, Pedro, just come with me, and I'm gonna teach you, show you. And today, it is a dream that came true because Bruno turns my partner, you know.
That's amazing. That's a nice story.
Yes.
I met him in Mexico when Brazil actually won the World Cup. I was there for that. He was on the team. It was an amazing moment.
Cool.
And we have sons that are very similar ages. So
Leo.
we don't keep in touch a lot, but once in a while we say hello, and yeah, he's one of my contacts in Brazil. So I'm happy that he's taken you under his wing.
Cool. Yes. Leo. I love Leo. That is his kid, and we have a good.
A good relationship.
Yeah, relationship. Yes.
Okay, can you ask Matias who his biggest supporter is?
¿Quién eres la persona que más te ayudó? No, compañero. La persona que más te ayudó en toda la vida de pádel, sí.
I think jugué 2 años que creo que fueron los más importantes, donde sentí que aprendí mucho, que fue con el Tolito. A pesar de ser
solamente Tolito Aguirre.
Solamente only Tolito Aguirre.
Okay.
Es muy amigo mío y a pesar de eso jugamos 2 años juntos y la verdad que entendí el deporte, lo empecé a entender porque jugaba mucho tenis dentro de la cancha.
Como yo.
Exactamente. Y con él me marcó cosas que otros compañeros no lo hacían y lo entendí muy fácil y creo que ahí empecé a jugar, a mejorar mi nivel. Yo creo que él fue una de las personas que más me ayudó dentro de la cancha.
Por sacar una foto.
Okay.
¿Puedes sacar una foto de nosotros?
Okay, here's kind of, this one might be a difficult one. Let's see. Who and or what inspires you most in your life? Not just in paddle, in your life.
In all my life, the person called Bernardinho. That is a volleyball coach.
Okay.
From Brazil.
Okay.
That wants everything in the history. Wants 2 Olympic games, and calls Bernardo Rezende.
I'm not okay.
Yeah, he is the most important coach in Brazil ever, and he inspires me a lot because I have a really close relationship with him.
Okay.
He is a really good friend from my dad, and he always came to my house, and we passed like all nights talking about the sports.
Okay.
And he is like one of the biggest sport person in Brazil to the history, and he's the person who it's my inspiring me, and I am he's my idol.
That's amazing. I think I need a person like that, Matias. Where do I find a person like that? No, I'm kidding. Okay, can you ask Matias for me what and or who most inspires him in life?
¿Quién eres la persona que más te inspira en toda la vida, en todo el deporte, y por qué?
En el deporte.
Sí, en deporte, en la vida, ¿quién eres la persona que más te inspira y más te ayuda y bueno, tu referencia?
Puedo hablar, creo que
So we are live here from the Woodlands Paddle Club, the 3rd quarterfinal. We got Paco hitting his Vibora here. Paco playing with JP. And they're playing against what I am told are the favorites. Diego Ramos and Torre. You'll have to bear over with me. I'm just kind of learning how this technically works. Now the score is currently not 30-all, but I missed one of these rallies trying to figure out how this works. Could be 30-40. First game to Paco and JP. Now I was fortunate enough to personally play the quarterfinal, the first one this morning, 8 o'clock, against a very strong Mexican pair. We lost pretty comfortably. They were considerably better than us. The court was extremely moist, extremely humid. The glasses were slippery, and I don't think we're seeing any of that anymore. I think the court plays very, very nicely right now. But it is warm, and you will see people needing to fill up on electrolytes as this becomes long, intense 3-set matches. It is physically quite grueling out there. Favorites are off to a not fantastic start. JP and Paco being very solid, defending nicely. You might argue that the favorites are forcing things a little bit, trying to go for things a bit too aggressively at this point. And JP and Paco so far have managed to absorb the pressure. I really like the dynamism of Torre. He's moving across court, he's covering angles, so he's very aggressively looking for balls, loose balls across the middle. Sometimes he gets them, sometimes he doesn't. I've seen him reach a couple of those by now, and that dynamism forces, especially JP in the when he's defending under net height, it forces him to be very aware where Torre is moving. Great shot from Paco. And a little bit surprising. We have a break already. Paco and JP up 2-love. Yeah, unsure if it was good. I see it as being good. The smash was just at the edge of the glass. That's a very classic setup from Paco. He plays the short volley to the middle that doesn't give any rebound. He forces Diego Ramos to defend, and it's a weakish lob that he then pounces on. Very classic 1-2 setup from the left side player. I think JP makes a mistake there, a tactical error. When they're at the net, he should not be changing sides as much as he does, and in this case, he gives Paco a tough angle to work with. In the offense, you generally want to be not switching too much sides, because it means that you have to, both players have to, at the net, have to move to the side more. So far with Paco, I think he's much more efficient at the net when he's coming forward, when he feels like he's stepping in a little bit. And I know that it feels risky because you give away the chance of the lob, but I actually think that for Paco right now, that is what I would be doing. It's very, very nicely played from Torre. And we're back to on serve. Yeah, I'm a little bit unfamiliar with these players. I'm sure the people out here watching are actually way more familiar with these guys than I am. So I just kind of speak what I see in terms of the play. I think I was told in advance that Diego Ramos and Torre are the clear favorites for this, and it does look a bit more technically streamlined. But I actually think that that JP and Paco are in with a shot. I think especially Paco has been covering the court nicely. He's been stepping up. I think they have absorbed pressure off of the glass very well so far. Several volleys from Torre and Diego Ramos with a lot of bite off of the back glass, but they're still staying in it and managing to defend nicely. I think we could be in for an interesting match. I can see why I was told that Ramos and Torre would be favorites, but I think this we could be in for a treat here. Just like a bit more of a general note on this location, this site here. I mean, it's as you can tell, I'm not local. I don't have a very American-sounding accent. I'm all the way from Scandinavia. And we play mostly indoor. We don't really have that many locations like this, but I think it's super cool and it's got a vibe to it. Everyone is friendly and enthusiastic about paddle. It's essentially we're essentially in someone's backyard here in northern Houston, and it's just a very cool vibe. There was live country music yesterday, Texas barbecue style, and yeah, I think it's a fun experience. I'm happy I made the trip over here. Probably won't be my last. Ramos to serve. We're back on serve. 2-1. A little bit of this with Torre again. I feel like I really like how aggressively he moves across the middle of the court. It forces JP to constantly be on his toes. If he doesn't play with enough quality over the middle, Torre is right there punishing him. Manages to hit the fence twice. Nice quality. Looks like the favorites are finding their groove a little bit here. Great movement from JP. We have it again. Torre across the middle. I guess Paco probably needs to be a little bit more vocal to JP to let him know that Torre is coming across. The shot down the line was right there for the taking. I feel like Ramos and Torre are much more vocal in their communication with each other, giving each other information about where the opponents are. Very nice from Paco. The kick smash not even close to going out, and that's just been a general theme here. It's been tough to get the kick smash out, but he manages to claw his way back in the rally. The tap out from Torre missing. I think JP playing his bajada straight here, just keep Torre honest. Yeah, Paco's a little bit disappointed with himself for playing the straight lob there. The cross court lob gives him a lot more space and angle to play with. I like this from Paco. He steps in. He is trying to aggressively move towards the net when he sees an opportunity. Three break points for Torre and Diego Ramos. This is really clever from Torre. Great weight on that first overhead, and that sets up a kind of a weaker lob. He gets JP and Paco out of position a little bit, and then accelerates on the next smash. And it feels like the favorites are in a groove. They found their flow. 3-2 break of serve. This is the third quarter final. The first match, Sweden and Denmark lost against Mexico. Matias Almada and Juan, I'm unsure of his name, but very, very high quality pair. They won relatively comfortable. Then we saw Max Montoya something, two young Mexicans playing extremely technically sound, moving the ball around nicely. They played an epic first round match late last night against Brazil. They won the second round against Argentina, the quarterfinal just before this match now. This is the third round match, and stepping on court right now is Torre and Diego Ramos, who are considered the clear favorites. Probably the tournament favorites is what I'm told. I think Paco and JP have given a pretty nice account of themselves so far. I think the key here is for Paco to keep that dynamism, to keep himself moving at the net and to cover as much as possible. the great serve from Torre. They're being stressed a little bit now in the defense. They looked really comfortable, especially off of the back glass, defending in the first couple of games. They're being stressed and making a few errors now. And it is just challenging conditions. You see Paco's shirt completely sticking to him. It is very humid out there, and it is tough playing conditions. Got the factor of the sun, you got the factor of the humidity. I think being able to deal with those conditions is key to performing on a court like this. This is one of those examples where I felt that Paco in the first couple of games, he was stepping in a little bit more. Now it is difficult because he's also covering most of the overheads, but he needs to kind of push himself to be that bit more aggressive. And I know it's not easy, but I think that is key. That Paco needs to be able to step in tighter to the net a little bit and not let these Chiquitas come in the same way. Right now, the way for Paco and JP to force some errors out of Ramos and Torre would be to be able to change the pace, change the rhythm. Right now they look very comfortable in defense. See the movement, it's much more dynamic on Torre and Ramos. One thing that I would actually also say is a significant thing here. Paco and JP, they've lost 4 games in a row. They're down 30 love. That's a great shot from Torre. But they just kind of pick up the ball and go down and serve. They don't try to slow down the rhythm of the game. They don't try to make alterations. They just kind of go, okay, yep, let's go, next game. And I think that they would benefit a lot. If I was coaching them, I would tell them, look, you have to talk to one another. You have to help each other out. You have to try and break rhythm when you lose when you go down love 30. Just, take 10, 15, 20 seconds to reset yourself and try to break momentum. Great shot from JP. JP stepping in a little bit here. I like it. This is what sorry, Paco stepping in. (5-2). The favorites are looking like running away. Came off with a 2 love 2 lead, or they were down with a deficit of love 2, now up 5 games to 2, and looking pretty comfortable at this point. I think that Paco and JP actually have a lot of resources to hurt them. They were able to absorb the pressure on the defense initially in the first couple of games. That they kind of need to find that rhythm again. And you can argue that Diego, Ramos and Torre are playing their volleys a little bit shorter in the court, so they're not allowing as many rebounds, forcing Paco and JP to play in front of their defense in front of their feet as opposed to off the back glass. So that could definitely be something. It's kind of tough just to gauge whether or not the back glass, the back wall defending is still there and available to them. If so, they definitely need to do that. They were doing that very well. They're kind of stressing the defense in front of them a little bit. And then I'd like to see more movement at the net, more dynamism, more taking chances, taking risks, trying to create a change of pace. Right now, it becomes this monotone flow a little bit, and with the monotone flow, it feels like Torre and Diego Ramos will just go on defending and never make a mistake. A shout out to Red Padel, and Woodlands Padel Club, the organizer of this very cozy event. If you're in the Houston area or the Texas area watching this thing, I'd highly encourage coming down tonight to watch the semifinals. I think one of the semifinals is at 8 o'clock. I don't know what time the other one is. 6 and 8 o'clock maybe. I'd highly encourage you to come down and watch these amazing athletes, and I think we're in for a treat with the semifinals. It's very, very, very high level. And I'm just getting confirmation now that it's 5:45, the first semifinal, and 7:15. So right around 5:30, 6 o'clock, the first semifinal begins. By all means, make your way down here to the Woodlands Padel Club. Excellent volley from Diego Ramos. And here he manages to do that. He gets so tight to the net, so he plays the volley from above the net height. And really hurts Paco. There it is. There it is. And Paco's apologizing to JP. I don't think he should be apologizing. I think he needs to have those rushes. He needs to take those chances. That is how he creates these situations where Paco and Torre and Diego Ramos. That one he can apologize, but the other one I think he did the right thing. Clever lob from JP. Really, really clever. Great hands from JP playing the lob, forcing Diego Ramos to play an overhead with not that much quality. And I think they're changing up the game a little bit, trying to. Here we see the sky lob from Paco. Good communication from JP here as well. This is some of the best battle I've seen from Paco and JP. Looking really good right now. And obviously the commentators curse the very second I say that JP makes an unforced error. But they are playing better right now. They are changing up the rhythm. They are not just standing there defending in the classic situations where it just becomes a rhythm game for Ramos and Torre. Big point here. Be fun for the game if Paco and JP could break. Great defending from Paco here. And exactly, that is exactly what I'm talking about. Look how close Paco is to the net here. He is 5 inches from the net. So when Torre accelerates here, it kind of ends up backfiring on him because Paco is so close. And I think that is the type of moves he needs to be making. Great, great, great play. maybe they did manage in the side change. They managed to have a little bit of a communication about this. I think you definitely saw some changes from JP and Paco. That one is gone. We got Ehab in the booth here. I'm alone, just sitting here doing the coverage by myself. Oof. Unforced error here. And I think that takes us to 3 set points. Sure. Paco making sure he meets the ball above the net height, so he can kind of bite down on it and get that that quality in the shot. I'm okay with the fact that Paco tries to accelerate down the line, but he does open up the opportunity when he plays that fast against someone who defends as well as Diego Ramos. He does open up the opportunity for to be counterattacked down the line. It's okay. I don't mind it. I think it's okay to mix it up a little bit. But yeah, it backfired on him, and first game goes to the favorites. Third quarterfinal here at the Red Padel Woodlands Padel Club $25,000 tournaments. I think there is a total of 4 divisions being played, 4 courts, and each of these different courts plays a Division 1 game. This is Division 1 we're watching right now. There is also Division 2, Division 3, and Division 4, both male and female participating in the same competitions. I saw a very strong all-female game in Division 3 yesterday, where the level was very, very, very high. Interesting format where the males and the females compete against one another. And even as a mixed pairs, I've seen a couple of mixed pairs here as well. And I think we might be fortunate enough that one of the hosts of this event here at the Woodlands Padel Club, Ehab, is joining us in the studio.
Hello everyone. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for having me. You're the host of this place.
No, I mean, now you are the boss in the booth, so.
I'm happy to sit here and just get to talk about paddle a little bit, and it's some high-level paddle we're seeing.
Yeah.
Maybe you can provide a bit of color context here, related to these Torre and Diego Ramos. Who are they? Where are they from?
So they are playing in A1 Tour.
Mm-hmm.
They are one of the top couples in A1 Tour.
Yeah.
And so definitely they are the seeded number 1 in this tournament.
You expect them to be favorites to win the whole thing here?
I think along with the second seeded Peter Alonso and Jacobo.
Yeah.
They are a very good couple.
Who's
Everyone
playing
knows.
after this game here?
Yes. And we are all familiar that Peter Alonso always win in Woodlands. So let's see.
How many tournaments has he won at the Woodlands so far?
I think he competed on 3, I think, as I remember.
Okay, and won all 3?
I think he won all the three, or actually no, it was a Red Paddle Invitational that he won
Mm-hmm.
in April, and he won last November in the USPA 500 we hosted, where he partnered up in the USPA with Luis Estrada,
Mm-hmm.
and in the Red Paddle he partnered up with Jaime Formosel.
So tell me a little bit about this Woodlands Paddle Club. What is this place, and how are you finding sort of it's grown from being one court to two courts to four courts?
Yeah, so the owner, Paloma Farella, she, as I said to with Riva, we were speaking about it yesterday, that she started because it's a hobby, and she started because her children were playing in Spain, and they wanted to represent the US team, the junior team. So she made one court just for her to for them to practice, and she always have a coach there to give lessons,
Mm-hmm.
and people start to get attracted and ask for classes, for games, for all that, you know. And then she did the second court, and during COVID she kind of opened it as a club officially
Mm-hmm.
with two courts. Along with the old club was here in Woodlands area, the Grand.
Mm-hmm.
So, and with I think 1 year and so, she did the third court last November, and we did this court, the central court, last April,
Okay.
before the invitational. exactly.
How are you finding sort of the paddle community around Houston? Is it growing?
Yeah, it's definitely growing, and I think Texas in general and Houston could be one of the central cities for the growth in paddle in United States.
Yep.
And I think people are starting to picking up the game around here. Investors are putting a lot of effort as well.
Mm-hmm.
We are hearing about many new clubs it's going to open very soon.
Yep.
So it's always a good thing, you know, when more clubs, more availability, more diversities of coaches, of clubs,
Yep.
of courts. It's always a good thing.
The more people that invest in it, and the more supply you get, more people will be marketing it. More people will be have access to play.
Exactly. It's about, mostly, honestly, is about the available times of the courts. So in the big times, if we have 10 courts around here, they will be full
Mm-hmm.
because people are waiting, you know. So that's it, you know. The more that the courts are there, the more that the community expand. You know, that's what you need. Community expand and
course.
expand and expand.
Yeah, and hopefully paddle can go on a growth trajectory like we've seen with pickleball. Pickleball has picked up and become this big craze all over the U.S. and now it feels like paddle might be next in line. And
I hope.
cities like Miami and Houston feel like they're going to be part of driving that initial push.
Yeah, I hope so. Let's say we are doing our best to be a part of making that happen.
Mhm.
You know, honestly, mostly out of passion, and we just love the game. We love the sport, and we just want to see it succeed. You know, and getting more and more popular.
Now that you talk about the passion of the sport, I was here. It's an amazing return. I thought it was an amazing return from Park, but JP doesn't really come forward to follow up on that.
Yeah.
You talk about the passion of the sport. I was here Thursday practicing, just getting a little bit of a hit in on the courts before we played Friday, and I saw you coaching on the court, and
Yeah.
I could really sense your enthusiasm.
Yeah, that's what I try to do, honestly, every time. Just try to give it really 100%.
Mhm.
And I think also your players feel that, you know, and
Absolutely.
they start to also give 100% for you in the court.
Yeah.
And when this combination with this team effort between the coach and the players, I think it's going in a very good way to succeed, let's say, and to improve. And once the player improves, then he's happy
Yep.
with what he's doing.
Yep.
He's more motivated to play more, practice more, and that's what you need, you know?
At the end of the day, human joy and happiness is about several things, about having nice personal relationships, but it's also about improving and bettering yourself. And I think that paddle has that possibility that you can start out. It's a relatively easy game to pick up initially,
Exactly.
but then you get some coaching and you quite quickly improve. And a lot of people find it, take a lot of joy in that.
Exactly, exactly. For me, honestly, I kind of played many sports. I started as football, you know, soccer,
Mm-hmm.
and
I
then
know that you
horse
call it
riding.
football. I'm European, so you
Okay,
can call it
so
football with
football
me.
would be okay, but for the fans.
Yeah.
How okay, so football / soccer,
Yes.
let's say, and horse riding. So I'm also competitive, but the thing about paddle is you can really, as you say, pick it up so easily, enjoy it as a hobby, as an amateur sport, where you can have fun and you can be competitive in it, and also it can reach to the highest limits of competition
Mm-hmm.
and highest level of commitment and being professional on it, you know?
No, I have a fun saying about paddle, which I've actually taken a term from poker. I've played a lot of poker in my time, and we have a saying in poker: it takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master.
Exactly.
And I think paddle has a lot of that. You
Yeah.
go on court the very first time, you can actually get rallies going. But then as you learn the sport, as you get coaching, you realize more and more things about the game. So
Exactly.
and then you get to
exactly.
this level, like Ramos and Torre. That's that's the master level.
Yeah, that's the master level, exactly. And yeah, and as you say, there is no limits, honestly, for the growth, you know, because if you reach the top limits of technical, you still need tacticals,
Yep.
and it's
Then you need physical,
and you
then
need
you
physical, and you need everything. Even we were saying about how important is your mindset during the game, and your psychological game, you know, during the match, during the practice, during everything. So it's very, I say, we always say it's very small details, but
tweaks and adjustments you make that
Exactly.
make the big difference.
exactly.
And when you see the quality of these players on the court right now, it looks so simple. Oh, that's a great
Ooh,
get from
yes.
that's a great get from JP.
Up.
Wow.
I think flying high.
Oh, what a rally.
Yeah. He was there. But I don't envy them playing this time in this heat. In that level, especially.
Yeah.
In that level, especially when things get more and more intense.
Yeah, I think it's. I think part of the charm of playing outdoors, you have to adjust and adapt to the circumstances. You have to find ways to win when it's humid, when the sun is in your eyes, when there's a little bit of wind factor. I actually think that there is
Exactly.
very, very little wind here,
Yeah.
and that makes for a beautiful, very pure playing experience here.
Yeah.
The glasses are performing quite nicely now. They were a bit of a struggle this morning when I played
Yeah.
my quarterfinal.
I'm sorry for that. I tried to.
I saw you running around court doing your best, and actually, I think it was to my advantage, so I don't mind at
Okay.
all. I think,
yeah.
by all means, make them as moist as possible. We were playing against a pair that was much better than us.
Yeah, and more of a paddle pair, I think, you know. That. How long have you been playing paddle?
5 years.
5 years.
Yes.
Ah, that's nice. And you were tennis player.
I was a table tennis player
Tennis.
originally. Yeah, that's
Ah.
my background. But I've played all the racket sports competitively as well.
Nice.
So I have a very diverse background.
Nice.
But I consider myself entirely a paddle player now.
Okay. That's good.
And what you would call an advanced hobby player.
Ah.
Advanced hobby player. Like today we played against pros. They
Yes.
are pros. They do this for a living.
Yeah.
I-
And let's say, a competitive hobby player.
That you can
I'll give you that. I saw you playing, and I love how consistent you play, you know, and nothing too fancy, but it's consistent, and it's just pure game, you know,
Yeah.
and solid game, and I love that, you know.
I think you need to do that when you play outdoor. I think it is very important that you just stay consistent. You don't give away too many opportunities. I think if you play indoor, you get more chances to go and look for the aggressive Viboras. You get
Yeah.
more chances. Look at the quality of that volley on Tori.
Yeah.
That's it's got so much bite to it.
Yeah. Ooh, cheesy. I think when you have that level of confidence, it makes it easier for you, you know.
Yeah, I think what I really like about Tori's game is his movement around the court just looks so natural. Looks like he's just kind of never out of balance.
Yeah,
I think the serve was out.
yeah. And again, I'm going to say it. The lovely thing about padel is that when you see in this level of competition, with this stakes, let's say,
Yeah.
and you can see that they are the referees, they are the judge, they are the umpire inside the court,
Yeah.
and the discussions are easy during the points, you know, and it's more of like you feel that yes, it's competitive, yes, it's a professional level,
Mhm.
but in the same time, they are all okay with that, you
Yeah,
know.
yeah.
And if let's say it's very critical point and they didn't find the solution, they just replay the point.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is generally there is a level of sportsmanship and fair play that
Yeah.
you find within this paddle community, and I hope.
Yeah,
I think this is one of the interesting things that paddle is so young in so many countries
yeah,
that we sort of the first generation of paddle players, we get to decide what culture we want within the sport.
exactly.
So what we see around here and how we act, that's going to be the basis of the sport going forward. And I think we're seeing that in, I went to the Danish Junior National Championships a couple of weeks ago, and all these kids, they were so fair, they were so sportsmanlike. The parents didn't create this overly competitive environment. It was supportive. The kids gave 100% while they played, but they accepted their losses,
Exactly.
I
That, no, I saw a lot of sports, you know, watch a lot of sports,
Yeah.
but I think that the level of the sportsmanship so far, and hope we keep it going
Yes.
in the same way, you know, and teach the younger generation
Yeah.
that sportsmanship, and I think it's very critical for
Yeah.
this.
The younger generation and even just everyone coming into the sport. The
Exactly.
fact that they this is the way we do it in paddle. We are fair. We enjoy this level of camaraderie. Yeah, we want to win when we're on court, but
Exactly.
look, it's also about being able to step off court and look your opponent in the eye.
The boss just joined.
The boss joined.
Yeah, the boss just joined. Everyone's seeing that you are joining, but we are not talking. But yeah, let's hope that lasts forever in that terms, you know.
I think the pioneers of the sport, guys like you, and I don't know that many of the pioneers of the sport in the U.S. except
Yeah.
for the people that I met on this trip here. But I think that they can help sort of guide towards that.
I hope. Trying to do my best always.
Mhm.
I'm trying to do my best. My partner Paloma, I think she
Does a
that
great job, yeah.
more than me actually. We're speaking with Riva about it, that how she just want to create an environment, a nice environment of just people share the same passion, you
Yeah.
know. Yeah. So we hope for the best. We do our part and we hope for the best.
I think I see a big future for paddle here in the U.S. I see that this growth trajectory, which is kind of initially begun, I see that picking up pace, and I think I hope that the culture that we've just talked about, I hope that can be maintained.
Yeah. Good. I hope so.
So in terms of this game, I feel like Ramos and Torre. It feels like they're not expending that much energy. They're just kind of moving the ball around nicely, waiting for opportunities.
Yeah.
That's a lovely, lovely vibra.
Yeah, lovely.
He hits it just so it's so tough to defend from JP. He hits it just so close to the glass.
Yeah. So you know, it's if you look at it from this point of view, you know.
That's a lovely shot from Paco.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
very nice.
Again, and I think this is something that I addressed a lot in the first set when I was commentating by myself. I really like Paco when he steps forward, when he's a little bit closer to the net. I think he has so many options from there.
Exactly, and he can finish the ball in so many ways, and especially his smashes. Also, you know, he do it with like
kick, with
a
power.
very good kick, very good power. So when he needs a kick to smash it outside the court, he can do that. And if you want a flat one, powerful one, he can do that as well.
Yeah.
And as you say, the drop shot also, and his volley is effective, you know.
I mean,
but
he definitely looks like a amazing athlete who's he looks very natural in his ability around the court. But they are playing against a pair. We can say that is better than them. I think we.
Yeah, let's say just they are professionals here. You know, that's they really that it is their living paddle. You know, and that's it. There's no more day job. The day job is working.
The day job is
in the court,
getting up and doing your best on court.
Exactly. So that's by itself is an advantage, you know.
Diego Ramos has made a couple of lobbing errors here in this game where he's kind of lobbed to the side fence a little bit.
2 times the same mistake.
Here he is, Paco stepping in. Now that kick smash you alluded to goes with a fake.
Fake smash.
This is a big.
This is an important point.
Yeah. Look at the control on the lobs.
Yeah, a good bajada. A bit of luck.
He read it, Diego Ramos. He was right there. He read it.
Yeah.
There's Paco stepping in close to the net again.
Yeah.
I like it. Now he plays it in the air. Chooses not to go for the bajada.
Yeah.
This is a great rally. And important one.
Yeah. Very nice lob. Ooh.
Oh, look at the quality of that.
Oh.
This is rally of the match.
Yeah.
And he goes.
Oh,
what?
The?
Oi.
We need to clap for that.
What a rally.
What a rally. Yes. So.
And at a crucial time.
Yeah.
JP JP and.
They secured the game.
Yeah, they stick around.
Yeah. I think that's the rally of the match.
I think JP, I think Paco, he smashed at the end because he was tired. He was like, I don't have any more.
He's like, until when this is going on, you know?
Yep, this is do or die.
Yeah. Let's see. The 7th games in this set.
Look how effortlessly he plays that ruler to the fence.
Yeah.
I feel like Diego Ramos has been making a couple of unforced errors. It feels like he's not entirely switched on. Now they switch sides.
Yeah, they are playing Australian style.
Yeah.
Thing. Ooh.
Sometimes just a break, to have a bit of a break of rhythm, you'll do that. We saw the Argentinians do that in the last game as well. Switch it up quite a bit.
Yeah.
So they've actually entirely switched sides now.
Yeah.
They're going with Diego. And I don't know if that's
interesting to see. Huh?
It's interesting to see. And maybe it was an effect of Diego making 3 or 4 unforced errors, but it could also just be that they want to experiment a little bit.
I think maybe. I think they feel comfortable in this match that maybe they want to experiment something, you know. Wow.
And players at this level are athletes in a way where they can just easily adapt and adjust.
Yeah. They have enough technical and tactical level to do that.
They understand what's required of them from each side.
Yeah. He
Bit-
tried something fancy.
A bit ambitious from Torre,
Yeah,
El Loco.
El Loco. I was talking to Nico Agritelli and Luis and talking to them about the tournament before
Mhm.
we started, and I didn't know the nickname Loco, and I thought that he's joking with me, Luis, you know, and say, El Loco is coming, so I
Mhm.
think Loco probably would be seeded one.
Yeah.
Say, and I was like, okay, but then when I saw him today and saw the T-shirt, I say, okay, that's El Loco. Yeah.
And for those of you non-Spanish speakers out there, what does El Loco translate to?
The crazy,
Yeah.
the crazy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. How are you doing there, Riva? Good. If you want, we can switch the duties. I can go back to be the tournament director, and you can be the boss.
And you're doing a great job, and thank you for the hospitality and the
Thank-
great hosting here at this event. It's been I felt welcome from the very first moment I set my feet at this facility here, and I'm sure that other people as they come to play paddle at the Woodlands Paddle Club will feel that same level of hospitality here. So I encourage people to make the trip down here.
Thank you so much. And honestly, players like you with your personality, with your character, make it much easier for us to provide that kind of service, you know, and make you feel like home and make you feel like your own club, you know. So thank you for making my job easier, honestly. And thank you for having me. I'll give the mic
Back
again
to Riva.
for the boss
Thank
of
you.
the commentary. Sorry if I did something wrong.
Riva's back just in time to commentate on the final part of this third quarterfinal here at the Woodlands Paddle Club. The favorites have looked relatively in control. I think we've seen spurts of great play from Paco and JP, but they are just playing against a very experienced top pair on the A1P circuit. And yeah, let's see if they can add a bit of excitement here towards the end.
I thought I would be back quicker than that.
You knew that the live stream was in good hands.
I did. I absolutely did. Thank you so much for helping.
No problem. Here we have the whole AC setup. So
So you're comfortable.
yeah.
JP and Paco just came back from Italy. They were the American qualifying team to go to the Veneto Cup.
Oh yeah. There was a.
Oh, he was right there. He was right there.
I actually played against I regularly play against the Danish pair that went to the Veneto Cup as well.
Okay.
Lasse Stisen and Skram. I think their names are Stisen and Skram.
And the American girls actually took home the title.
Really?
Yes.
Holy moly!
Yeah.
And who are they?
Paloma Cortina
Yeah.
and Egle Petrauskite.
Okay. Are they originally US or they have a background? Okay.
Paloma is from Spain. She's back visiting family now in Spain, and she's lived here in Houston for many years, actually. Now she lives in Austin and coaches at one of the paddle clubs there. And Egle is originally from, hopefully I don't butcher this, Lithuania, I think.
Yeah. Lithuania is spot on.
And
Baltic region.
she was actually one of my past partners. I really enjoyed playing with her. That level of play on the court is intimidating.
Yeah, no, they're very good. They're very, very, very good. I think Paco and JP have actually, I think they've made a nice account of themselves. They made it, they made it a match, but it feels like Torian and Ramos just have an extra gear. Oh, he got it. He got it.
He did. Yeah.
Nice touch. I think Torre, he wanted to finish off with a bang, so he went for the for the kick smash.
When I first came to the U.S. 3.5 years ago to play paddle, Paco was not playing many of the tournaments, the local tournaments, and he was sort of the talk of the community that this guy was the strongest American player at that time. Great hands, JP.
Oh,
Unbelievable hands. He
they
kept them in that point.
Kept them in that point. It looked like it was all over. That's match point. Two pretty amazing saves they've had so far, and now the unforced errors come. Now they might still make a game
Bring
of
up
it.
a golden point.
Bring up a golden point. Oh, it
Did
almost
not
goes
go
out.
Wow, that's a great volley. No, he wants that back. Good point.
Very, very, very nice game. We have the third pair ready for the quarterfinals. Torre and Diego Ramos Salvidia are ready for the quarterfinals. And a nice game. I think I'm trying to see if I can work this thing here. Sets go like, nope. Here.
There you go.
Boom.
There
Got
you
it
go.
done.
Well done.
I'm learning on the job.
We all are.
Yeah. You know, I think it was interesting to watch. I think you see how these are world-class paddle players. Torre and Ramos, they are extremely good. And you know, of everyone that I've seen in the tournament so far, I would probably consider them my tournament favorites.
Yes. Yes, mine as well.
And but I'd be interested to see how they get pushed and challenged now as they start meeting more and more professional pairs.
The last time I saw Torre and Jacobo Blanco, they were across the net from each other. One of the PPL matches, if I'm remembering correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some exchanges at the end of that match. It was quite intense.
Personal exchanges?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
That
could be the match we see in the final. Let's see.
That adds a bit of intensity and a bit of a side story to it.
It does.
You'll have to make sure for the final on Sunday that you talk about that a little bit, and the spectators can kind of keep track of, are they seeing any of that animosity or any of that intensity between the players?
Yeah, we'll bring that up and see if we can get. We'll see if we can get some interview questions even over the next 24 hours before that potential match aligns.
Would you maybe be interested in doing an interview with one of the winners here? Bringing them in?
So,
do you do that?
Yes. Ellie usually has been doing post-match interviews on the court.
Okay. That's very
Ellie
advanced.
Bordesco, she's also one of our Red Paddle team
Yep.
members. She's the director of our social media. And I don't see her right now, though. So for sure, I don't know how strong their English is. That's something we always need to consider. I understand Spanish quite well. How is your command of Spanish?
Very, very bad.
I don't know. Your pronunciation of all the names is great.
Yeah, that's I fake it till I make it, but no, I have very, very, very basic understanding of Spanish, and it's actually something that I'd like to. It's a personal level of improvement for me that I would like to improve on in the future, because this community in general just has a lot of Spanish-speaking people in it.
Yeah, I agree completely. I have worked. I don't know. The people around here might say that I haven't applied myself, but I understand quite well now.
Yeah.
As long as someone's paying attention to the fact that I'm trying to understand. If they get going off in their very fast language. Jacobo is about to take the court here soon, waving at us in the booth. But my level of speaking, I'm totally uncomfortable because I really hate that strong language coming from me. I don't hate a lot of things. I hate the feeling of speaking like a baby.
Yeah, I get it.
And so I just immediately default. I will try. There are situations absolutely where I will try.
Yeah.
But I default going back to my my main language because I want to express myself.
Yeah, I get it. It's really tough because you're not getting to provide you don't get to like engage in a proper dialogue because it's baby language, and I have the same with the language German.
Okay.
I understand quite a lot of German,
Okay.
but I don't mind making a fool of myself. I don't mind
Okay.
speaking like a baby. I'm okay with that, and I think intuitively you have to understand that just like playing paddle, you have to in order to get to an elite level, you have to start at a beginner's level, and the same with speaking Spanish. Once you start to understand it and your vocabulary is there, you have to speak like a baby for a while. Then you get to be a slightly older baby, and then you get to be an adolescent. I mean, in terms of the language tree. So I think it's tough to accept when you're at that baby stage. I get it.
So oh yes, this is the matchup we've been waiting for. This has been a highly anticipated match coming up next here.
Nico Agritelli.
Yes, Nale Grinda against Peter Alonso and Jacobo Blanco.
Okay.
They all know each other very well.
Yep.
Nale and Nico have not, I don't know that I've seen them play together in a tournament before this one. Nico often plays with his I was about to say ride or die. I'm taking terms from TV shows right now. Luis, who isn't able to be here this weekend. They are the #1 team in the U.S. right now, and 1 and 2 on the Red Paddle leaderboard for this summer circuit.
Okay.
Luis was not able to be here, and so Nico stepping on the court with Nale. I'd be very interested to see how this goes because that means a change of sides for Nico.
Nico played left side yesterday, was man?
Yes, because Nale's a lefty.
Okay.
Usually Nico plays the right wall.
Yeah.
He's very strong on both sides.
Okay.
And I say very strong considering that he's quite new to paddle.
Okay.
Was a tennis player, played college tennis.
A lot of these high-level tennis players will adapt to paddle very, very, very quickly. There's a level of athleticism. There's a lot of transferable skills in the way you move around the court, the split step. There's things around the volley. There's things around the kick smash from the second serve. There's a lot of transferable skill sets that elite tennis players will be able to adapt for paddle.
He's done very, very well at that adaptation. We're missing your haircut, Nico. He's waving at me right now. It's like he can hear us, but I know he isn't actually listening in. Nico cut his hair before the PPL in the spring season. He was the American player on the Arkansas team and felt he has such a great, fun personality, but felt like he wanted to embody being that true American that was playing in the PPL and also on the Arkansas team. You know, that no one can even say, or everyone says Arkansas. It's Arkansas.
Yeah.
I love the haircut. Most people were kind of like, Nico, please cut your hair. Anyways, he's done it. I told him he needs to grow it back.
Scoreboard for the next event.
Here we are. Yes.
Let's
do that. Let's do that. If you have a topic you want to discuss while I'm doing that, feel free.
There's so many things. There's so many places to begin. One topic that I keep going back to is the growth of paddle here in the U.S. How pickleball has been the talk of the town for a while.
Yes.
And I'm quite interested to see how if paddle is able to take market share away from pickleball, or if the two will grow in unison, how this whole thing plays out over the next couple of years. I feel like there's an energy and a buzz around the paddle community here that we might see paddle picking up and very fast here.
I'm very curious to see what happens there. Yet pickleball has taken the North American racket sport world by storm. Definitely been I would say the dominant racket sport even above tennis over the last few years.
Really?
I mean, I don't know that the participation level actually rivals tennis, but it's taken away some significant market share from tennis, and it's been the one on the rise, whereas people have talked about tennis potentially being a bit on the decline.
I was fortunate enough to attend the U.S. Open 12 months ago. I watched the final in New York between Kasper Ruud from Norway and Carlos Alcaraz. And I didn't feel a lack of energy around tennis then. It was a packed stadium,
Huge.
Arthur Ashe, 25,000 people. And also following the tennis a bit from afar this year, it feels like tennis is going to be okay. It's got that deep-rooted tradition.
Foundation, absolutely.
But in terms of participation, you could be right, because pickleball, as well as paddle, has that advantage that it's very, very easy to pick up. And I was just talking to Ihab earlier, and I have a quote from, I have a background as a professional poker player.
You've just got all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. I'm learning all sorts of details. So interesting.
If you Wikipedia me, you'll see that I've won the World Series of Poker twice. No kidding.
Do you know Doug Lee?
I do not know Doug Lee.
Okay.
No, where's he from? Canada?
Yeah, he plays paddle, actually. That's why he's a poker player.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think if he won one year, and remembering what that year, I can't remember what that year was. I think he did also.
Yeah.
Started playing paddle in Calgary
Okay.
when paddle first was brought to Canada, which was in the late 90s. I actually played a paddle tournament with Doug Lee. Might have been my first ever paddle tournament. That I just showed up. I mean, I was a tennis player. They asked me to come and play, and then I didn't play for years after that. We won the tournament.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah.
Your very first time on court, you won the tournament.
Well, I mean, I don't know what level we were playing. It wasn't.
Doesn't matter. You enter a tournament, you barely know the rules, and you win. That's very impressive.
Well, like you, I fancy myself a racket sport player.
Yeah, things come. There's, like we just talked about, the transferable skills. There's a lot of things that you can pick up and you can use when you pick up paddle as a sport.
Yeah, I played
but-
racquetball first. Oh,
But what I wanted to say, actually,
Yeah.
the quote that I was gonna, we got lost in the poker conversation.
Yes.
The quote, we have a quote in poker. It takes a minute to learn and a lifetime to master.
oh yes.
And I think that fits so beautifully on paddle. I guess pickleball as well.
Yeah.
It's a sport that you can pick up very fast. But then once you start to get into it, there's all these nuances and there's all these things. So if I've played 5 years and I feel like there's a million things I can learn still.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, it's a very low barrier to entry.
Yes.
Truly,
Low-
anyone can walk on the court,
And
get started,
get
get the
good.
basics, and have a match within the
Yes.
first time that you actually
Yeah.
set foot on the court for both pickleball and paddle. I think paddle's way more fun.
I would absolutely have to agree, even without even any comparison. But I haven't had that much experience with pickleball. It's not really a thing in Europe at all.
Look at this.
Look at the service from Ihab. This is the hospitality we were talking about.
Unbelievable. Thank you. He hears my scratchy voice. I don't know, this happens when I come here. I'm not sure whether it's using my voice constantly or whether I have some allergy to the surroundings here a little bit, but it happened last time I was in the booth here at the Woodlands.
I can't tell anything. If you have a scratchy voice, it's not. I'm not picking up on it.
Okay, we won't tell everyone else then. Okay, we were talking about the comparison between pickleball and paddle. So pickleball's been just the sport of very rapid growth within the racket sport industry. I think because of that low barrier to entry, and also financially, there's a low
Easy to
barrier.
establish.
Yes.
Yes.
Whereas paddle needs a bit more infrastructure with the court. Rackets are a bit more expensive. And so even the rate to play per hour or hour and a half, however they
Yeah,
structure
more
their
expensive.
business, it's
Yeah.
more expensive.
Yeah.
But
This
it
se-
has a lot of buzz. that's starting to rival. I mean, people are constantly making this comparison right now,
Mhm.
paddle or pickle, and I think we're a little bit premature in having that conversation.
Yep.
Pickleball has a very established professional league here in the U.S.
Yep.
They have a number of players that make reasonable, good money playing professional pickleball, which
Yep.
we are certainly not there on the
Nope.
paddle front. But the next 3 years,
Be very interesting to follow.
I think will be, yeah,
I think I saw a projection, and I guess they're likely to be biased, but from the USPA, estimated 30,000 paddle courts in the US by, I think it was 2027. I think that's probably a bit overly optimistic, but if that happens, then you will definitely see professional players. You will definitely see a lot of people engaging with the sport, but also a lot of ancillary businesses popping up around paddle. It could be from tournament organizers, it can be from equipment, it can be different apps for matchmaking. All these, there's so many things that will so much of a market that will happen around it.
which people from around the world have their eye on this market,
Yes,
you know, as
That's
the
why-
one to see.
that's why I'm here.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
I know in Canada, it's been tough because you really need indoor courts, just like you do in Scandinavia for the most part.
Yep.
Which is more expensive to create. But a lot of the for example, paddle companies, paddle footwear companies, it's just not an established big enough market yet for them to want to really enter.
No.
Which then presents a challenge for the local communities because they really need those resources to grow the sport. So it's kind of a, I think there are opportunities making it easier. For example, Peter is involved in business Paddle Nuestro.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
they,
the biggest business, e-commerce business in the world for paddle. That's a very, very big.
and I heard from one of the Canadian clubs this summer, they actually put together a package. I mean, everyone's still trying to figure these things out, but they put together a favorable package for the clubs, which I really take my hat off to them because I think, and there's some adjustments to be made on tariffs and things like that. I don't know that they accomplished their goal for the margin that Paddle Nuestro wanted, but it certainly gave an opportunity to that local club, and now they'll work together to figure it out.
Yeah.
You know, whereas before 3 years ago, I was trying to figure that out with some of the other racket companies, and to bring something in, it was impossible.
I can share a story related to that. I mean, I'm investing in a global paddle chain. We're currently opening facilities in Denmark, UK, Netherlands, and Spain. And we're having discussions with RED, the racket brand. It's the biggest racket brand in the world. We have we quite easily did a deal with them in Denmark because they see the market opportunity in Denmark. It's very visible. When we spoke to their UK office about trying to set this up as a global deal, they were interested, they were fascinated, but because paddle is still at a quite infancy stage in the UK, they were like, well, listen, 99% of our revenue is going to be tennis. That is going to be where we put our marketing expenses.
Yep.
So convincing them to invest in paddle was a lot more difficult than the similar conversation that we had in Denmark.
Right.
So each market and the marketing budgets and how they're going to interact with it, it's going to take a little bit of time. In the US, I think everyone intuitively understands that the market opportunity is so big that Head or Bull Paddle or Adidas, that they will invest in this market just because it's US and the commercial opportunity that it represents.
Well, I don't know whether they're right or wrong, but a lot of people look at the market here in the US, so many eyes from around the world are on it, looking to see what happens, hoping that it really goes here, and with the mindset that if it goes here,
it goes everywhere.
Yeah, it takes over.
Yes. And you're already seeing quite heavy growth on paddle in more or less every European country. Also in the Middle East, Dubai, Qatar, Saudi Arabia.
Huge.
So you're seeing a lot of these countries that has a population, a middle class and an upper middle class and an upper class. All these where you have this big that has this buying power, that they can afford to pay the court rentals, they can afford to, and it's not like padel is a super expensive sport,
No.
but it is just on account of the pricing model, it is a little bit less accessible than, for example, pickleball, which you
Yes.
can go play in a park for free.
Right. Or a
So-
gym, if you're from a place like us where they need to have indoor possibilities in Calgary,
Yeah.
they put the lines on any gym and away they go during
Yeah.
the day.
Yes.
So,
So it is a little bit less accessible, but you are seeing that growth in a lot of different markets. And if the US really catches fire, you have it in South America as well. Let's not forget that. So you already have three continents where it's 3 areas where it's doing well. If it catches fire in the US, this becomes a massive global sport. And I think if it catches fire here in 10 years' time, it can be as big as tennis
yeah,
globally.
those are fighting words out there, putting those words out there into the world of racket sports. But I hold the dream and the hope that it can realize that.
And there's also the second thing to think about here is that, so right now we have this very familiar, very cozy concept here, and I was speaking to Ehab about how you see the sportsmanship and the fair play and how everybody just kind of engages with each other out here on this lovely facility in the Woodlands Paddle Club. Now, what happens when the growth of paddle goes into turbo mode? Can we still maintain that
This feel.
community feeling? That's the interesting part, and that's where having sort of the right pioneers to be the leaders, to be the ones that communicate this messaging. I think that's really key for the continued.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And it may be that there are people who this is the way they see paddle, and they take that forward, and there may be other business models that see it differently, and that's okay. There's room for both.
Mm.
But I agree. I think this is what it's all about.
You're
to
gonna be
have an
sitting here
environment
like,
like this.
you're gonna sit 5 years from now, and you're gonna look back at this, and you're gonna go, this was part of the beginning. This was part of something very exciting. With let's say we only get to 15,000 paddle courts in US
Right.
as opposed to the 30,000, then it's still a gigantic sport.
It is a gigantic
And you're gonna look back at this live stream. We're gonna be watching this in 5 years' time. You and me watching.
We're going to
it.
be commentating on the professional tour that is that 10 years from now together.
Yeah.
We're putting that out there.
I'll be very happy to do that. But we're going to be sitting in stadiums with 2,
Yeah.
3, 4, 5,000 people watching these events, like you're seeing a little bit in pickleball when
Right.
the big events have these.
They're huge. They're absolutely huge.
Yep.
We lost, I talked about this at the last tournament, one of the men from the American paddle circuit. He was on the American team for the last couple World Cups. Patrick Kauka
Mhm.
is from Las Vegas. Very good tennis player, very high-level college tennis player. He was a developing paddle player.
Mhm.
And at the end of the day, he was brought into pickleball
And
because of the opportunities there. And he asked us to go see, just to justify his choice, he asked some of us to go check out a tournament when we were there for a paddle tournament. Here we
Yeah.
are starting the match.
Yeah.
Sorry.
you can finish your story.
And just the number of cars, like it was a full professional tournament.
Set
like,
up with an experience for the spectators and a show that you put on.
There we go. I think I got that right. Yeah. Like the number of spectators that are out there, just crazy for pickleball. I was shocked. I had no idea.
And I don't want to disparage pickleball, but I find watching pickleball, and it's probably because I don't play it, I find it kind of dull to watch.
Yeah.
I find watching paddle extremely entertaining to watch, and maybe it's because I get it.
Yeah.
But I feel like this does better as in an arena as a spectator sport as opposed to pickleball. That's
It's
just
so dynamic. Paddle is so dynamic when you bring in the walls and what the athleticism that the players have to display to hit some of their attacking shots and then running out of the court and recovering and all of these things that can go on like that.
Oh,
Look at the angle.
Yeah.
You can never have, I'm going to talk about geometry again for a second. You can never have geometry like that on a tennis or a pickleball court.
No.
Can't. It's so interesting.
Yeah. It's really got so much nuance and so much and so many layers to the sport. I think that's extremely interesting, and I think it makes it a very, very, very spectator-friendly sport.
I saw an article this last week that was comparing, again, you know, we talk about this, comparing paddle and pickle, but it actually was naming is paddle, there we go, a smash from Nale Grinda. We are going to be looking for that. That will give Nico and Nale some opportunities in this match.
And notice, I don't mean to interrupt your story about the comparison that you're about to go to, but notice how in the earlier quarterfinals, people were struggling to get the smash through. And it's not because they're not as good in the overheads, but now the temperature is warmer. It's, you know, it's peak. The smashes are just going now. So it creates a difference, and it matters to your playing style. Are you playing at 8 o'clock in the morning like we did? Where the glasses were moist to now where it's very warm, and it will be a lot more change of pace and a lot more smashes will be played.
Yes. Nale, I think, prefers to play either morning or later, but it certainly suits his game to be playing with these conditions. And that is a hold after being down love 40.
Yeah, that's big for them.
In that game. Huge comeback in the first game of the match.
Yeah. I have never seen Peter Alonso or his partner play, so I'll just make my initial observation here is that they're playing the defense quite static. They're basically just sitting back and not really doing too much and not really on the defense. Like whoa, lovely. Lovely from Nale.
Really, really nice from Nale.
I'm just making the observation that I would like to see, and it's maybe just their style. I would like to see a bit
Marta's
more.
getting the ball for them. Thank you, Marta. That's Peter's wife.
I'd like to see a bit more dynamism. I would like to see how when they play a Chiquita, they kind of step into half court and look for the volley lob or look to change up the rhythm a little bit. It looks like Nico and Nale just look very comfortable at the net. These 4 rallies that they won, where they're just kind of standing in their base position. So I would like to see a bit more dynamism in the defense.
It will come.
Yeah.
I absolutely guarantee that it will come. I actually think that this is very common for Peter and Jacobo, that they come on, maybe they start a little slow, they feel out the game, they play very patient, looking to see. There you go.
Plenty of dynamism when they're at the net. So like I can see that when they're attacking, they definitely step in and look to be very aggressive.
But I've heard Peter talk about that before. It's like, we go on the court, we feel it out. We're going to see what they're going to bring to this match.
Yeah.
And then we react. He's so calm.
Yeah.
And I want to make a note. Peter will maybe hear this later. I made a comment earlier about Peter and Jacobo getting back into their professional fighting, not weight, but attitude. They both played professional paddle in Spain before, and this is sort of their second career.
Yeah.
Peter's looking really fit, which he wasn't for a little while. Not that he was, but he's really looking like he's put in some work.
Listen, this paddle, this gives us, especially in these new markets, it gives us an opportunity to rekindle your desire to compete, your desire to be at peak performance. I mean, these guys have grown up playing paddle at a very high level. They're going to be very high-level athletes. And for them to kind of have a reason to go for them again, you know, in Spain they may be, and I would speculate, you know, let's say number 50. If you're number 50 in Spain, you are an extremely good paddle player. Now they get the chance to compete at the highest level, compete for prize money, compete to be number 1 in the US in an emerging market.
I missed. Who won that point?
The ones here,
Okay, so-
Peter and I think that was might have been the first. I think
Of that.
no, I think it was the final of that. I think this is a new game.
No,
Or
it's this is the second point of the new game. I don't. We had the
Yeah.
score wrong.
yeah. All good, all good. Yeah, so it makes sense that they now, you know, at a later stage in life, find a reason to get fit and enjoy competing again.
We're gonna see more of that. Oof. A few more early unforced errors than I expected here in this match, especially from Peter and Jacobo. There we go. He's very well known for that shot right there.
Whoa.
Yeah,
This Nico guy looks like an amazing athlete.
he really is. And like I said, he's playing the side he normally does not play. He plays both sides of the court well.
Solid.
And a game there. Easy hold.
This looks like it could be a very competitive game. I'm excited for this one.
We've been talking about it.
So
Anticipation.
put some color context on some of these players here. Pick one that you would like to tell a story about that encapsulates who they are as athletes or as competitors.
Sorry, we're getting a request. There we go. They've got. Okay. Sorry, I wear a few different hats at the tournaments here. So
That's all part and parcel of arranging. But you know, it's interesting. It's a $25,000 tournament. It's actually a massive tournament, and like people are just like, you know, figuring it out as we go, and it's super well organized. But it's like, you know, you might have one person in a normally $25,000 tournament that only looks after the
Right.
players. Here, you just kind of have to do whatever it takes.
yes, I was feeling that yesterday, but all good. This is what we love to do. Okay,
Yes.
ask me your question. Oh, who can I tell a story about?
One story that you want to pick, one player that you want to tell a fun story about.
Man, I know them all quite well.
And I don't know them at all. This is the first time I see all four of them.
A fun story. I'm gonna have to think about that for the next changeover.
Okay. You'll have. We'll let your subconscious work on that a little bit
Yeah.
until you have 2 games to think about it. But the background on Peter Alonso and Jacobo is that they're both Spanish originally.
Yes.
Yes, and have lived in the U.S. for a while.
Jacobo actually lives in Panama.
Okay. Travels in for events.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's played the last year, maybe a little bit more than a year, quite a few events coming in and playing with Peter, USPA tournaments.
Yep.
I don't know that they've played a red paddle together actually before this. Peter picks up partners.
Yeah.
Jacobo's been playing the professional tour, well, whatever professional money tournaments they have available closer to him in Panama, doing very well.
Mm-hmm.
Jacobo was on my PPL team, Stingrays,
Yeah. That's the
played
San Diego Stingrays.
San Diego Stingrays.
Yeah.
He played all the matches with Matias Almada, and they were undefeated.
Matias Almada, I got to feel the brunt of him today, losing in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he's really becoming a very good player. Not that he wasn't, but I see him take steps up
Yeah. You see the development of
every
the
4 months.
Yeah.
hmm
So I should have played him a year ago. Maybe I'd have had a chance.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of that development right now is in his mental.
Look at how the
Yeah,
smashes
look
are
at
going.
that.
The smashes are just going. They're flying in a completely different way than we saw only 2 hours ago. And this is back to that whole point about having to adjust to the circumstances, the speed of the court, how you need to have different game plans depending on what time of day you're playing, because outdoor just, you know, the conditions change.
Yeah, even Peter's having great success attacking with his smash, which is not what I would say what he's known for. In fact,
Right.
I think
Volleys.
great volleys from
But
Nale.
you see again, I mean, Nali, he just gets to be pretty comfortable at the net because they're just kind of waiting at the back, just playing defense, not really. Okay, it's amazing hands here, really, really nice. But in the base position, Nali just gets to stand there and fire volleys at him, and with no threat or no.
You know, we'll watch how that plays out.
Yeah.
Both Jacobo and Peter would be very well known for their defensive play. Great smash from
I'm not saying
Nico.
they're not defending. They are defending well, but it's I'm lacking a bit of
creativity.
yeah, creativity, change of pace, trying to make it uncomfortable for Nali to be at the net. Nali looks super comfortable at the net right now.
He does. And
Here they are, just waiting again, and it's good defense. I'm not saying they're playing it nicely, technically beautiful.
they may be trying to stay away from Nale's smash. This is maybe something that they have in their
Yeah.
game plan.
Yeah.
They don't want to hit something that ends up being short for him. because
Like this example here, yeah, it's a perfect example, but still, and I completely get that. But if you want to stay away from someone's smash, there's several ways to do that. You can approach and try to take the net with Chiquitas, look for volley lobs, look for loose balls that comes up after you play the Chiquita, and I feel like they're
flat.
yeah, defensively, I feel like with the skill level that they have and the hands that they have and the movement that they have, that they could, yeah, be a little bit more dynamic.
Okay.
Easy trade. A little bit of he kind of steps to half court there,
Ooh, that's.
and
Nico wants that one back.
and listen,
He didn't need to go for. He went for a little bit too much on that ball. Sorry.
yeah, but Nico, his time was taken away from him a little bit because is it Alonso, the guy in the green?
That was coming forward.
Yeah, so he's like on half court and he kind of half volleys and plays the lob, but Nico doesn't have the time.
And they'll do a lot of things like that.
Yeah.
We're gonna watch Jacobo and Peter use
Side
the
glass.
walls
Yeah.
in ways that we don't see many players do. That comes from their level of experience. Something here to watch for. Nale is in super good shape, but he is great shot, Peter. That's smart, and they take a golden point right there.
I think Nale, he lets that ball in. It's kind of a loose ball coming across the middle. You would actually kind of feel like he could, with the
taken that,
with the left hand, he could have actually kind of attacked there, and instead it turns into a situation where Jacobo and Peter Alonso get to go to the net.
So Nale is, I won't share how old he is, but he does have a few years on all of the other players on the court.
You can see he's by a wide margin the slowest on court.
Right. Well, that's the way he moves too. It's not that he.
No,
I think he just moves differently also
yeah,
than the three. He's considerably taller. I'm gesturing. And considerably taller. So sometimes, yeah, I suppose that looks older, but he's significantly wiser in terms of years
placement
than everyone else
but
on the court. But it can come out to get him in matches, especially under conditions like this.
being the older, wiser, you want to make sure that you cover the angles, and I think he kind of made a mistake with this loose ball coming in here. I think that's one that he absolutely has to cover.
Well, and it gave the other team a break.
Gave them a break. They were up 40-15. And here I am, kind of going after their defense a little bit, Jacobo and Peter Alonso. But what do I know? They're up a break.
Right. This is their sneaky good that way. They're not playing super intense at this point. You know, it's still, the match is still getting going, but they take care of their business. They don't make a lot of unforced errors. They don't hit balls to put them in a poor position. They really take care of their position well, and so maybe they could be trying to create more with their defense, but by the way that they
So
protect
right
their
there.
position.
In the offense, they move. So here, Peter, he steps in tight and he gets this change of pace, which forces an error out of Nico.
Yes.
So I
Wow.
oh my
Here we
God.
go. Here we go. Oh,
Wow.
that's a fantastic point from all
Wow.
4 players on the court.
I loved how Nico technically did that,
Yeah.
where he kind of cocked his wrist and kind of pulled it back into the net. That was beautiful.
And that Peter was there. But Nale, you see there's the ball. Wow, that's a very dynamic smash from Peter. You can see that these players at this level are seeing the point at least 1 or 2 shots out.
Yeah, yeah, they're anticipating. They're anticipating and closing off angles because they kind of know, well, if I play the ball to this direction and the guy's facing this way, then he can't play this direction, so they can kind of anticipate a little bit what's going to happen.
Well, and they're setting up patterns, so they know. I mean, these two on this side, Peter and Jacobo, know each other so well. They know in a lot of situations what their partner can and is most likely to do, and they make a lot of those decisions intentionally to set up that next ball that their partner's already standing waiting for the response because they know it. It's not even reacting to the shot that they've hit. They're even 1 step ahead of that.
And I think that is definitely some of it. The fact that you know your partner and what type of shots you hit, that matters. But I just think that they have a general sort of base understanding that is just at a very, very high level. So I think that they would probably be able to go and do that with a lot of players.
Wow.
Smashes are going. We see the difference.
Peter's, this.
Yeah, but I think both of them can accelerate, but Peter's obviously been the most efficient with the smash to this point. But both of them look like they have a very crisp striking of the ball in the overheads.
Well, and we've seen this team hitting more of them so far than Nale and Nico, which I would say is a very strong part of Nale and Nico's game.
Yeah. Yeah, but they're, from the defense, they're not lobbing a lot. They're not giving them time to go back and set the feet and try to play these big power smashes. They're mostly just playing down, playing to the feet or playing to the volleys.
Yes.
So they feel probably that they can hold them from the volley game more than in the overheads.
Wow, this is a bit of a somewhat sloppy game from Peter and Jacobo. I suppose it can be because it's a return game.
Great.
That's a really great volley from Nale.
So what he does amazingly here for the people watching back home is he cuts the ball and he plays it relatively short. When you play to the middle, you want to see if you can avoid giving that big rebound. So this doesn't have any rebound. He intuitively immediately understands that he's played a good shot, and then he pushes forward, closes forward because they're going to struggle to lob, so they might just get it back. And if they're waiting on the back foot, I think it's a very basic situation but from Nale, but it's one in paddle that you really, as an improving player, you have to really understand the situation. Cut the ball, short in the middle,
Yes.
and look to push.
Yes. And you can open up so many possibilities with that ball in the middle right
There's
there.
that, because then you force someone to go and really quickly go to play to the middle. If they don't have time to lob, then you can push them back in the corner afterwards.
Exactly. I see someone snuck in behind us. Bob.
Hi, Bob. How did it go?
Yeah, Bob just had a match. We don't even know the outcome of that match
Tell
yet.
us the outcome, Bob. You had to retire?
No.
Andreas? Oh my God.
At 6-all in the second set and you won the first. Oh, that's a shame.
Andrea, oh my God, I should probably go look for
It's
him.
your team member. You want to go?
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go check it out. Do you know where he is now? I'll go see if I can.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's what now? Okay.
Oh, that's a shame.
That's very dramatic. I'm sitting here a little bit shocked. Andreas is one of my closest friends in the whole world, and I've made the trip here with him, and he was quite excited to play with you. Oh my God, but I mean, it just goes to show we play here in the middle of the day. It is extremely warm. We actually had a hitting session here Thursday morning where both he and my partner Matthias, they kind of both like almost collapsed. We're from an area we're not used to this humidity. That's very dramatic. And it has to be pretty bad if you've won the first and it's 6-all in the second.
Retire.
Then it has to be quite bad.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh my God.
So, ladies and gentlemen, the conditions are a factor. They will be in a lot of these matches, especially in the middle of the day. It is very hot here in Houston. It is very humid. You can see we'll have a lot of wardrobe changes. And you really need to take care. So staying cool before your match, after your match, making sure that you have good nutrition, have good electrolytes.
Yeah.
Before a match. Once that starts to happen, it's kind of over. You can't really recover in the moment.
Yeah. Once you're gone, it's tough to get it back.
So
But
we really hope that Andreas is okay.
Yeah.
And we're sorry to hear that, Bob. Okay, here we are. Jacobo serving 40-15, I believe.
They look pretty comfortable,
Yeah.
Jacobo and Peter Alonso.
There we go from a Nale Grinda smash. It is the shot they really need to look for.
I love how crisp he strikes the ball,
Yeah.
Nali, both in the overheads and the volleys.
Yeah.
It's extremely like.
Oh,
Very clean, crisp
Yeah.
striker of the ball. I'll give him that.
yes. He played college tennis at UCLA, I believe.
Yep.
Very good tennis player.
I feel like they haven't really been able to make Nico's athleticism a thing in this game so far.
No.
He hasn't really been able to. They haven't really been able to take advantage of that.
I was about to say that it really has seemed like Nico's been a
Oh my goodness!
non-component in this
He's
match.
all the way out in the grass.
Wow, and here come their high lobs. This is what they're so well known for, and Peter's all over that.
Oh
Yep.
my goodness! What a rally! Wow.
But Nale played right into that. He was
Uh,
not in the position. He was not in the position to hit that overhead. I'm sorry to say, that was a very poor decision.
I think Jacobo, he was all the way out of the gate, and he could have just played it soft to the corner. But the retrieval from Peter Alonso out, he was like 10, 15 feet out into the grass.
Yeah, I would say that it looks right now like Nale is leading the feet for the team on this side, and I'm not used to seeing that. Nico, that's a fantastic passing shot down the line by Jacobo.
Know if the people at home can really appreciate what a shot that was. That was technically very, very, very difficult to do.
The margin. He had very little margin.
Oh my God, that was probably the best shot I've seen in the tournament.
Yes, people would not understand that at all.
If you don't play paddle, you don't know how tough that shot was.
Okay, here we go. I was thinking that was a long serve. Oh boy, here it comes
He
again. Here
gets
it comes
super unlucky there, Nali.
And that's out. Oh no, it's in.
I really like that he just called it that way, and he actually
Okay.
played the smash very well.
Yes.
Just got super unlucky that it just touched the top of the glass or the mesh. you call it that in English? The mesh, the top
Yeah.
of the fence? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm not used to commentating in English.
You're doing a really good job.
So
Peter
actually,
stepped in on
yeah,
that
you
one.
talk about a little bit of that defense. Okay, so it failed, but a little bit of that defense just to break the rhythm in the defense, so it's not that monotone. Okay, we play off the glass kind of thing, making them a little bit more uncomfortable in the offense.
And now Nale has a point here, well, 2 points to win this game and hold their serve, extending this first set.
So you see, Nale, he tried again with the same volley to the middle. That
Yes.
doesn't give a, but it just became a bit too long. It gave that rebound that meant that Peter Alonso could retrieve it.
Golden point, Jacobo elects to receive. And
out.
that's out. Okay, so they do hold. Extending this first set, Jacobo and Peter will serve for the set 5-4.
I really like Nale's striking of the ball. I feel like Peter and Jacobo are playing a little bit too much into his strengths. I understand they're not trying to lob him because he's got that big power smash. It feels like to challenge a guy like that who's got such good hands when he gets the volley in the standard positions. I would like to see them play more Chiquitas. I would like to see them force him to play under net height a little bit more and then make it uncomfortable from him by stepping in. Clearly not part of their strategy. And
No, maybe they're feeling like that's taking unnecessary risk, considering that they have a decent handle on the set.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We talked about Nico not looking like he is playing a huge factor in this match. I wonder, are they staying away from Nico?
A little bit, yeah. A little bit. Yeah, they are trying to avoid him a little bit. You know, you talk about putting people in the freezer when you don't get the ball at all. I don't think that's quite the case.
No.
But they are primarily going to Nale. And I actually think that Nale has played pretty well. I think with the strategy they're doing, it feeds into where he's good. I think the difference has been when the loose balls comes around, especially Peter Alonso has been good at finishing them. The smash has been extremely efficient.
Yes.
Hopefully we won't have any heat exhaustion incidents or cramping here on court, but it is warm, it is humid, and hopefully they're hydrating and getting their electrolytes in.
I'm wondering, I'm just going to ask a quick question to those outside of booth. If Bob, sorry everyone, one moment here.
Ball comes up loose, it gets punished immediately. If Nale doesn't have a
good return,
a good return or play with soft hands and get under the net height, then he gets punished right away.
Yeah.
That one's probably gonna go.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
How Nale
Bradley
got
stays
out
alive.
of the way of that smash. That's a great shot by Nico. I don't know how Nale avoided getting hit by that smash.
Very impressive. Matrix-like.
Yes.
I think if they're to turn this game around, they need to set Nico up a little bit better.
Well, that's
great defense from Nale here.
That's what I'm saying. Nico is in a supportive role right now on the court, which I am absolutely not used to seeing him. He is usually the very dominant leader on the court.
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah.
Now what sets that up is Peter's volley to the fence. You give him the angle, he takes the fence immediately.
Yes. 30-40, still break points here. There we go.
And
They saved that one.
at the net, there's plenty of dynamic movement. Peter steps in, he's like, force, you have to lob. If you don't lob, I'm gonna step in really close and put pressure on you.
Nico elects to receive. Let's see what happens here.
Big point.
Oh, he wants that back. That takes the set.
That was a big, big opportunity right there, and he knows it, Nale.
He does, and it's something that's within his strength zone.
But I like how they constructed that point, how Nico constructed that point. He plays a couple of balls down, and he finds the lob, but he doesn't give Peter enough time to go and set his feet and really go for the smash. So Peter's kind of on the back foot, and they can turn it around. Nale rolls to the feet, and they both come forward. So I like the way they defended, and that's kind of a little bit of that defensive.
What you're looking for.
Yes, that defensive dynamism. The fact that we're not just standing there, just going 3, 4, 5 shots down. Play a little bit. Okay, and Nico, he set it up nicely. Nale, he took over, and obviously they get really unlucky. He made the error, but I thought that's kind of what I want to see.
Okay, so
Very entertaining match. It's
a chess game.
It is, yeah. It is. I feel like the strategy here is, it's more clear to see what the different game plans are. I think it's they all know each other quite well, is my understanding. So they all kind of have an idea. I think it's pretty clear that they're not letting Nico dominate very much. I think it's very clear that Peter and Jacobo are looking to just play their defense off of the back glass and just looking to stick around. If I was Nico and Nale, I would try what Nale has done a couple of times to try to cut the volleys a little bit shorter to not give.
The middle.
They look so comfortable defending off the back glass. It's just like it feels like they never make a mistake off the back glass.
No.
So
No, and I would say that all of those so far have been easy for them to defend off the back glass.
Yeah.
Their ability to defend is far higher than what we've seen.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks extremely it looks extremely natural. But it's like you can play short to the middle, that's fine. You can also play short to the feet and just kind of force people to play off of the half volley and kind of force people to not give them the opportunity for the back glass. And then I think in general, I think Peter and Jacobo are slightly better at using the entire court, at looking for fence, looking for to give Nico and Nale a little bit of a different look and feel all the time. One thing that I would really think that would contribute to this is if spectators were able to text in with questions. Now,
yes.
I enjoy your questions a lot, and but I think if we're able to get that flow in, that spectators could write in questions and say, hey, how about this?
Yeah, let me check in with our tech specialist to see if he can see that on the screen. Can you see texted questions coming in?
We can encourage people to do it.
On the YouTube?
It could also just be like a phone or... There's some comments here. Max and Josh play together since they are 8 years old. That's a comment from the two young Mexicans we saw earlier. Technically very, very good, and they looked one thing that you actually mentioned was that they looked extremely comfortable with each other.
Yeah.
That there was no stress, and that makes a ton of sense if they've played together since they were 8 years old. So that's a nice bit of color context.
I missed that first point.
I think Peter and Jacobo won it. I think. So immediately right off the bat, look at the volley that Nico plays.
Yeah.
He plays short to the middle and he steps in.
Yeah.
This is kind of what I want from them, to bring Peter and Jacobo to not just give them the. You see again, they're playing to the middle, and then they're moving out.
And
Yes. Yep.
they're starting to hear Nico. I don't know if you heard that, but that's what we're used to.
Very, 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 very nice rally. Okay, Nali.
Ooh.
It's really tough shot, smash, tough smash with the sun in his eyes.
Wow. I just found out, sorry ladies and gentlemen, I was taking a break to see who won a match. I was potentially going to have a match this afternoon upcoming, but it was pending a match that was on. And now it looks like it's goodbye because Martin, one of our hugest supporters and sponsors of this event, won his match 10-8 in the Super Breaker. Unreal. Congratulations, Martin. Won that.
The last rally, Nale made a volley error.
Okay. They are about to be broken potentially in this first game of the second set.
And honestly, he does exactly what I was asking of him, Peter. He plays the Chiquita, moves in for the volley lob, and makes an error. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not the strategy. Maybe that's because they do look extremely comfortable defending off the back glass. Yeah.
That's sometimes when you're having success,
Yeah.
and you're executing your game plan.
Yeah.
You don't need to change it.
Yeah.
If the other team responds and adjusts their game, then yes, of course. But right now they're comfortable.
Yeah. But I think that Nico and Nale have talked about going to the middle a little bit more. You see, when the ball comes.
Nale's getting out of the way. There we go.
Again, playing to the middle and stepping in. That has to be a central part of the game plan for.
And Nico is very used to finding himself in that position where he is creating opportunities for his team. Nale stepped out of the way, I think, because of the sun.
Yeah.
But that position is what Nico's very comfortable
And
in.
even though that Nico had stepped out of the way, even though he had stepped out of the way, he's so quick to get back.
Oh, there's a few of those balls that they played that I thought were going out, and this time,
Oh,
wow.
what a get from Mali.
It's a fabulous.
It's going out, but he's got it.
Yep. Wow.
Wow. That is paddle at a very, very high level.
On a golden point, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh.
Oh, look at that. Hang on a second. Let me fix that. There we go.
Yeah. No, that was. I actually think that Nico and Nale did a lot of things right in that game. They just kind of got unlucky at the end.
They did.
So I asked you a question a while back. You remember about a fun story about one of the players?
Story.
How's your subconscious doing? Did it pick up on anything yet?
I think I have too many. Well, I was
first
talking
one
earlier.
first one off the top of your head.
Well, just off the top of my head, I'm thinking about Jacobo and all of the experiences we had in our first season of PPL. He was our team captain, which I mentioned earlier on in the broadcast,
From the Stingrays.
the Stingrays. And
Can I buy merchandise for the Stingrays somewhere?
ooh, that's a really good question. We've been pushing the team to make that available. I don't know if it's available yet, but it is
Coming.
It's coming.
Coming.
promise.
Where can I buy it?
I will let you know.
Okay. Send me a link. I'm definitely I'm getting San Diego Stingrays merch.
Okay.
For the story.
Gabrielle, did you hear that? We need to get that up really soon.
ASAP.
Okay. I started calling Jacobo the Joker
Okay.
because he's so relaxed. He doesn't really ever stress about anything. And he could quickly shift things for the entire team. Well, most of the time.
Yeah.
Very quickly when there were moments of of tension or people feeling upset. Unfortunately, the last weekend, the Joker skills didn't work out for the team, and we didn't even qualify for the finals. But he's just you're constantly cracking up around this man.
Okay.
Yeah.
So very relaxed and very funny.
Yes.
Noted. The Joker. That's a nickname right there.
There
We got 1 out of 4. And if anybody else has good nicknames for any of these players out here, feel free to write them in the chat, the commentary. We'll be happy to share them. Share them with the players, see if they take to them. The Joker, I like that.
I have a few circling in my mind for Nico, but I'm not sure if they're politically correct or favorable to the paddle market. But they're funny ones, and you know, he has such a great personality. Wow. And I didn't keep score on the last point. Sometimes I forget my dual role.
Peter's striking of his overhead has been a real difference maker. Almost every time he's gone for the smash, they've won the point.
He closed, anticipating the ball there.
Yep. Oh, I don't know.
Well, that was that in or out?
No, out.
Okay. So the first point I'm still
We don't
missing.
know, but it's
It's either 3:15 or 15:30.
Yep.
Wow. In?
That
No.
is in. No, that's in.
But
That's
Popo
in.
calls that out, but Nico celebrated as if it was in.
In.
So we've got a miscommunication here.
Oh, he goes for it again there.
Peter's found himself in the right position all of those
Yeah.
times.
I think he's look at this now. Now they're moving in with this Chiquita. This is the defense. This pushes Nale back. This challenges Nale where I think you can challenge him. He's super strong when he's volleying around the height of the net. But they push him back, playing under the net, kind of stepping in, being a little bit more dynamic now.
So here's the question, whether it's 30-40 or 40-30 from this point right here.
We'll find out soon enough.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
That is unreal.
the Joker. He's
That
right
is
there.
unreal.
And that is game.
That is game.
For the Joker and Peter Alonso.
Wow. Backhand volley.
And I actually really like Nale's shot. He played soft and slow, and the Joker was just right there, read it beautifully. He got the kind of drop shot-ish volley.
Do you sense a little bit of slowing down on Nale's behalf?
Yes, but I feel like he's that's gotta go. That's gotta go.
Yeah.
He is consistent on those smashes, and he's mostly just hitting them
into the back glass.
hitting them back to himself, but he hits the top of the glass every time. The consistency with which he, in outdoor conditions with the sun in his eyes, and yet he still manages to hit the top of the back glass here, so the ball comes back to him.
Peter's precision
This
is outstanding.
Yeah, yeah,
I would say that's one of his biggest strengths.
yeah.
He actually told me once he thinks he might be a better coach than a player. He sees the game
In that case,
so well.
in that case, he's a very good coach. He's a very good player. They're just kind of testing Nale a little bit.
Yeah, that one
That's a
goes long.
Nice rulo there. But they're testing Nale, just playing down to him, just kind of giving him a few different things, lobbing him. I feel like Nico is not really, he's not in this match, and it's not on his own account. I feel like I want him to lead more, dominate
implant
more.
himself in this match. That's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah.
in the last set. His personality, this is not the personality of Nico Agritelli.
But maybe, listen, he's playing the opposite side than what he's used to. That surely that has to be a factor in this.
Different partner.
Different partner. That's obviously a thing as well.
And obviously against a very strong team.
I feel like oh, that was going out, I think. But you see how now they're challenging with the Chiquitas and stepping in. And mostly they're doing it on Nali. They're not trying to. They're not trying to play Chiquitas to Nico. They're playing Chiquitas to Nali and stepping in. I think that was what I was alluding to, that I wanted them to start doing.
You did. You've been saying that the whole time.
Yep.
Make this tall man get down for those balls.
Exactly. Physically, it is difficult. He's got that big smash. He's got those heavy volleys.
He's not reacting well to the movement that they're giving him right now.
No, I think it's starting to show now that he's been getting the majority of the balls.
Yep.
He is starting to look a bit worn out. And listen, it makes sense. It's very warm out here, and they've been testing and pushing him. And
I don't know how you're feeling as a Scandinavian, but I can feel it in the booth. We're sitting here with fans. We're very comfortable, and I feel it in my head, just the conditions of the day. I can't even imagine what it's like to be on the court right now.
I'm super surprised. I feel great.
Way to show me up.
I mean, yeah, sorry. And I even played a game earlier today. I've even been drenched.
You can just stay in the booth all day long.
We'll see about later tonight with the semifinals. This is the last game of the session, right? And it's the evening session later today.
Don't we have one more?
This is quarterfinal number 4. I'm very confident.
You're very confident. You want to put money on it?
Yes. $10.
You're right. I didn't agree.
God.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I did not lose $10, but I was very close.
Oh.
Yeah, so the semifinals will be going on at 5:45.
5:45. It's Almeida and
Argañaras,
the guys that beat me. So
yes.
Good job to them.
So you're cheering for them, right?
Yeah, I'm cheering for them because I spoke to them after the game. They're extremely nice people. So yeah, I think I'm actually cheering for them. And I also want to encourage anybody in the Texas/Houston area, if you're watching this on the stream right here, come down this evening, enjoy the barbecue, enjoy the amazing matches that we're going to see at the semifinals later. These athletes competing for a $25,000 prize pool. Is the biggest tournament in U.S. history?
It is.
Biggest tournament in U.S. history?
We can say that.
That is a thing.
We're in the booth commentating for the biggest prize pool ever
on
U.S. soil.
Yes. So if you're in the Houston area, by all means, come and check it out. Otherwise, stay tuned. Riva will be here commentating again, making sure that you guys are comfortably guided through what is destined to be a fantastic paddle evening.
Yes, it will be. We'll have some exciting matches. And thank you to all of the supporters making this tournament happen. Paloma Varela, Ehab Hussein from Woodlands Paddle, Martin Navarro, Charles Messau from Red Paddle, Coulter from Red Paddle, and then everyone working on the event. And thank you to everyone who's coming to play from out of town. We have a lot of players coming to the Houston area for this tournament, not only in Division 1. We have visiting players from all divisions.
You keep doing $25,000 prize pool, I guarantee you people are going to fly in from everywhere.
Hopefully they hear. And if you're looking to sponsor one of these events, have your name on live streams like this, please reach out. We need to present more opportunities to grow this game here in North America and give these players more opportunities so they can continue to make this their life and play at the level that we enjoy watching.
We need to stop losing some of these high-level athletes to pickleball, and the way that happens is for just general interest to increase, but also for the sponsorship and for the prize pool to be at this level on a regular basis.
Yeah, absolutely. And we see at all levels of paddle, there are so many high-level tennis players.
Peter is asking for to get a drink, I think. Asking for some water.
To his wife. I think his wife and little girl are watching over beside our booth here.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
So now you see all the tools. I think I've called Peter the magician
Yeah.
before.
Yeah.
And you're starting to see he's comfortable. They have a nice lead. So he's going to feel like he can pull out some of these other shots
Yeah.
that he has in his arsenal.
He's looking extremely comfortable on court. And he's definitely got a big toolbox.
And neither of them are looking stressed by the conditions, which I've had a feeling that they've been putting in a lot of work off court, and I think we can see it. Always there, but he did not put that out.
Oh, the tap out just missed.
Oh,
Oh,
and
Nico.
could not see.
Yeah, the sun was
Here
in
we
his
go.
eyes. He gets another shot at this.
That's it. Great point here. Oh, and that stays in. So unlucky.
What a rally. And you definitely see how there are several smash opportunities in this rally, but the sun is playing a big factor right now. The sun is right at its highest at the moment.
It is. Nale and Nico had a lot of opportunities in that point. Some of it just a little bit unlucky. That's... Ooh,
Oy.
I can't believe Nale pulled that one off the dirt. No.
Oh, Nali's looking tired. He is looking tired.
Yeah. He was one of the players I spoke about maybe last night. I took them, they played in the final at our last Red Paddle here at the Woodlands, gave them a ride to the airport for their flight, him and his partner Max Moreau, and both of them started cramping in the car.
Oh, my.
Yeah. I had
It
no
was
tools to help them.
contagious.
Yeah, he was, I mean, it was comical from my perspective to watch them walk through the airport as they had cramps coming and going.
That's a fun story. Who was that? Max Moreau and...
Nale Grinda.
Okay. Poor guys.
But this is what the conditions can throw at you.
Yeah.
That is a very unusual unforced error from Peter.
The magician's not happy with himself.
I was going to say he's been very calm in terms of his antics on court.
He's a showman.
He is totally a showman.
Then the magician name goes is even more accurate.
Oh,
This is, again, I don't know if you see that from Peter Alonso, the wrist with which he generates that shot across to Nico, and then Jacobo.
has so many options.
The joker's right there.
There comes a high lob. The sun.
Yeah, the sun is really a factor right now.
Oh, and Nale's really struggling at the moment.
I think it's 30-40. It's 30-40.
Oh, my bad.
I think the magician and the joker have been, they've been quite solid in their game plan. It's been very clear what they've been trying to achieve, and they've managed to do it. They managed to just execute on that game plan continuously, and part of that has been wearing Nali out.
Well,
And that's worked.
you talk about wanting to see more from them. I wonder if part of what we've seen in their strategy is they have everything so fine-tuned, and they're conserving their energy. They know what the conditions are. So they could maybe be going for a little more, but then maybe they have to be a bit more reactive and cover more court.
The more dynamic you are, the more energy you expend. That's only natural. And it feels like a couple of animals on the prairie that are just kind of saving their energy for the hunt, for the time that you have to go for the kill.
You remember when I said that at the beginning of the first set, that they come out, this is what they do? They come out, no stress, they're going to play, they're not going to push too hard in those first few games, they're going to feel out their opponent. If their opponent comes out strong and fast, they're okay with that, it doesn't stress them. That's exactly what I meant.
They've kind of felt their way around. I do think though they're playing better now, and I think that is probably on the face of Nico just not really having ever put his stamp of authority in this game, and Nali just looking increasingly more tired as the game is wearing on.
Nico probably will not be very happy. We won't approach him right away after the match, but he is very, very thoughtful to this game. He has studied this game, considering his amount of time as a paddle player. And after every match, he goes and dissects it. And you can see, every time he steps back on the court, you can see the response.
How old is he?
I think Nico's 27.
I have a guy that I want to bring over. I want him to play with him. We have a 23-year-old kid from Denmark. He's actually got family in Houston.
Okay.
And he's kind of the same student of the game and extremely athletic. And he plays on the left side with a big power smash. So him and Nico would be a fun matchup. He's I think he's ranked 3 in Denmark right now, but is very close to being the #1.
Okay. Well, that's, you can clearly see it, and any player that you, as a spectator, can clearly see that a player has gone home, thought about what happened in the last one, and come out with a response.
Progress.
Is not everyone can do that.
No.
Even if they do put their head to it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a skill set to be to have that analytical skill set. That's a very, very, very important part of succeeding at this level. Is it 4 match points now?
Yeah. Unfortunately, Peter and Jacobo are running away with this one in the second set. That's a great lob.
Yeah, using the sun a little bit.
Yeah.
Nice adjustment there after it hits the back mesh. He's looking to hit a very aggressive bajada.
Wow, that.
So in that shot from Nico, I think he has a great opportunity to go for the fence. I think
you saw Jacobo's scoop. He rolled that forehand and kept it so low. I love watching these players, the confidence they have in their hand.
There it is.
That's the match. Congratulations to all players on the court. Tough conditions. Peter Jacobo just played very, very well.
They did play very well. I think they had a pretty clear game plan. They were able to execute on that game plan. I think they made very few unforced errors. I think that Peter Alonso's smash that kept taking the top of the glass and hitting it back to himself was a big difference maker.
Yeah.
I
yeah,
think
we saw more smash realization from that team than Nale and Nico, and Nale and Nico are the ones known for it.
Yeah. I think you saw Nale had that natural power when he got the chance. The thing is, what they didn't let Nale smash very often because they didn't let him set his feet. So you can see the times when they lob him and he's got time set his feet, he's got insane power. But he's constantly kind of moving backwards when he's smashing. He doesn't have time, and then it takes away that ability for him to really go for it.
Well, and it takes away his legs for the future points.
I think it was very clear that Nale towards the end was physically struggling. He was not as crisp as he looked in the first set.
No.
First set was very competitive. I think it was
could have gone either way. It was a golden point.
Golden point, yeah. I mean, it was very competitive, but I feel like Peter and Jacobo just looked fitter, fresher, and were able to keep Nico's athleticism completely make it. Yeah, agree.
It's been so fun to see. There goes Peter's daughter. So fun to see her in the paddle, grow up in the paddle community. They moved to the U.S. when she was still really small. She's still small. Look, she's still a toddler, but we love to see his family with us this weekend. All right, I'm just going to check what the schedule is here. We're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much, Jesper, for coming into the booth and
been a
being
pleasure.
with us for so long.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of fun.
I enjoyed it. It was a pleasure commentating with you.
Hopefully you'll come back and join us again.
Invite me. I'm happy to sit in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back to day 2 of our live stream of the Red Paddle Summer Circuit Final. This match is a consolation round match, and we are picking this up in the third and final set. First set was won by Kelly Shannon and Andres Stabile, 6-4. Second set was won by Iker Arizpe and Andres Nunez, 6-2. Scoreboard is showing 0-0 in the third set. That is not correct. This is the second game of the third set. I'm not sure who won the first game. I will update the score as soon as I find out the latest from the players. Nice forehand volley by Andres there. Love. updated the score now to the correct score. Andres Nunez and Iker Arizpe are leading 3-0 in the third and final set. Kelly Shannon and Andres Stabile won the first set 6-4, lost the second set 6-2. Andres Stabile to serve, love 3. Misfire by Iker on the bandeja into the back wall. 15 love. Nice backhand volley by Andres Nunez, 15 all. $30-15. Nice service return by Andres. Got low to Kelly's feet. Backhand volley into the net. 30 all. Nice shot there into the angle by Kelly Shannon. 40-30. Andres Stabile has held serve. They trail though 3-1 in the final set of this consolation round match. Nice smash by Andres, clears the side wall. Didn't really use a lot of spin on that one, that was pure power. Yeah. 15 love. Nice smash by Iker. 30 love. Yeah. 40-15. Kelly's not going to be happy with that backhand return error, unforced error. So Iker Arizpe has held serve. He and Andres Nunez lead 4-1 in the third and final set. Kelly Shannon to serve now, 1-4. Third set. Nice bandeja by Andres. Takes the first point of this game. two-handed backhand service return by Andres. Dipped it low over the net. Got an unforced error from Kelly. $15-30. All. Nice smash by Andres Stabile. 40-30. Shannon has held serve. They still trail though, 4-2. Third and final set. Andres Nunez to serve. Love 15. Good finish there by Andres. Powered it over the sidewall. Andres Stabile had no chance to run out the door to get it. $15 all. Nice bajada by Kelly. Wins the point. 15-30. The Canadians desperately do need a service break here. Nice shot by Andres Stabile. That sets up 3 break points. If they can win one of these next 3 points, they will be back even on serve in this third and final set. Andres saves one of those break points with a smash right at the feet of Andres Stabile. Andres Nunez and Iker, though, will have to win 2 more if they want to take a 5-2 lead in this third set. Well, they have saved another one. Sets up a golden point. So Andres does manage to hold its serve, saved 3 break points in the process. They now have a 5-2 lead in the third and final set. We will have another consolation round match coming up after this one before the semifinals start. At 5:45 is the scheduled time, Houston time, Central Standard Time. Here we go, Andres Dubiles serving at 2-5. This is a must-hold service game where the match is over. Nice backhand volley winner by Andres Nunez. Love 15. I'm not sure who won that point. I'm not sure what the call was. I'm going to tentatively make that 15 all. Nice kick smash by Iker Arispe. Easily clears the side wall. Kelly Shannon attempted to run out the door, but not able to retrieve it. Andres Nunez. Backhand volley doesn't clear the net. Believe the score is 30 all. That sets up match point for Andres Nunez and Iker Arizpe. 2 match points. There it is. Game, set, and match. Andres Nunez, Iker Arizpe. They defeat Andres Stabile and Kelly Shannon. They will advance to the next round of the consolation draw. We're going to take a break here, and there will be another consolation round match coming up shortly. And then after that, we will have the semifinals of the main draw of Division 1 of this Red Paddle Summer Circuit Final. Please stick around. Gonna expect some great paddle.
or that was. Yeah. You know that we played much better. What's us? ¿Te vas a echar las de mi hermano? ¿Te acuerdas que estaba Oye, Andrés, que si quieres jugar una vez. ¡Qué seguridad! Why didn't you give it to him?
No, I'm still in the tournament. I might play against him in the final.
Oh!
The consolation. Let's go. Let's see how good you are at this. Let's see. Here. I'm waiting.
Oh, yeah.
Very good. I'm here, huh?
That's your racket. I want 10. I want 10 of these.
I'm celebrating.
That's good. Design in Spain. Maybe in Qatar.
No, Sally. Sally. No, Sally.
It's a little softer.
Yeah, it is.
It doesn't have as much pop.
Come on, I'm waiting.
Yeah, really good. Really good. I think it would suit you if you're silent. I don't know it.
Come on, one more. I want to do this.
Good. Soft. Like it doesn't have for here. But I'm we're much.
So where we go? Here? I'm moving here, no? What? The sun, okay. We go back here. Come on. Vamos. Anthony. Congratulations. You are in semifinal, no? Huh? What?
Let's see the difference. Wait.
Quiet.
That would be awesome. Whatever you can do, I'll take. Yeah. So yeah, whatever. Like, I have a day job, so I don't need. I'm not like a starving paddle coach. But yeah, anything you can do would be nice. Actually, yeah, man, I like the Phoenix more than this. No, squash. No, just me. He's kind of here in the paddle. He started in the paddle more than tennis. Look at that. I'm gonna get some goggles. What's up? Back of the garage? Yeah, it's on the side of the garage. Can I, like, on that side? Go around those right there. Okay, you'll find a switch on the side. For none? Yeah.
Juanpi, ahora le mandamos una foto al chino.
yo no voy.
right, welcome back. We are about to start the first semifinal match in the Division 1 of the Red Paddle Summer Circuit Final. The match will be between Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos against Matias Almada and Juan Argañaras. Riva Mackey is back in the broadcast booth commenting on this match with me. Welcome back, Riva.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
We hope you're enjoying the day of great paddle, and the best is probably about to start. This match and the following match will be Division 1 semifinals, the highest level players in the tournament. There are actually 4 divisions in the tournament. Mostly you've seen the Division 1, although there have been have there been any? No, I guess all of them have been Division 1 matches. Tomorrow, I believe the final round of the Division 2 will be on this center court, and you'll be able to see it if you join us tomorrow for the final day of the Red Paddle Summer Circuit Final.
Yeah, that has a chance of being a great match, I think. We don't know the results of who's in that final yet. They're playing their semifinals right now. Some locals, Antonio and Miguel Moschella, are playing against 2 Miami men, Giuseppe Pomosamo and Antonio Gomez. And then a little bit later, we have our second semifinal of Division 2, Martin Navarro and his partner. Do you know his partner?
I don't.
Are playing against Jared Finkelstein and Maxi Rosas.
Here we go. We're about to start. Juan Argañaras to serve.
What a great point to start off this match.
Nice. Nicely selected smash there. That was one part of the court that Juan and Matias were not going to be able to cover. First point goes to Torre and Ramos.
We'll see these 4 feeling each other out in these first couple games. I think they know each other well.
Yeah. Agustin Torre lives in Torreon, Mexico.
Matias and Juan also live in Mexico, play the Mexican circuit. Diego Ramos still has his residence named in Spain.
Yes.
I don't know where he spends most of his time based on playing together with Torre in the A1 Paddle Professional League.
Diego Ramos is originally from Uruguay. And Agustin Torre is originally from Argentina.
Same with Matias and Juan, both from Argentina.
I wonder if they played each other in the juniors. Maybe not. Diego is 38 years old.
He's definitely I would say the most well-seasoned on the court.
Yeah. Do you know how old Matias and Juan are?
Matias is 29. And Juan, let me look that up.
he intended to bounce that about an inch in front of the back wall. I wonder.
That might have been smaller margins than he was hoping for.
Yeah, it worked. So
Did.
we have our first golden point in the very first game of the match. Agustin Torre receiving. That is
Wow.
a gorgeous backhand volley there for the service break.
Very
by
well
Diego
placed.
Ramos. Yeah.
Finding this is proving to be more difficult than I planned. Give me just a moment.
Diego Ramos and Agustin Torre are the number 7 ranked couple on the A1 paddle tour. Love.
Juan Argañaras is 35 years old. So very likely he was playing at the same time as Diego Ramos.
Good aggressive forehand by Matias there. 15 all. I think he caught Agustin a little by surprise there.
Great volley.
Beautiful volley there. That's
Lots of spin.
yeah. Came up about 2 inches off of the back wall.
Okay, there. That's a great
Ooh.
smash.
Nice smash by Agustin. (40-15).
Nice touch.
Ooh.
Wow.
Great
Unbelievable
point.
point. Matias covered a lot of ground in that point.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get there for the drop shot. Great hands by Diego Ramos.
Monte Almonte served down 0-2 in the first set of the semifinal round match.
Matias and Juan were also playing some matches. Wow, that was a great speed.
Nice
the
Monte,
bandeja.
yeah.
We're both playing some A1 paddle back in its opening year. Matias often with a different partner than Juan, but I don't think either of them have played any of the tournaments this year.
Wow, that was a quality volley by Diego Ramos.
Their volleys are staying so low
Yeah.
off the back glass, really asking a lot of the defense of Matias and Juan. Wow, it's a great lob. Sun a bit of a factor on that side right now. You left that volley up
Ooh.
too high. You do not want to leave it there for Torre. He moves forward very aggressively. And that is Matias's favorite shot, right there.
The Bajada.
Yes.
Bajada de Pared, I guess, is the official. I call it just hitting a smash off of the back wall.
Yes, good way to think about it. Also, my favorite shot, I think I've learned a bit of that actually from Matias, took a couple lessons.
Oh.
Mine looks exactly like his, right, Bob?
I didn't know you'd have the honor of a couple of lessons with Montoya. I would enjoy that.
He's such a nice guy. Wow. A great rolling forehand from Juan. Wow. Again. Very strategic at this point from all four players.
That is another service break for Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos. They now lead 3-0 in the first set.
Does not look like that game is finished.
Oh, okay.
Here we are.
I take it back. Let's see.
Oh, now it is.
Now it is the real
Those
thing.
two errant volleys from Juan Argañaras. Well, there looks to be a lot of respect from both teams. So far, good energy coming from both teams. You can see that Torre and Diego Ramos are the more seasoned team. They're coming in, seem like they have a strategy in mind. They're very calm.
They do look a little more confident right at this point.
Matias and Juan seem very reactive.
Yeah.
Which is not the way you want to be feeling on a paddle court, is that you're in a reactive state. And usually the team that is...
It doesn't boost your confidence either if you lose your serve in the first game.
No.
And, some teams, when they win the coin toss, they prefer to serve. Prefer to receive routinely because it is so painful if you
lose that
first game, yeah, on your serve.
Yeah, these guys played. Matias and Juan played first match this morning, so they've had a good break. Been able to be outside of the heat, so they should be faring just fine at this point in time. Neither of these teams had very close, long, challenging matches in their quarterfinals. So all should have pretty fresh legs. Here we go.
All right, Diego Ramos to serve. 3-0 first set.
It's a good rolling forehand. It touched him on the way by. Great call.
Love 15.
Really stand-up character. I like to see that on the court, Bob.
I definitely hadn't noticed that it touched him. Had you?
Yeah.
Oh, you did see it.
We haven't seen many of those from Torre so far. He closes the net so well. Now, his nickname, as we see on all of his shirts, is El Loco.
El Loco Torre.
Which is translated to the crazy.
The crazy what? What? The crazy what is Torre?
Well, that's his last name.
Oh, the crazy Torre then. Right.
And I have seen a little bit of volatility out of him in the past. He did play some PPL matches this year.
Oh.
In fact, it was against my team where there were some heated moments, discussions actually, I think, between either him and Matias or him and Jacobo.
I apologize, but I have lost track of the score. What is the score in this game?
going after this point. Oh, well, that's very lucky. Very lucky on the count of Diego Ramos right there. There's an emerging strategy I see taking place from Juan and Matias. They look like they're really trying to open up the court at the moment.
All right, should we call this 15-all? 30-all?
Sorry about that, everyone. We'll doing two jobs at once. Sometimes we get a little mixed up as we're engaged in conversation about the play. Yeah,
Nice
that
smash
one
by Diego
touches
Ramos.
Matias. He could not get out of the way quickly enough. Wow, just touches the line. No chance on that one, and there's the game.
Okay, so
They lead 4-0 here in the opening set. That is an enormous lead off the ground. Juan and Matias really need to find something to get into this match, in this game right here.
this is the time to do it.
It's not like they've been out of the game. It's not like this has been an uncontested 4-0. A few more errors.
That was
Love 15.
yes.
Oh, and that lands in.
Great shot there.
Wow. Unbelievable backhand. Love 30.
This is not what Juan and Matias want. Another set of break points now. 4 of them.
I've been on the court with Matias many times where he's saying, Riva, tranquilo, tranquilo. I would say those same words to him in this moment. He looks
It looked like he's being pressured. He's pressuring a little bit, isn't he?
He does look like
Yeah.
he's choosing speed on many of his shots. Good get, Juan.
Yeah. Well, it's not easy to get a winner against Torre and Ramos, is it? With their
No.
defensive skills.
That one stayed low. Really well executed bandeja from Matias. $15.40. That was a great point. Oh,
Which
that's a really good choice by Juan right there.
nice choice, yeah.
30-40. Let's see if they can fight their way back into this game. Yeah. Yeah, Matias, again, he hit that one from where he struck that ball with too much speed.
Yeah, it's not like him to have that sense of pressing a little too hard. He's usually so calm.
Well,
No,
it just
I don't know
shows
what
you the level. We see him and his ability to stay calm at the level that we see him compete at, and this is just a bit of a step up.
Yeah, it is.
So he's asking more from himself, and so far, not able to.
It's producing more in terms of pace, but it's not producing more in terms of results.
No,
It may
so
even be working against him, is what we're.
that's
what we're saying.
exactly
Yeah.
what I'm witnessing. So everyone, sometimes when we're not in the correct position, I find paddle is so much about positioning on the court. And Matthias is striking that ball from what I would describe as a poor position. When he strikes that ball with higher speed, there's no chance that he can recover to where he needs to be to reset the point. So we always talk about the best teams, when they're being pressed hard, are able to find their way to a reset
Yes.
and start the point over again. Whereas Matthias is pressing from.
Yeah, we were just commenting on his previous matches how good they are at doing that, at resetting.
Yeah.
But everything changes when you're down 5-love against a great team.
A great team that you're having trouble
Yeah, figuring it out.
finding a way to pressure them.
Yeah. To some extent, they do have to try something a little different.
They
but-
do. We'll
but
see how they
usually-
respond.
But usually, just hitting the ball harder is not usually the right choice at this level of paddle.
I saw Juan's girlfriend over consulting with them on that changeover. She's also a paddle coach, very good player herself. She looked like she was talking mostly to Matt. So let's see. Yeah,
Well, that was an amazing backhand volley by Augustine there, setting up that easy smash winner.
wow. Great serve. There is an emerging theme this weekend coming out of a lot of these matches that I'm watching, and it is how much a backhand volley can create as far as opportunities from both sides of the court, actually. So for all of us budding or aspiring to be paddle players out there, work on our backhand volleys. And there we saw a missed backhand volley into net by Juan.
Watch the length of the follow through too on when these guys hit a backhand volley. It's longer than your typical tennis backhand volley. Especially with Augustine Torre, he has a really long follow through on his backhand volley.
Which a lot of coaches will tell you that's what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Wow, that technique is really beautiful to watch.
Oh,
Wow.
what a perfect Chiquita that was.
Matthias is very frustrated right now. Very, very frustrated. He doesn't want to take any time at the end of this set when he really needs to take some time. He needs to find a way to reset.
Yeah, that is game. That is game in first set. 6-love.
Not what we expected.
Not what we expected. Probably not what either team expected.
No. Well, I
Well,
can't
we-
say that I know what Diego and
Well, maybe they
Augustine.
did expect an easy match, but we
I
weren't.
don't think they would have expected quite this level.
I don't think anybody at this level expects a 6-0 set. If you get that, it's a bonus. It's gravy.
And super disappointing on the other side. I'm
True.
watching
True.
Matthias and Juan to see how they respond
Yeah.
from that set. There's something going on here. They showed up a little bit behind the clock for this match. Looks like someone just handed Matthias something. I don't know if he's not feeling well, not feeling energy. Something's definitely not right. They don't seem really like they're angry at each other at the moment.
That's always a bad sign when you see players at this level start to apparently quarrel on the court. Very rarely does that lead to a good result.
No, almost entirely the opposite.
Yeah,
But we see it often, actually.
Well, we do.
High pressure moments.
we do.
There's a lot of, this is, as we've mentioned, one of the biggest, or it is the biggest prize money event in the United States ever. So for these professional players, there's a lot on the line.
Yes. All right. Matthias Almada to serve. First game of the second set.
That's a neck gourd. First serve again. Way to keep it low.
Ooh, nice.
And the sun there. This will give an opportunity. Wow.
Ooh. That was
Overswung at that, but a very well set up point there from
Yeah.
Matias and Juan. Juan is talking about their positioning on the court. Okay, here we go. 30 love. Of course, we don't necessarily cheer for anyone on the court, but we cheer for a match. So we want Juan and Matias to get into this match. And they are the two that we know the best so far.
Well, I think they have a good chance now to get onto the scoreboard.
Here we go.
They're up 40 love.
Wide.
Matias is going. Wow. That's great placement.
Great shot there by Agustin Torre.
He had Mati just stretched to the ropes. Every shot in that point.
Monty does look a little more calm, though, again, to me, than he did in
Calmer,
the ladder.
however, he did the same thing. He hit the bandeja with velocity into the corner of Torre, into more or less the same. That's a great volley into the
Beautiful.
side cage. In the last point, he hit the same velocity that put him in bad position. So I'm not sure why he's making that choice. I think he needs to make an adjustment with that particular shot.
Maybe, but several of his volleys, though, looked very calm and back to the usual Matias.
His body language, his step, you can see that his gait changes along with his mentality, and that I just watched, that's a more positive gait.
Yeah, that
Oh,
ooh, Juan didn't
Go
do
out.
enough with.
great reflexes by Juan. Wow.
Vos, atrás Diego. Ahora viene.
And there is
A great shot by
Matias.
Matias, yeah.
He could go for that off that one because he wasn't so far pulled over to one side of the court.
Mm-hmm.
He could maintain his position well while putting the speed on that bajada.
Yeah, a little more spring in the step now for Juan and Matias. Love 15.
Vos, pegado, Agustín.
Great point here. Oh, and that's a great forehand. Stayed really low to the volley of Matias. You know what? They're both hitting that bandeja with some velocity into the corner of Agustin Torre.
You're right, yeah. Juan is going parallel toward Agustin Torre's corner
They-
pretty often tonight.
Obviously
Yeah, that seems
have
to be-
identified that that is a place where they think they're getting opportunities.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it.
I haven't either. It doesn't seem to have accomplished a lot so far.
Great serve.
Yeah, good serve.
30-15. Read the play there well, crossed over.
When Augustine Torre decides to hit a power smash, he doesn't mess around.
No. And there really was nothing that Matias could do on that one. I mean, get lucky by putting his racket out, but. Ooh, that is unexpected. We really haven't seen many volleys. But you know, he does play the left side of the court. We expect a few more errors from the left side player usually as they're trying to be a bit more aggressive and create winning point opportunities.
They have permission for a few unforced errors.
They do, certainly. That is amazing.
Oh, wow.
Wow. Oh,
Nice
that is
spin.
fantastic spin.
Nice spin from Juan. He fooled Diego Ramos there.
Probably a very difficult thing to do with his
I
experience.
suspect so. I think that's the first time we've seen it in this match.
Juan is playing a very solid game. Even though they lost their first set 6-love.
Yeah, so we have our first golden point of the second set.
This would be gigantic for Juan and Matias if they could find themselves with a break.
Possibly of the whole match. Do you remember a golden point in the first set?
Thought we had one, but
Maybe.
I can't say for sure.
Good lob from Montoya Almada.
Again, into that same spot.
Ooh, nice.
That's an unbelievable volley. I wish Juan had been. Great volley again. That's
Great
a great
shot.
point.
That's a
You
service
can
break.
see Matias is feeling it right now.
Yeah, that is a service break for
Big break.
for a 2-love lead for Monte Almada and Juan Arganaras.
Players leaving the court to towel off. Still very warm temperatures, very humid. But it's a beautiful evening here. We say that over and over again on our streaming here from the beautiful Woodlands Paddle Club. We're also blessed to be able to be here this weekend in this setting. Thank you to Paloma Varela for having this club, and Ehab and his wife Alia for being our tournament directors. They really do a nice job here.
Juan Arganaras to serve. 2-love second set. Ooh, that was a painful unforced error for Juan.
Yeah, lack of footwork.
Yeah, maybe no split step there. But
Certainly off balance. And out.
oh yeah, I like that shot by Monty. He took a little pace off of it.
He did. He got lucky. I think he might have touched a net cord, but 15-all. Okay, they've changed their strategy here. Great hands.
Oh, wow.
Gets it back.
What a great point.
Wow. Wow. That's a very well fought point by Juan.
Great point.
Kept them in it with some unbelievable defense. He's making up for his error on the first point. Leads this game 30-15.
In.
Well, they've been really looking to pressure this backhand of Agustin Torre.
Atrás, Diego.
Wow.
Some very high-level chiquitas on display on that point.
He got a favorable bounce off the cage, but that was a beautiful, beautiful shot. He was not looking to win the point with that shot. He really wasn't. We talked earlier about how players at this level are thinking 1-2 shots ahead of the one that's being, the shot that's being struck. They know that so many balls come back.
Oh,
Wow. There we
great.
go.
Matias Almada,
And his favorite shot.
his favorite bajada there. Yeah, great. Well executed.
Beautiful to watch.
40-30. 1 point away from a 3-game-0 lead for Monty and Juan. The second set. Ah,
There we go. And
not that time, though.
golden
So,
point.
Yeah, our second golden point of this set.
Some discussion happening on this side of the court between Diego and
Like Agustin Torre elects to receive. Very important point.
the lobs are so good at this level.
Uh-oh.
That is the broadcaster's curse right there,
Yeah.
saying that the lobs are so good, and just then
Not a good enough
short
lob
one.
there. Yeah.
comes off of Juan's racket. And that was a break back, was it not?
It was, yeah. Diego knew exactly where to hit it, too.
Mm-hmm.
And took advantage of it. So the score is 2-1 in the second set for Matias Almada and Juan Argañaras. However, the first set went to Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos 6-love.
I see one of our biggest supporters here at this tournament this weekend, Martin Navarro, is over having a bit of a discussion with Matias Almada and Juan Argañaras.
Yeah,
He is one of our sponsors for the weekend.
yeah. Hopefully he's giving them some good tips or good encouragement.
He's a pretty good player himself,
Yeah.
so I know he has played quite a few tournaments with Matias. Has come and
Yeah,
played with him in some of the USPA tournaments a couple years ago.
yeah.
They're good friends.
Well, whatever changes they might have made after the first set, it does seem that they're doing some good for Juan and Matias. They're keeping the points more closely contested, reducing the number of unforced errors. They don't look like they're pressing as much.
No, much calmer. They're working better as a team.
Yeah.
Not that I ever saw a break in their relationship on court or off court, but they weren't constructing the points as well together.
Yeah.
I mentioned some strategy that I thought I saw emerging in the first set was that they were going wide on a lot of balls, looking to open up the court.
Mm-hmm.
They've clearly changed that in this second set. Hitting a lot of balls straight ahead of them. Each of them have been doing that and really going after the backhand of
That's what I-
Agustin Torre.
Yeah, I was thinking, actually on both sides, they seem to be favoring the backhand of both Diego and Agustin.
Yes.
I don't know if their backhand is notably weaker than their forehand. Most professional paddle players would prefer to hit a forehand most of the time. I think it's probably fair to say that. But
And you'll often see a very high percentage of lobs coming from a backhand.
yes,
These players, something to watch for. Players do not like to hit a lob if they're feeling very under pressure.
yes.
Feel like that's a big risk at this level because they can hit a short lob. So if
Right.
they're desperately under pressure, that ball is going to go low.
Yes.
That's a great
Nice shot,
point.
Juan. Yes.
Moving the ball around very well. I think we even got a wink out of Matias Almada on that last changeover, so that's telling me that he's feeling much better. I wouldn't necessarily call him a showman, but I do like to see that come out of him because that tells me he's relaxing. Oh, that
Great
Diego
poach
read
there
that
by
point.
Diego. Oh,
Yes.
an excellent backhand volley.
He could see that. He was looking for it. An exchange back and forth, 3 hits each from Matias and Augustin. Chose the time to poach very well. Good touch.
Nice. Fast lob in the corner.
That's up a bit high. Great lob.
Oh, wow. Great.
Matias has had a couple of slips in this match. Wow, what an exchange
Great point.
in this point. And
Ooh.
gets over aggressive.
I would not have anticipated the point ending that way.
He wanted out of the point.
I guess so. He got out of it.
Not the way he wanted to. Wow, I don't know how many shots that was. I was not counting. But you can see, okay, the crazy over there. His brain, he lost it. He wanted out of the point.
Yeah. Okay.
He reached his shot tolerance.
El Loco. Torres.
For tennis players, that is one of the most challenging things, is switching from a mentality of really trying to win the point to being patient and setting it up and being able to reset many times over in one point at this level.
Oh, nice exchange.
Wow. Oh, had to change directions, just wasn't quite balanced.
30-all.
One of the top ladies that play here in the United States, Nancy Dingwall, highlighted that statement to me, shot tolerance.
Shot tolerance.
In the
That's what it's
spring.
all about.
Mm-hmm.
Shot tolerance, if you haven't heard that expression, is just at your level of play, how many balls can you keep returning? And hopefully it's at least one more than the opponent's.
Yes.
And it's easier said than done.
One jumped out of the way, but that still had too much power. Came back over the net.
I love the
Too quickly.
backhand volley technique of both of those guys, Torre and Ramos.
Wow. We're seeing a response to the change in strategy right now.
That levels the set at 2 games apiece.
All the
Second
players
set.
will take a towel. deal with the humidity on their hand, on the grip of their racket.
Yeah, technically there is no timeout when after an even number of games,
No.
but I've never seen anybody have a problem with the players going and toweling off their grip or even grabbing a quick drink when the temperature is high.
Yeah, we don't see anyone protesting that here.
Yeah.
It's not quite the same as on a
Right.
tennis court where they can have the towel behind the court.
Yeah,
You'll see that often in tennis points that some players towel off after every point.
that's true. Yeah, I noticed that sometimes they don't even start the shot clock in professional tennis tournaments until the player is toweled off.
Get in the ball.
And again, wow. No. Cheering for the best possible points,
Yeah,
everyone.
for the
Just went for something too fine on that one.
That's what we were talking about, shot tolerance. It's just, we're seeing many of those really good points are eventually won by Ramos and Torre.
Yes,
I guess-
that shot by Juan just left up too high and put Matias totally out of position. There was nothing he could really do there. Okay, so Matias is frustrated. We
Tossing
go
the hat,
along.
that's usually
It's not a good sign for him
usually a
right
sign
now.
of frustration.
We do know that that's his biggest challenge and something he's working very hard on, his mental game. We as commentators have ridden the roller coaster with him over the course of many tournaments. And we adore him. We want him to figure this out.
Nice
Good smash.
smash. Yeah, Matias.
We've
Hopefully
not
that'll-
seen many of those.
That may be the first one
I
in
think
this
it
in
is.
this match.
Good timing.
Yeah. Hopefully give him a little kick of energy.
Yes.
$30 all.
Again, backhand volley left just too high by Juan. You can see at this level,
Oh.
when that happens, the point can often be over very quickly. Cannot afford to leave the ball high.
Yeah,
Great
that's
shot. Deuce.
yeah. Aside from shot tolerance, that's the other measure that you can kind of tell level of play in Division One is which player is able to keep the ball low over the net more consistently. The team that floats the ball up more often is likely not to be the winner in most of these matches.
That's maybe what they've been looking for in that backhand corner of Agustin Torre. That's the first one I've seen, though,
Yeah.
succeed the way they intend.
I'm sure that's a big relief, though, that they managed to hold serve
that
there.
game,
That would have
yes.
been a very painful service break after losing the first set.
I want to finish a thought that I
yeah.
started earlier in the broadcast. I was sitting in here with Jesper,
Yeah,
and we were making some comparisons between pickleball and paddle. And I read an article just this last week that was actually comparing a number of racket sports. paddle against tennis, paddle against pickleball, paddle against squash. I mean, I think the others aren't really in the same category. But the article was saying perhaps paddle is the most athletic of all of them.
Even including tennis?
Including tennis.
Including tennis.
Which, I don't know. I'm a total paddle fanatic and see unbelievably athletic movements, and sometimes I have made that argument. My husband vehemently disagrees with me. He is
He
totally
thinks
a tennis
is more,
purist.
more athletic.
Yes.
It's an interesting debate, interesting question. I'm not sure how I would weigh in on it. There may be more variety of different techniques that you would have to master athletically in paddle, maybe,
Well, you
or
see
arguably.
some aerials. I don't know if that's the right way to describe it, but sometimes these guys at premier paddle level, top players in the world, are, their vertical hitting an overhead is unbelievable. You're comparing that to a volleyball player or a basketball player, while also moving around a court and changing direction very, very quickly. In tennis, you have to change direction quickly, but the length of or the distance of your movement is different.
Mm-hmm. I would say that you probably are not going to see anybody win a Grand Slam tennis tournament who doesn't look like they're in incredibly great shape. Probably that's true in the future of paddle as well, but historically you could occasionally have a 45-year-old professional player who didn't look particularly fit win.
The game is changing rapidly.
But I think that's probably in the past.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. 2 serving, 3, second set. Augustine Torre, yes. That was a very good serve and a good follow-up by Diego Ramos.
He hit that smash very flat, which he hasn't done all day. It ran much longer off the glass than Juan has been fielding from him.
There's that beautiful backhand volley. Very long follow-through on Augustine Torre. Ooh, misfired on the Bajada there.
And he has some pain written all over his face, not of an injury, more of the mental side. Wow,
Great
Matias
shot.
read that well, but Diego Ramos's hands defending from the middle of the court there. Hear the train running through.
Ooh. Well-placed volley there by Augustine Torre. Ties the score at 3 games apiece, second set. Augustine Torre and Diego Ramos won the first set, 6 games to love. Juan Arganares to serve.
That's unbelievable.
Nice placement.
Again, see where that ball was struck from, though, right? Too high. Gave him the opportunity to do that. Good choice by Matias to take time away. made Diego very uncomfortable. Wow. Oh. Have to do to win a point. Juan was exhausted in that point. He really thought he had won, I think, a couple of different times.
Yeah. Yeah, they know intellectually that they need to reset if they don't finish the point when they think they're going to go for a winner. But that time, I don't think he fully reset.
No.
Okay. Also, I've noticed. I think when one of Juan's errors sometimes on the bandejas, he sometimes leaves those a little too short. Allows the opponents to attack.
And there, that one gave too much rebound, which puts him down a break point in this service game.
Two break points, yeah. Oh, nice
choice.
shot, Matias. Sets up our third golden point of the second set. Agustin Torre to receive, it appears.
It's a big point here in this second set. Wow, some big emotion right there, getting that point, getting that break from Agustin Torre.
So with that point, the score is now 4-3 in the second set in favor of Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos over Matias Almada and Juan Argañaras.
It's been a really great set so far. All players working really hard on court, strategizing very well, working well with their partners. Let's see how Juan and Matias respond. Hoping that they're sitting quietly beside the court. Matias is hanging his head a little bit. Let's see. We've had some great matches out here earlier today. Bob was on court and had, I don't know if we talked about earlier, everyone. He's partnered up with an incoming Swedish player who they were having a very, very close match, and his partner was taken out by the heat of the day, unfortunately. So it's absolutely beautiful. Temperatures coming down tonight. We should be fine for the rest of the evening, but You know, players need to eat well, stay hydrated, take care of their off-court hours during these tournaments under these conditions.
All right, Diego Ramos to serve. They do now have the service break in the second set.
Bounces off the neckboard and into the cage. Love 15. The light is starting to shift here. Sun going down, lights are starting to get brighter here on the court. Torre, that's a play he executes so well.
Beautiful. I was thinking that maybe with the service break and their really strong defensive skills, I thought maybe Torre and Ramos were playing deliberately conservatively, but I don't think so after watching that point. They're
Wow.
nice shot there. I think he caught Juan a little bit by surprise. That was a really sharp angle on that, that bandeja or vibra.
It was.
Yeah. Oof.
Surprised that Matias isn't finding his legs under some of these lobs. That one was a shorter lob
That
to
one,
try to potentially hit something out of the court.
that one was an unforced error, I'm afraid.
Like we've said, we've only seen one of
Wow.
another.
Ooh, that looked like some real frustration in that shot.
Wow.
Oops. Right. So that was game to Torre and Ramos. Matias Almada serving at 3-5 in the second set.
Wow. Great change. 2 in a row by Juan. The other team has switched sides.
Oof.
Great volley by Matias. They actually did that a lot this morning in their match near the end. Diego and Augustine were switching sides. It seemed like intentionally.
Oh.
Misfire on his favorite shot. We talk about sometimes teams will do that intentionally just to give a different look. Throw off their opponents. Wow. Change of speed. Sometimes that looks very silly to people when they're watching these live streams. They'll see these top players hit something very soft. They'll say, why do they do that?
Well, that was a good example of it. The reason that Augustine missed it is he arrived at the ball early because he was expecting it to come faster.
Oof.
Ooh, nice shot by Diego Ramos.
But very poor from both Matias and Juan in that point, being very
So,
reactive.
I guess I have the score wrong. It's not 30 all. Ah, it was 30-40, so that is game, set, match for Diego Ramos and Agustin Torre.
Nice match. Nice to see a little bit more out of Diego and Agustin. Unfortunately, they're into our final without really being challenged. So I don't know what they'll have to bring us tomorrow. I'm excited to see. They'll play the winner of Peter Alonso and Jacobo Blanco, and Max Montano and Jose Montoya. Is that right, Bob? They're next up on court.
Max, yes, you said that correctly. Jose Montoya and Max Montano.
There
correct?
we go.
Yes. So that,
I'm really excited to see this next match and the young Mexican team, what they bring. I think they're going to bring a lot of energy. They've been so calm, had so much composure so far in this tournament. It will take them a long way against Peter and Jacobo and Peter and Jacobo's experience.
I'm not sure how often they've played against the likes of Jacobo and Peter, though. I'm not sure.
No, it's probably a tall ask, but I've been really impressed by the two of them so far in this tournament.
Yeah,
and
me
it's not
too.
like they've played slouches.
True. I mean, that was a very good win earlier today in the quarterfinals. Solid. Stranger things have happened than a complete upset, even over Peter Alonso and Jacobo.
They're waving at us. Peter and Jacobo are here. They're ready to get on the court. I have not seen Max and Jose yet. I was speaking earlier about how I see a difference in both Jacobo and Peter right now versus 3 months ago. I think they've both been putting a lot of hours in off court.
Yeah.
Working with physiotherapists and strength trainers and so on, and they're looking very fit.
Yeah. I didn't know about that, but I saw the results of it earlier today. They're playing better, especially I noticed Peter does look sharper than he did in the last couple of tournaments I saw him play.
Yeah, he has.
And he was a great
his legs under him.
And he was a great player then, but he's even playing better now.
You could see there's been a few matches where I think he didn't play up to his own expectations.
Yeah.
I heard him make comments about how, this is his second career in paddle, let's say. And Peter's involved with a lot of the paddle industry off the court.
Yes.
He moved from Spain to the United States within the last 2 years and has been focusing a lot of time on his family and some of those other pursuits. And I think it's his on-court paddle game has suffered a little bit.
Yeah, I'm glad that he's rededicating himself, though, even if it's not his number one priority. There is a difference in his game now, and he said he was already one of the best players in the United States, easily
yes.
before, but everybody else now is going to have to raise their level if they want to stay competitive.
Well, I think what he witnessed was people like Nico and Luis, these young players coming up in the United States. They're working really hard on court and off court. They've totally dedicated their lives to becoming paddle players, both of them coming from a tennis background. And they're starting to push these players. They're traveling farther to more FIP events. They really are dedicating everything to this paddle game, and I love to see it. That's what we need to do.
It's great. It's great for the challengers, and it's also great to remotivate the veterans.
Yes.
Like Peter and Jacobo. I don't think they probably like it very much if they win a very, very close match against some of these younger players.
No.
And they probably know that at the peak of their time on the World Paddle Tour and the like, they played at a much higher level, perhaps, and
You're waving at us.
They want to experience that again.
They do, and it's sometimes hard. It's inevitable. That's nature.
It is.
These younger players are going to come along and surpass past the older players eventually.
They will, but I think they're right now. Maybe they're saying not yet, not yet.
And they have lots of time under them. They're still in their. I think Jacobo and Peter are both in their mid-30s.
Yeah.
Far from being too old to play this sport.
Sure, and the results speak for themselves. We had Novak Djokovic just talking about that. He said, "Of course he's not going to retire. He's going to retire when the younger guys start beating him. Why would he even consider it now?" I mean, I understand his logic.
You've touched on a very sensitive spot for me. I'm a big Djokovic fan. I wasn't in his earlier days. I have to admit, I thought.
Well, I'm a big fan of him too.
He was a bit cocky, but
one of our dogs
really like him.
One of our dogs is named Novak.
I love it. I love it. I was cheering this year to see if Novak could get the Grand Slam. He wasn't able to do it this year, but he did win 3, right?
Well, I know he just got number 24.
Matt, it's
his whole,
unbelievable what he's been able to do.
Yeah.
And I do think that he deserves
to
be called the GOAT at this point in time.
I think so. I hope he gets 28 or 29 or 30.
Me too. Yeah. Wouldn't that be just ridiculous? Would anyone, when you and I were playing tennis,
inconceivable,
in our tennis days, I don't think anyone would have thought that that was possible. And here we are. Bob's just going to work on the scoreboard, getting ready for our next match as they start their warm-up. I mean, in women's tennis, people probably thought something like that was possible. But the men's, I mean, the game has just changed so drastically in my lifetime. We're seeing that in paddle as well. The game that they played in the 90s. The game that they played in the 90s is different from what we're seeing now at the highest level. There's a lot of very high-level tennis players that are making the transition into paddle, seeing the opportunity there, and wanting to extend their career. It's kind of a gift for some of these tennis players. You retire as a professional tennis player for various reasons, whether that's physical challenges, mental challenges, financial challenges. And some of them are finding paddle and another way to continue that competitive spirit, competitive engagement.
I think we're going to see more of that in the years ahead. Wouldn't that be fun someday to see what a Rafa Nadal or Roger Federer or maybe someday a retired Djokovic can do in paddle?
Monfi. I know all of them have played paddle.
Yeah, they all know the sport, but I don't know how many of them have really dedicated to it.
No, I don't think any. Murray's a strong paddle investor in the UK. Yeah, we all see articles and.
Juan Carlos Ferrero once tried to play on the World Paddle Tour.
Really?
Yeah, it didn't last very long.
Okay.
It wasn't as easy maybe as he thought.
You know, there's a number of them playing from other countries. There's Alejandro Falla from Colombia, I believe, is an ex-professional tennis player, really good professional tennis player that is trying to make a go of it in professional paddle. There's a few right now. I'm forgetting of some of the names. Not any of the top 10 that are very common household names.
One thing I'm pretty sure of is that it wouldn't be if a great tennis player, a Federer or somebody came over, I don't think it would happen very quickly that they could get to the top of the game.
No.
You see, so many of these top players now, they've been playing paddle since they were almost babies. It's not, it is definitely learnable. In fact, some of the top World Paddle Tour players probably did start as tennis players.
Yeah, we still have many coming from, depending on what country you're coming from.
Yeah.
we're seeing it here this weekend. Pedro, I'm forgetting his last name at this exact moment, from the Brazilian team we watched last night. He's still in his early 30s, making the transition from professional tennis, and he's been playing paddle 2 years. The level that I witnessed on this court already is very good. He's someone to watch out for.
The last RED Paddle tournament that we had here, the Woodlands Paddle Club, was won by Peter Alonso and Jaime Termacel. Jaime was a professional tennis player. I believe he's only been playing paddle for about 2 years. He's currently ranked something like number 100 in the world.
Okay. Yeah, there's a number of them making the transition, learning the game of paddle, and just with their racket skills, athleticism, talent, it does take them quite far quickly.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a higher speed of paddle now than we used to see. Some of the old
for
guard
sure.
still teach that old style of paddle, and I don't disagree with anything that they have to say, but I do think that the game has changed, and for these top players, they're looking to be more aggressive
Yeah.
and do more with the ball earlier in points than they're used to.
Well, if you look at the top teams in professional paddle, it's amazing how few balls these days are what used to be called a neutral shot, where you're really in a position where you're not trying to set yourself up for a winner on the next ball or doing something specific. There are really very few neutral balls now. If you watch Agustin Tapia and Arturo Cuello and Juan Lebron and Ale Galan, yeah, that 20, 30 years ago, it was neutral ball, wait for your opportunity to try to hit a setup shot or a winner, and it's changed. Peter Alonso has a lot to say about that. He's more of the newer school. He likes a more aggressive style.
Well, he's watched it.
Yes.
He's watched it firsthand.
Yes.
Coming from Spain, very close to the highest level of paddle for all of his career.
It's fun to see this sport evolve. There are probably a lot of things we're taking for granted now that are, as rules, are going to be broken over the next few years.
Yes, absolutely.
One of the things that I'm not sure is going to last is just the concept of the right-sided player playing the role of the setup person only, and not really being expected to finish the points.
Right.
I wonder if that's going to last when you have people like Juan Lebron playing on the right.
I was going to make a comment about this game. Purists of the game and the top level professional players play a lot of their matches indoors. And so we haven't seen that much in the matches tonight so far is power smashes and running out of the court, defending, this kind of very exciting dynamic that you don't see in other sports. It's very difficult to add that in consistently outdoors.
It's true.
So these players are playing more conservative than if they were playing indoors, perhaps. Just want people to be aware of that if they're wondering, oh, I've seen this highlight reel or whatever, and these guys don't look like they're doing it. That would be the reason why. It's not that they can't do it at this level.
Yeah, it is hard to do outdoors. Also, last night, Nalini Grinda was talking about how playing outdoors is a little bit of an equalizer. It gives the lower ranked team a little bit better chance of an upset, and we've seen that on the professional paddle tours.
Yeah, many of
you
them
all-
don't like the tour event stops that are
I
outdoors.
don't like it, the top ranked ones, and for that reason, they're a little bit more likely to lose to a lower ranked team.
You and I were at a
We-
huge upset last year
We
at the
were.
World Paddle Tour event in Miami, where Lucas Campagnolo, a friend,
Yeah.
well, I'll call him a friend. He's a really good friend of someone that was my coach for a while. Upset Juan LeBron and Ali Galan.
That's right. We watched it. It was a great match.
Great match. A lot of drama.
Yes.
A lot of drama and contention. Juan LeBron was complaining about some noise coming from the crowd, actually from very near where we were sitting.
Now, speaking of your coach, I have disclosed in a previous match that Max Montano is my coach. So he's a very, very fine young man. I like him a lot. I can't help but root for him. But I also am friends with many of these players, including
Yes.
Peter Alonso, and just hope for a great match. But
Me
yeah,
too. I really
love-
can't wait to see.
I'm really excited to see Max out here demonstrating his talents. We'll see how he plays tonight under the lights and under the level of opposition that he's going to be looking at tonight too.
We still don't
Yeah.
have nicknames. Anyone, if you want to write in to our
Yeah.
live feed. Well, we do have nicknames actually for Jacobo and Peter. I don't know if people agree with it, but I call Peter the Magician and Jacobo is the Joker.
Yeah.
Peter can be so creative with his shot choices. That's why I call him that. You can see some very surprising shots come off of his racket. And Jacobo, just to spend time with him off court, he's so relaxed at any moment. He seems like he just doesn't really take any situation too seriously.
Yes.
There he is. And in a social environment, he's just, you can't help but find yourself cracking up for most of an evening. Very enjoyable to spend time with.
I haven't had that opportunity. I hope to in the future get to.
He's not super
know.
comfortable with his English either,
Okay.
as we find with some of these players. But
He's definitely one of these guys, though, that you can tell that he's having a great time out there on the
Like,
court.
you
Almost
just
all
look at
the
his
time.
face.
He's always smiling. I like players like that at all levels of paddle.
yeah. And these two know each other so well. They're very good friends on and off the court. I think Peter used to play the right wall when he was playing World Paddle Tour.
I think so.
With Jacobo plays the left wall. Here we are. Peter to serve the first game. 0-0.
Nice lob by Max.
Wow. Max is there. Oh. Wow, that's
What a great first
start.
point, huh? Yeah.
I thought I was sensing a little bit of a tightness on the grip from both of the Mexican players, but they held their own in that first point.
Yeah. Well, nobody's really expecting them to win, so hopefully they're nice and relaxed.
Yeah, I think they'll find their way into that position. Sometimes you can't help but feel the heat of the moment.
One thing working in the
Oh, just long.
young Mexicans' favor is their style of play is very calm and relaxed. It's not really based on brute force.
No,
Yeah.
good speed from Peter.
Yeah.
40-11 this first game. Wow, we heard a big celebration from another court there.
Ooh.
picked it up. That was an unbelievable backhand volley. Again, backhand volley, backhand volley. There is a theme presenting itself here this weekend.
Strong start for Peter, held serve at love. All right, Max Montoya to serve.
Something Peter's very well known for. It's his lob.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
wow, what a shot by Jacobo. He is on fire here in the first set.
And again, don't necessarily expect to see players coming over or rolling that backhand like both Jacobo and Peter did in that last point.
They do it so nicely, so easily. Ooh, that was the second.
Service
Service
long.
last. Okay, second. Oh, there comes
Look
the
at
high lob.
That's a great
Both-
response from Jose.
Both Jacobo and Peter love that high lob.
They do. I didn't see them hit that many in their match, the quarterfinal match.
Well, we're already seeing 3 of them in this point alone.
Well, they're very aware of their conditions. Like I mentioned a little bit ago, the light is shifting. It's not open black sky yet. But some people find this time of day very challenging to pick up the ball.
Love 40. Nice volley
Great
by
volley.
Max.
Can you imagine if we could just adjust everything to every condition surrounding us, Bob?
Yeah. Gets an error out of that high lob that time.
It is.
Even the top professionals, they really don't like playing that shot for the most part. Trying to hit a ball when the player's lobbed it very high to them.
The timing of that is very difficult. It's almost impossible to be very aggressive with. Oh,
Nice
Peter's
volley by
hands.
Jose.
Great volleys. So you're put in a defensive position on what would normally be an offensive
Jose
ball.
gives them a taste of their own medicine.
But it goes long.
Maybe not quite the experience level hitting that shot.
Yep.
Oh, nice shot, Jose.
Great read.
Yeah.
There we go. Dynamic element of paddle where the ball can cross over the wall or out the back. And if it's out the side wall, the opposing team can run out and continue to play the point. No, got
Nice
lucky
shot.
right there to get them back in this game.
Actually sets up 3 break points here for Max and Jose.
Out. They really, really need this game. It's still pretty short. It was high, but too short.
Yes. Probably would have been sufficient against me, not against these guys.
I've been very impressed with Peter's overhead this weekend.
All the way back to a golden point now. Jose Montoya to receive.
go. Peter was very close to the net waiting for that.
I like.
Oh my goodness. It's a great. Yep. They have to be very patient here.
Ooh. A little too short.
Peter elected not to hit that one.
No, I would not. Never try to fake out a joker on a smash.
No. Oh. We're on the edge of our seats watching this point.
Oh, no.
Shoot.
That's,
Peter closed. I don't think Jose saw him coming. I don't know if Max alerted him
I didn't hear any communication there.
to Peter's approach of the net. That's something you really need from your partner in paddle. It can change what shot you elect to hit.
I really like Jose's game. His patience and his offensive lob technique is fantastic. I do think he needs a more powerful power smash though, or at least more confidence to hit it. He's going for a fake a little more often. He hasn't really established his credibility with the power smash.
No. He is one of the smaller players here, but that doesn't really mean anything. We've seen some huge power out of Peter Alonso today.
Yes.
He's not necessarily known for that, but he's hit it very well all day. So
I mean,
for sure Jose could develop that.
And we've seen him hit some kick smashes over the sidewall successfully. He can do it, but
he's just being conservative.
With experience, I just think he needs to get more confidence in it. It's very hard to fake out somebody at this level. At Peter Alonso, yes, it's just difficult.
A lot of things playing against these two are difficult.
Yeah.
We've seen some great points, though. They can work their way into this match. I believe that they really can.
I do, too. All right, Jose to serve.
Got out of the way. Watch out. Wow. Look how fast Max moved on that one. Unbelievable.
Ooh, last minute switch.
Well, it bounced off the cage. And Max is there again. It changed direction off the cage for Jose. That's why. Changing strategy right there on that point. Wow, and Jacobo hits it back towards our booth. Yeah. Thank you. Someone's gonna, I think that's Russell, helping us out grab the ball. Thank you.
Oh,
unreal.
What's in?
And again, change direction off the cage. That's what can happen when they let those high lobs go.
Nice lob there from Max. Oh, that was Max to not follow through forward. He's always scolding me if I do that. But
you'll have to give it back to him. You'll have to give it back to him after that point. Say, Max, I saw on this point in the fourth game of the first set.
Yeah, he didn't follow through forward toward the target enough. Good high lob there.
Wow.
Good.
Max read
Ooh.
that well. They're fine. Really good defense.
Nice point.
I feel like I'm a little bit on repeat, but Peter has said many times that he can pull out wins in matches with his high lob.
Ah, okay. It sure seems like he can hit it from almost any position.
He said he's found his way out of very, very difficult matches just with that shot. Now, and that's simplifying things a little too much to say just with that shot. Left that ball a little high.
Ah,
Oh.
got a little bit too tricky there, Jacobo did.
And we will see a little bit of that from both Peter and Jacobo, being very creative
Yeah.
with the back wall and the side wall.
I mean, they are winning 3-love in the first set, so.
I've seen them do it at times where they weren't playing so free. Just speaks to
Ooh.
their level of experience.
Nice play by Jose to let that go past him. Oh, nice.
Great shot
Yeah.
from Max.
Ooh.
Oh, what a shame. They played a
Sets up,
great point.
Sets up yet another golden point. This time, Jacobo to receive.
The young Mexican team really needs this game.
Nice.
Wow.
So game goes to Max Montano and Jose Montoya. They trail 3-1 in the first set of the semifinal match.
Great games. Fantastic points.
Yeah. They got some real force on that Bajada there, and it paid off.
Wow.
Nice get by Max.
And an
Ooh.
over hit from Peter.
Yeah.
I don't think he expected those two balls to come
I
back.
don't think so either.
Oh, miscommunication right there. Too bad. They were both. One of them could have got that, I think. Wow, that's a great
Oh, it's in.
lob.
It's in. Uh-oh.
Max really should have been in better positioning. Oh my gosh.
Good lob. Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh. That's gonna sail long. Yep. These two, Jacobo and Peter, so comfortable together on court. Wow.
Oh,
And Jose was
no.
there.
Yeah, right there.
Right there. They're not far off in this match in
No,
any of the
not.
points. They're right there, which should be very encouraging, no matter how the result comes out of this match. No.
Peter a little too cute on that one for his own good.
We see that sometimes, especially when they're up and comfortable like this.
Yeah.
He has the luxury to play that way.
Ooh, good fake
That's an
there.
unbelievable fake.
So that is a game for Peter Alonso and Jacobo Blanco. They lead 4-1 in the first set.
Isn't Isn't it amazing? We've been talking about tonight the different levels of Division 1 in this tournament. There are many in this draw. As the sport grows here in the US and in North America, a lot of players choosing to play more, choosing to make this their life, but they're not quite up to this level yet. And you see the level of experience that Jacobo and Peter step on the court with.
And we're seeing more of this too, of players who are maybe in semi-retirement or retirement looking to come here to the U.S. and help some of the younger players, especially with the PPL, the Professional Paddle League, that you were a key part of this season.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far. That's a bit of a stretch.
Well, let's just say you were part of it, and Siba Nerone, one of the great veterans. I think he was the #2 couple in the world for many years.
And they just signed Pablo Lima.
Pablo Lima.
We do not know what team he's going to.
The great Pablo Lima, #1 in the world for something like 4 years.
And I think Juan Martin Diaz is also, I don't know that they've announced that, but I've heard a lot of rumors that he's going to be part of the PPL for this next year.
And he was #1 for, 14 years, I think, something like that.
Yeah, there's a lot of those players choosing to come. It's going to up the level.
Yeah, it's great for the young Americans trying to better their games. Okay, Max Montoya to serve, 1-4.
I'm going to continue that sentence for one more moment. I really do hope that the PPL will choose to continue supporting the development of the North American players. I know they want to compete with a very competitive professional league, but it is the way to give those local players opportunities and to grow the sport here. So I'm hoping that they choose to continue with their original vision.
Great point.
Oh, that's going out. Did he touch it?
Oh, nice. He didn't touch it.
He didn't touch it?
No, he didn't touch it.
Oh, my goodness. That would have just been like a fatal error. Both Peter and Jacobo chose to play in the PPL last year. Jacobo played for the San Diego Stingrays, which was my team. Peter Alonso was on the Arkansas team, along with Nico Agritelli, who we saw play with Nale Grinda.
And that was the team that won the first season.
No.
Oh, no?
Las Vegas won.
Oh.
Unexpected.
Las Vegas won the final?
I would say that was unexpected, yes.
Over the Arkansas team.
They beat them in the semifinal.
Is it 15-all or 30-low?
Gosh, I lost the score.
I'm going to call it 15-all, and we'll find out later if that's right.
There we go. Okay, you were just talking about that they needed, but then a miscommunication here. Uh-oh.
Oh, too short. Too short.
Yep. Peter the Showman starting to come out over on the other side of the court. He likes to engage with the fans.
All right, we're calling this 15-30. It could actually be above 40. I'm not sure.
That's a really great return. Oh, took a really favorable bounce off of that post.
All right, so I think it is 15-40. 3 break points now for Jacobo and Peter.
Not
that
good
was
enough.
not a good enough to keep it there.
Not a good choice.
Not a good choice. Paid the price. That's a service break and a 5-1 lead in the first set for Peter Alonso and Corbo Blanco.
You mentioned that Peter played the last Red Paddle here at the Woodlands with Jaime Firmasel.
Yeah.
I think he played because Jacobo wasn't
Nice
able
shot
to make it.
by
Really
Max.
great.
Yeah.
There's your coach right there.
Yes. Making his student proud.
I think Jacobo couldn't make the last one.
Okay.
I'm curious to hear what Peter thinks in terms of who he prefers and feels most comfortable playing with, whether that was Jaime or Jacobo. Partnership is everything in the sport.
It is. It's a purely doubles sport, unlike tennis, unlike even pickleball, actually. Ooh, nice shot by Max.
He moved. He knew that was coming from Peter. But you just don't know what type of a bounce that's going to take off the side cage.
That's why it's such an effective shot in this sport, to hit it to the fence.
Peter's been playing so smart so far in this match.
Ooh. What was that?
Out. Out serve.
Oh, out serve? Okay.
Great patience.
Yeah, right.
Wow.
Nice. Love that lob, fast lob technique of Jose's.
Oh, and he left that
Ooh.
high.
Got away with it.
Did. There was some great communication here on that last point between the two young Mexican players. Max was really directing Jose with what was happening on the other side. 30 all.
Too strong there.
Peter shifted in the middle of that point. He looked a little bit tentative, a little bit uncomfortable with one overhead, and then rights himself in the middle of the point. My gosh, what it would be like to have that skill and that adaptability.
Ooh.
Oh,
That is game
too
and
much.
game and first set. 6 games to 1.
so
Or-
far these semifinals have been very one-sided.
That is the case.
The last one a little bit more so than I expected to see. We're seeing some great paddle,
For sure.
but very one-sided according to the score.
Quite a few golden points, but I think most or all of the golden points have been won by the same team, namely Peter and Jacobo.
It's a question that we had at one of our last Red Paddle tournaments is how do we feel about Golden Point? I know Ellie, our social media leader for Red Paddle, was making the rounds asking that question. How do you feel about it?
Well, I've heard that debate a fair bit. Different levels of player commenting on it. I think I'm not overall a fan. I think I prefer the traditional
Play it out.
tennis system. Big boy Brian, forgot Brian's last name, who you just saw earlier today. One of our
Hey, it's
senior
my
local
family.
players.
My family's coming to say hi in the booth. Hi, Andrew. Hi, Magnolia. Hi, Charlie.
He made the argument that the main advantage or the main reason
Wow. And a misfire from Peter. He also really likes that backhand bajada.
loves it. He's one of his trademark shots.
I think I could make a pretty long list of something that I might call as trademark shots.
Backhand Bajada would have to be up there, though.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Ooh. And if Jacobo had even just ticked that ball, ladies and gentlemen, if he would say out loud that he touched it and the point would still be live, as long as it went over the net, of course.
So back to the golden point, the biggest argument in favor of it, I think, is that it shortened matches.
Right.
I think, but I think it is a legitimate question: is why do we want to shorten the matches in paddle? Are they really too long already? I mean, they're a lot shorter than tennis matches.
You and I are in the same boat with our feeling about that. I feel that about many of the rule changes that have been made to professional sports over the last 5 to 10 years. Baseball is one of the latest ones my husband and I talk about frequently with the pitch clock. I don't like it for some of the same reasons. I think that it brings so many nuances out of a sport.
Yeah.
When you see it unfold the way it traditionally has. Sorry, we missed a great shot there on that last point. You all saw it, of course. Wow, that's a well-constructed game.
Very well done. First
Max
game
and
of the
Jose.
second set go to Max and Jose. They lead 1-0. They did lose the first set, though, 6-1. So back to Brian. Big Boy saying, well, if the goal is to shorten the match, a paddle match, why don't we just have them play a single point, and then we'll decide the winner.
Yeah, leave it to Brian to bring out the most dramatic comment. Thank you, Big Boy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very good point.
It is a good point. I bought into his argument.
I would have the same argument for playing a super tie break for a third set.
Yeah, I agree.
I would rather play it out.
Me too. Every time I have a vote in it, that's the way I vote.
Wow, it's a great lob. Okay. Lots of time. Defending so well right now. Max and Jose together. Very much a team on the court right now. Well, that's a bit short. High.
That's a
There we
good
go.
one there. Good high lob there. Ooh,
Ooh,
almost
that
went over
almost
the.
bounced right over the back cage.
Oh, again.
As
almost.
did this one.
Both
My
teams know how to
gosh.
hit a great lob, huh?
There's the backhand bajada.
Yes. Gonna do it again? No, can't do it on that one.
Probably needs to hit this. There we go.
Ooh.
That
Well played there.
so patient.
Yes.
They did not lose their composure. They remained patient as they needed to with those high lobs coming their direction.
Ooh.
Wow.
Got a good bounce there.
Is that even going to make it over the net? No.
Wow.
Well, Peter's had a couple of those go his way so far in this match, so it's only fair.
It's only fair, but we do have 4 break points for the young Mexican players.
That one stayed up pretty high.
Ooh,
Oh
nice.
my goodness, that is outstanding.
Oh, Peter
Outstanding.
thought he was going to fool them, and he got double crossed there. That is another game for Max and Jose. They lead 2-0 in the
First
second
break
set.
of the match for them.
That's right.
I am sitting on the edge of my seat right now. I hope all of you at home are feeling the same level of emotion riding it here with Bob and I. Wow, that is
Oh, nice. I like the way Jose hit that one.
That's a, yeah, okay.
Oh,
They're giving them a taste of their own medicine. I like it.
yeah.
I really like it.
Nice. Oh,
Bob, you'll have to ask Max this week whether these two have had a lot of experience playing a game like this. Oh, and it just goes
missed.
wide.
I think that's the first point they've lost, though, in the last 7 or 8.
If they have experience playing this kind of a game, or if they're just adapting to what Peter and Jacobo are throwing at them. I'm curious.
I'll ask.
Oh.
Oh, nice.
Great volley.
Nice volley. That's
Oh, and Peter blocks that just in. No.
ooh.
Great defense.
Wow.
Wow.
Such a high quality defensive game.
Like it's
Uh-oh,
going
uh-oh.
at least double. These lobs are going
shot.
at least double the height of the paddle court. Over and over again. People do not understand the difficulty. Oh, and he overswings that. He just
Just barely, though. Just barely.
needed just a tad more patience.
Yeah.
Such a difficult task to deal with those high lobs.
Love 30. Oh, nice return.
There.
Nice get.
Really good placement. Not only did he get to that ball, but what he did with it really allowed his team to get back into position, and he made an unforced error with the forehand volley.
Yeah.
Love 40.
Love 40. 4 break points.
That was
out.
very poor. I'm not sure what Peter was doing there. Maybe going to hit off the glass?
I think it was just an unforced error. I think he was trying to go down the line close to the glass.
You'll hear them saying,
What do you know?
Sigue, sigue. That means continue. Continue, be patient.
Yeah.
And an unforced error out of Peter.
I like the patience that Jose had in handling those high lobs on that point. They're getting used to him, I guess. Maybe Peter and Jacobo will change their tactics soon on that.
Perhaps it doesn't ever end up being an easy shot.
Ooh, drop volley winner for a service break.
Unbelievable. You see how close to the net Peter had to be to execute that shot.
So they are back even on serve. Max Montano and Jose Montoya lead 2-1 second set. Peter Alonso and Jacobo Blanco won the first set 6-1.
I'm really curious to see what they choose to do with that shot, because they may be getting used to it, but it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to really attack off of it. The timing to attack off of that high lob is, I think it's impossible.
And they're also getting them fairly close to the service line. So if you do try to let that bounce and then hit the ball, you are at risk of it bouncing over the back wall for a clean.
Or taking those bad bounces off the
Or taking
cage.
those bad bounces, yeah. And then having to do a desperation lob at the last second.
I don't know who, Jacobo and Peter have someone new beside their bench that I haven't seen before. I don't know if it's a friend or a coach. Probably a friend. They are very highly respected players, very well-liked players in the paddle community.
Yeah, probably not too many American paddle players know this, but in FIP tournaments and Premier Paddle, World Paddle, you can't just have a friend come up and start
No.
coaching you. It has to be an official certified coach. You have to declare before the match who your coach is, and only that person can advise you, and can only be at certain times during changeovers.
Well, that makes sense to me. However, at this level, on this type of stage, some of these players don't have a full-time coach with them.
Probably most of them don't. Yeah.
Right.
No, I'm not saying that it's a bad thing that it's that way, but I do know that at some U.S. tournaments, it's not uncommon to have informal coaching from friends and
Right.
colleagues to come up, and that would be prohibited though in FIP tournaments, for
Okay.
example.
Peter's just quickly re-gripping his racket. In these conditions, humid conditions, depending on the grip that you use.
It's interesting, in professional tennis it is different. Anybody can be your coach in professional tennis. You could have your wife be your official coach in tennis. That's not true in official paddle. You actually have to be certified as a coach
Oh,
in order
interesting.
in order for you to declare that person to be your coach. So I couldn't just declare you my coach, for example, unless you
Okay.
had been certified
Had some-
previously.
Okay. I didn't know that. But then they don't allow courtside coaching in tennis, most professional tennis.
That's true. So it's an interesting mix.
Wow.
Ooh, that was a
Great volley.
nice volley by
Jose
so,
left it too high.
so relaxed.
Peter's playing with very, very fine margins right now. He starts to play at all nervous. Those could start to go out.
Oh,
Unbelievable.
makes that
Vibra.
look so easy. It's not that easy
No.
for those of you watching.
Great acceleration. Wow.
Ooh.
Good defense from Max.
Nice lob. It's in.
It is in.
What is this, about the 6th or 7th high lob at this point?
He can do it all day. Literally. He can do it all day long. Shooting to go low. Who will break first?
Good. Great offensive lob there.
There.
Great point.
Unbelievable point. They're almost like fighters in that point.
That sure did look like two boxers, didn't
Yeah.
it? Just going mano a mano.
Yes. Great response. It's going.
Oh, nice shot.
And oh my gosh, what do they have to do?
Okay.
Truly.
Look at this.
Oh, that's unreal.
Amazing.
That's a Kobo.
How many times did you have to hit
Win
what
the
should be
point.
a winner?
Yeah.
That should have been four winners. It should have been.
Yes. And they're sucking air.
Yeah. Oh.
They deserve a moment after
Yeah,
that point.
They earned a little break. All right, 2 games apiece. Max Montano serving.
too greedy
Yeah.
right there. He really didn't need to go for something. I mean, they probably are feeling like they do
Uh,
after that last point.
Can you blame them after that point?
No.
I'd be thinking that. What do you have to do to win a point against these guys?
Yeah. I think Jacobo is very well known for his defensive play. Look, Jacobo is an outstanding athlete. Look at his posture in
Yeah.
the middle of the point. He's kind of just,
Oh.
his racket is down. I've seen this over and over again. It's not just in this match.
Yeah.
And it's not because he's up or feeling that comfortable. I've seen him in matches where he's pushed. That's just him.
He's just that relaxed and that confident.
And because of his athleticism, he can be like that. He took an unexpected bounce there. The young Mexican team down 15-30.
Ooh, nice
Yeah.
follow.
Too easy. Too easy for Peter right there.
Yeah, that ball bounced a little too high off the back wall.
He could really have gone anywhere.
15-40, 3 break points.
Oh, too bad.
That's a service break and a 3-2 lead for Peter Alonso and Jacobo Blanco. They also won the first set, 6-1.
I don't know what Max and Jose must be thinking right now. They've played so well
Yeah.
early in this set. Again, I'm so impressed with them. But they're doing everything that they can do. And Jacobo and Peter just have response after response.
Yeah. I don't know what the margin is to be able to spin the ball, have it bounce off the back wall. How many inches do they have to work with that it can actually be a winner against Jacobo or
We know what
Peter?
that just brings something up. They're looking to win a lot of those with spin, keeping the ball low. They're not making the ball run off the back glass very often, so that's something that you talked about. You think
Yeah.
Jose needs to develop a little bit more power in his offensive game so that
I
they
think so.
have that option.
Yeah,
Then Peter and Jacobo don't feel so comfortable defending from the back.
true. It is that change-up effect of not letting them know what to expect. Yeah, if Peter and Jacobo know what's coming, they're
so
just
comfortable.
So comfortable, yeah. It's just child's play for them to go take these balls that bounce 1 inch off of the back wall.
It really is. When they're doing their off-court work and they're feeling fit, absolutely.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
exactly what it looks like.
Yeah.
They're definitely both taking this match and this tournament seriously.
Yeah. Well, if they hang on and win this, they will have a heck of a challenge in the final against Agustin Torre and Diego Ramos.
So I'm very excited to see that matchup.
Yeah. Well, they haven't won this one yet, but they are in a very strong position,
They are.
serving at 3-2 in the second set.
Oh, and that's out. Great power from Jacobo. We haven't seen that very often.
And it was really well disguised. You couldn't tell that he was going to power that
No.
until the very last second.
Max didn't know at
No,
all. And he still almost got there.
That's how it pays to be young and strong like that and fast.
It does. caught Max by surprise. Again, there's a ball that Peter has. He has too many options. No.
Oof.
Great volley. Good close.
And that's a quick 40-love lead in this game.
It is.
I hope that Max and Jose still have some concentration and fight in them left. Well, that's nicely done. Ooh. Jose is very comfortable with the lob volley. Have you noticed that?
Yes,
Yeah.
that was out. I'm sure that was out. 40-15.
Oh. No, are they playing it again?
No.
I'm not sure. Well, that's game there.
Maybe they did.
Maybe they played it
did
again.
play it
Yeah.
again.
Yeah. So now it's 4-2 in the second set in favor of Peter Alonso and Cobo Blanco. Here comes the high lob. Ooh, that's
But
not
there's
enough.
one,
That
no.
is not enough.
There's the one. He had all sorts of time,
Yeah.
opportunity to do something different with that smash.
If he's gonna try to power smash that, it needs more than that one.
No, I don't even know that he tried to. He just,
Not sure what he tried.
yeah. Great shot again. Backhand bajada from Peter
Yeah, this is
from a low height.
oh,
They're
look at
running
that shot.
Running
Oh,
away with it here.
yeah. This is a runaway train now. The young Mexicans need to do something to put it back on track.
And they're playing very fast.
Yeah,
At a
maybe
time when
maybe
they
need
need to-
yeah, take a little extra time between the serves.
Yep. Because they really came into this second set so strong. Something I really see a difference from all the other players in the draw, from Cobo and Peter, not just with that lob.
Oh,
Great
what a great shot! Yeah.
Jose.
Yeah.
But something I'm seeing a difference none of the other players really are doing is coming over their ground strokes. They're able to hit that ball with more velocity because of the way they come over the top of the ball.
Oh.
That puts pressure on them from almost a defensive position. Other players, we've seen them take speed off of the ball, hit down at the feet, Chiquitas, but Peter and Jacobo are able to hit that fast
Yeah.
and hard. And so that's a totally different ball to receive for the opposing team. Yeah, I really don't
Yeah.
think we've seen it from any of the other players.
I'm a big fan of that shot. Some of the top Stupa on the Franco Stupachuk in the top 5 or 10 in the world. He loves that.
It's becoming, I think, a bigger factor in professional paddle.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think if anyone has dreams of playing at that sort of level, they have to develop that part of their game.
You can no longer get away with just a slice backhand only in this
No.
sport.
No, it's
There were that was done 20 or 30 years ago. I've met some professional players of that era who never developed the ability to hit that,
no.
that little rollover top spin.
I was taught only slice
Yeah.
in Canada. I was taught like that technically there wasn't another option. And coming
Yeah.
from tennis, it's interesting. It would have been a more natural transition,
Yeah.
but that's not the way I was taught. And now trying to develop it later has been a challenge for me personally.
Yeah. All right. I think Peter is sending us a message. I'm not sure what it is, but it's they are leading 5-2. Maybe the message is they're going to try to put this one away right now.
I think it's likely. with him serving.
Yeah.
Chooses to hit the backhand serve. Comes in like a lefty serve.
Yeah.
Sometimes very difficult to return.
Ooh, too short there.
And they get it.
Ah.
Oh, he was right there.
Too bad.
They moved perfectly. Their defensive position was very good. Peter just had too much opportunity.
There's that
Wow.
beautiful offensive lob from Jose.
And that's in.
Oh. That lob volley,
again.
look at that.
Wow.
Oh, nice.
Oh,
Oof, not quite.
well fought point after that ball that Max didn't think was coming back. He had his racket down.
Yeah. Oh, this is match point.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
the
again.
high lob again.
It's a good response on the
Oh,
high
yeah.
lob.
Jose's
Really,
handling it
really
well,
good.
isn't he? A lot of poise.
A little bit too little, too late. Still serving here, 40-15. And there it is.
Yeah. Game.
No,
Oh, no? Did we have it wrong?
40-30 perhaps?
Okay.
I was with you on that. I don't know which one we... Oh, okay.
This could be a golden point.
It looks like a golden point.
Sure is.
Jose's electing to receive.
It's match point and golden point at the same time.
And break point.
And break point, yeah. Second serve.
Yeah. Great shot from Jacobo.
Game, set, and match.
They really played a perfect match.
They did.
I mean, there's just
What can you
nothing
say?
you could tell them to try to do better. You couldn't really,
Very
other than
lots of patience, very few unforced errors.
Yes.
Good.
lots of offense.
Yeah. Moving the opponents around almost at will. I mean, just,
Yeah. That's
very well done.
one of their best executed matches I think I've seen. There goes Peter's daughter running across the court to him saying, "Yay, well done, Papa." We love to see family members out supporting the players. And well played by Max and Jose.
Yeah.
Like you said, I think developing a little bit more variety to their attacking high game smashes
Yeah.
could have made a difference, put a little bit more pressure. But they played very well.
They sure are fast, and they you can tell they're thinking their way out there on the
They are.
court. It's just I just don't think that they're used to this level of play on a day-to-day basis. That's all.
No.
I think if maybe if they had the opportunity to train with the likes of these guys every day, day in, day out, I think they'd get there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They have a lot
Yeah.
of their paddle career ahead of them.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see where we'll see these two young Mexican players, Max and Jose, in the next 3 years,
Yeah.
3 to 5 years.
Hopefully, we'll see them in a lot of tournaments. I don't know. I don't know that much about Jose and whether he plans to spend more time here in the U.S. Max now lives in the U.S., as I mentioned
You were
in the
mentioning
previous
that, yeah.
previous match. So I'm sure we'll see lots of Max, but I'm not sure if Jose will be his regular partner or not anymore.
Yeah.
I know that at one point Max told me that in Mexico in particular, there is a shortage of left-sided players. I know in the U.S. it seems like more players want to play on the left, and if you're a really strong right-sided player, you make it easier to find yourself good partners. But apparently in Mexico it's the opposite. So yeah, so he, I know at one point he was seriously considering focusing his training on becoming a left-sided player, even though he's never done that previously in his paddle career.
Okay.
So he knows what he would need to work on. He can hit a good kick smash and a good rouleau or kick bandeja, but it's not his bread and butter, and he would have to improve those if he were to play regularly on the left.
Right.
But he does have that explosiveness and the speed to do it.
Clearly.
Yeah.
They play very well together.
Yeah.
I enjoyed watching them as a team on the court.
Yeah, that was good. And
we
good
have
on
another
them.
match coming on here. Are we okay to take a little pause? It seems like we have a few minutes before they're coming on to start their warm-up.
I think so. Let's do that. Let's take a little break, and when the players come on for the next match, we will be back. But stay tuned, everyone. Don't go away. More to come.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for tuning in. Bye.